Good morning and welcome to day 3 of this amazing Orange Bowl Regatta. This is the Tucci Orange Bowl International Youth Regatta. I am Cynthia Demas. This is John Pierce. We'll get into all our talking later, but let's get right to the sailing, guys, because it's already underway. We are covering the Opties today.
Yeah, we're out here on the Optimist course, and the Opti Gold Fleet is about to start their race. On the drone coverage here, we can see the aerial view. That was the start of the first race of the day for the Opti Gold Fleet. So they're off and we're racing right off the bat.
All right, here we go. So yesterday, if you joined us, it was a great day, beautiful Chamber of Commerce weather. Want to kind of bring you up to speed on what we're dealing with today if you're not out on the water. It's a little cold, not colder, it's actually warmer, but it's windier.
Yeah, it's a bit blustery, I would say.
Blustery.
It's a little cloudy. The wind is a little bit higher. Really great sailing conditions, but a little windier, probably about 15 knots, maybe with some gusts up to 18 or so. So beautiful sailing conditions.
So John Pierce here, who is with U.S. Sailing, how's this start looking? Is it looking solid? Is it looking a little choppy? What do you think?
It looks great. Yeah, you can see the fleet sailing upwind right off the start line, and you know, a handful of boats clear out in the front there, and then a lot of boats battling back in the pack. You know, the sailors today are broken up into gold fleet, silver fleet, and bronze fleet. So it's a bit more of a blend of skill levels, where the top fleet is going to be all the top sailors. So we're going to see a very competitive, tighter pack today.
So the first 2 days of the regatta, that was qualifying.
Correct.
And today you're in the gold or the silver. Now, is there a bronze also?
There's a bronze
yes.
as well, because there's over 200 sailors here in the Opti fleet, and that's not even including the separate green fleet that we'll see later today. So because there's so many sailors, they're broken into 3 groups, and yeah, the last 2 days have been qualifying, where all the sailors were mixed kind of randomly to their fleet assignments, and now based on the performance of those qualifying days, they're now in a gold fleet, silver fleet, and bronze fleet.
And what are we looking at here? With yesterday we covered the Ilkas and we covered the 420s. Those are a little bit bigger, maybe some of the older kids. These are the younger kids, correct? Correct.
Yeah, the Opti, you cannot be older than 15. So there's actually 3 groupings for the awards. There's the white fleet, which is ages 10 and under. There's the blue fleet, which is the 11 and 12-year-olds, and then the red fleet, which is everyone between 15 and 13 years old. So essentially ages 15 and under. The Optimist is the most popular sort of race training boat in the world. So as you can see, it's a small boat, and perfect for smaller kids to learn, you know, the art form of sailing and learn how to race.
All right, we just had a great shot there of 22906, so we are seeing all of our great sailors out there today. Now, can you tell from this perspective, John, who looks to be in the lead?
Yeah, I'd say all these boats you can see kind of across our screen. You know, we're looking across the course. So everyone who's sort of on the right side of our screen now, lined up there, are sort of the lead group. And if they have clear wind, like if their wind is not being blocked by another boat, then they're off to a really good start. We discussed yesterday how the first 2 minutes or so of the race are really important for getting clear, getting away from the other boats, and kind of getting off on the right foot. And if you make a mistake early in the race, it is harder to claw your way back later on.
Now, what does the race course look like today? I know yesterday it was a trapezoid. Today is a what?
Today is also a trapezoid.
Okay.
It's a little bit shorter than the trapezoid we were using on the Club 420s and the Ilka course. So the sailors will sail upwind to their windward mark. They'll sail across the wind to the reach mark, and then downwind to the leeward gate. And then they're sailing back upwind to the finish line, and we're actually anchored right next to the finish line, so we'll be able to see the finishes really, really well.
Okay. And any strategy that you'd be advising as a former coach?
Well, I think it's a little windier today, and I think it's going to be really important to sail fast and sail clean and simple. You don't want to do a lot of tacks or maneuvers. You don't want to get tangled up or too close to other boats. You want to just sail your own race, sail fast, and keep it simple.
Now, with these, I kept calling these New England conditions because it's overcast, it's really windy. What do you think?
Well, it's a little colder in New England, to be honest, right now. I'd say it's a perfect day. It's not as much of a beach day as it was yesterday. You know, we had sunshine and like 10 to 15 knots yesterday. Today's a little bit more overcast, but a perfect day for sailing. So these sailors are really lucky. And I know Mark Foster, who's the principal race officer on the Optimist course here at the Orange Bowl, is going to do a great job getting 3 races off today. for all three of these fleets.
Is that what's on tap now? 3 races, not 4 or maybe
Just
4?
3.
Three.
He said his intention is to do 3.
Okay, great. And so tell us just a little bit about U.S. Sailing, since that's where we borrow you from, John Pierce.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm John Pierce. I'm the youth competition manager at U.S. Sailing, and really happy to be here and be a part of the Orange Bowl Regatta. You know, U.S. Sailing is a sponsor and a supporter of the Orange Bowl Regatta, but we're frankly just so grateful to be a part of it with, you know, over 700 sailors here, a fantastic annual event, and we want to thank all the U.S. Sailing members out there that, you know, make U.S. Sailing's work possible.
Now, I just heard on the radio they had a countdown, so was that for the next group?
Yeah, that'll be for the Silver Fleet coming up next. So the next group is kind of prepping for their start on the starting line. You can see the sailors kind of sailing around, getting ready, and then there's our shot of the Gold Fleet sailing upwind.
All right. So we are now. Look, can we read a number there? What number is it?
23061.
23061. That's a great shot.
Felix
Moniz Ruiz. Felix Moniz Ruiz. So right there at the front.
There he is, tacking on the right side of the course.
Okay, good job,
in
Felix.
Good position. Yeah, that looks like a strong position early in the race.
Great. So, and that's it. So to the right side, those are our front runners thus far.
Yeah, it'll be hard to tell. We won't really know until we get to the windward mark and all the sailors converge from both sides of the course. But it does look like the right side is pretty strong early on.
We have some of our regulars tuning in already. We got Ron already this morning joining us. Ron was great with us yesterday.
Yeah.
Sent in some great questions. So come on, Ron. We need some good questions from you today. So this is excellent. You know, we were the first team to actually stream a regatta with multiple drones. We did it last year for the very first time. First ones in the world. Orange Bowl leading the way for everybody, and then you'll start to see more and more people doing it. Now, unfortunately, John, I'm feeling a little bit of rain on my face. What's the forecast there?
There is the possibility of some rain showers, and just so everyone at home knows, if we do get a little rain shower, we'll just have to pause the live stream and pause our coverage for a few minutes until that clears up, just because we have a lot of cool equipment here on the boat that we have to keep dry.
We like our equipment.
But we will be back.
Yes.
If we do have to take a break, we will be back as quick as possible.
We might be huddled in the bathroom for our live coverage.
We might look a little wetter when we come back.
It's okay. No, we do have a lot of equipment out that's not undercover, so if it does start raining, we're going to have to just shut it down, take a break, and then once the rain passes, we'll come back on, just to let everybody know. But it's so funny, where they're sailing right now, it's a bright spot. It's like the sun is shining right over the sailors right there.
So the Optimist dinghy is the boat that we're watching today.
Yes.
It's known as the Opti. You know, that's what we're going to call it most of the time.
Ooh, look at that.
And it's just a really interesting small boat, perfect for training sailors. You can see it's kind of a small box shape, and you wouldn't think that would be like a good shape for a boat, but it turns out to be a perfect race training platform. It's a really challenging boat to sail well, but it's also very forgiving for newer sailors. So it's really perfect for teaching kids how to race, and it sets them up for success later on in other types of boats as they get older.
Okay, and so there is, this is where you start. So before you move on to the 420s or the Ilkas or anything, everybody kind of starts with this boat.
Yeah, this is the most popular starter boat for sure. There are other boats out there that are similar size and different designs and things, but the Opti, worldwide is by far the most popular. I believe there's over 150,000 of them in existence in the world, so that's a lot of boats.
So when I started sailing as a kid, I started on a pram, and now my kids are starting on the Opti. So what's the difference between a pram and an Opti?
Well, technically, an Opti is just a type of pram.
Okay.
A pram is, well, this is like inside baseball stuff here, but a pram is just a flat-bowed boat.
Okay.
By definition. So the Opti is the most popular type of pram, and beautiful shot there.
Great shot.
That sailor.
Great shot of
upwind. You can see how hard he's hiking out there.
20913, looking great. Now he doesn't have the trapeze on like yesterday in the 420s, right?
Correct. Yeah, he is just sailing upwind. He's got his feet underneath the hiking strap.
That's Pablo.
You can see he's working his body over the side to keep the boat flat and moving through the waves.
I believe
nice
that's
job,
Pablo Munoz Montez. Yeah, I think I remember him from last year actually. Yeah, he's doing a great job there.
Beautiful shot.
So 20913.
So they're sailing upwind in the Gold Fleet. And then the Silver Fleet is getting ready for their start. We have about 1 minute to go. So
Great.
Here we are back at the start line. We're going to catch the Silver Fleet start. Beautiful drone shot. So you can see the orange flag on the boat in the foreground. That's the race committee boat. And then on the far side of the screen, at the top of the screen, there's a little orange flag on another boat. So between the two orange flags, that's the starting line, and the sailors have a countdown, less than 1 minute to go until the start of the race.
I like when we broke down the flags yesterday. So what other flags can we talk about?
Well, we can see there should be a class flag there. I'm struggling to see it right now, but at go, the class flag will come down, and that signals that the race has started. So you can't be over the line before the race starts, but you want to be as close as you can to the line and going at full speed at go.
Great. So we have how many minutes until we start here with the Silver
This
Fleet?
should just be, I think, about 10 or 15 seconds. 5,
Okay,
4,
4, 3, 2, 1.
And they're off. Beautiful start.
Okay. And it looks clean?
I believe so. It looked like a clean start.
Nice.
All clear.
We were having some technical issues, so we didn't start right at 10 a.m., but we did. They had to restart the Gold Fleet, right? They didn't start right away?
We started we caught the first start perfectly, and now
Yeah.
this is the second start of the day for the Silver Fleet. Next up will be the Bronze after this.
And we have how many Opties are sailing today?
I believe it's 214
Okay.
across the three fleets.
Okay.
And I think there's something like 20 countries represented. The Seychelles, the Virgin Islands, lots of sailors from Argentina. So it's very much an international event out here.
So we are now covering what they call the red, white, and blue. But really, isn't it the gold, silver, and bronze? What is red, white, and blue?
Red, white, and blue refers to those age groups.
Okay.
So it's a bit of a terminology thing in the Opti, where the white fleet is the youngest kids, the blue fleet is the middle-aged, and then the red fleet are the oldest kids.
Okay.
And that's just for the awards at the end of the event. You get age classification awards, but they're all racing together. So the 10-year-olds and the 15-year-olds are all still racing in the same racetrack against each other. Really, your age isn't all that important in sailing. It's really about your ability and your experience. So it's pretty cool, especially for some of the younger kids, to sail on a big stage like this.
Awesome. And then a little later at the end of the day, weather permitting, of course, we're going to cover the Green Fleet. Now, who are the Green Fleet? The Green Fleet, they are the very beginners, the green sailors.
Yep, Green Fleet is where you get your start. There's a little bit more of a learning environment. It's a little more focused on a positive introduction to the sport. So we're going to catch the Green Fleet later on for some of our newest sailors. So now we're going to the windward mark for the Gold Fleet. Beautiful shot there. You can see our first couple of sailors doing their last couple tacks into the windward mark.
Looks like 309 is coming around the mark. Is he our first
That's our
to
first
go around?
sailor, yep.
All right, 309 followed by, let's see who this is, 23. Oops, I just went off screen, 23 something.
Beautiful shot there of
Beautiful.
this windward mark rounding. So you can see how everyone has to sort of stack up on the starboard ley line and get their place as they're coming around the windward mark.
A 309? 309 is Beck Brill. A little shout out to his parents, Mike and Kim, who are out here on a race committee boat. We could probably see them and wave to them. Or you guys text me, congratulations, you guys. It looks like Beck is in the lead. Beck is a super strong sailor here in South Florida. He's really well known, and
Awesome.
I've watched him since he was a baby, so I've watched him blossom into being such a wonderful sailor. It's great to see. So congratulations. No pressure, Beck. No pressure.
Keep it up.
Although your parents are very happy when you do well. Okay, we got hello from the Bahamas. Neil Pritchard from the Bahamas is
Awesome.
watching.
Love it.
Hi, Neil. Thanks so much. Sharon Delaney from North Carolina is watching.
You can see the fleet.
Of course.
Look at this tight mark rounding
Oh,
now.
nice.
Can you imagine? How can you pack so many boats into such a small space?
Oh, now he hit the marker. Is there the same penalty for hitting the marker?
Correct. If you
Okay.
hit the buoy, you do have to do a 360-degree turn.
Okay.
So one jibe and one tack.
Okay.
Which I think he's probably doing just off screen.
Okay.
And that's how you exonerate yourself from that penalty. This is typical at the windward mark, that you do have some pileups, and some sailors are going to hit the buoy. You can see right now we've got some sailors tacking back and forth, and unfortunately that is going to be a foul for those boats.
Okay.
So if you foul another boat, you do have to do a 720, so two 360-degree turns.
What's considered a foul?
Well, there's certain racing rules of sailing have certain right-of-way rules. So if you're on port, you have to give way to the starboard tack boat. If you're windward, you have to give way to a leeward boat. And then at the mark roundings, you have to, the inside boat has right-of-way over the outside boat.
Okay. So that looked like a bit of a traffic jam there.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah?
Yep.
Well, now that's expected though, right? That wasn't
Totally normal.
Yeah.
Yep, you can see the boat actually in the background there doing their 720-degree turn to exonerate themselves.
Okay.
So that's great sportsmanship. That's what we want to see.
All right.
It's easy to clear yourself and get on with the race.
So you see a beautiful shot of downtown Miami there, a little cloudy, but that's okay. It's keeping us nice and cool out here.
This is our silver fleet that we're watching now, sailing upwind.
All right, we got 22430 on this. This is silver?
This is silver, yep.
Okay, 23430, 23430. Great job, great. Oh, look at that. So I have Ron here asking, why aren't the skippers sitting further back since the front of the boat is a block?
Yeah, it does have a flat bow. It's a tricky thing. You want to keep the bow knuckle where it goes from being flat to being flat on the bottom of the boat. You want to keep that knuckle just attached to the water, because the longer the boat is, the faster it will go. But obviously you don't want to push too much water with the bow. So your body positioning is pretty important in the Opti. It is a square boat though, so it's kind of unavoidable to push a little bit of water.
So we have another question here. What's been looking favored today, pin end or committee end? And explain what the difference is for those tuning in.
Yeah, on the start line, the race committee boat is on the right side and the pin boat is on the left side. And depending on how they're set up, one end might be favored to kind of give you a head start in the race. It looks perfectly square to me so far, and I'm not surprised because this team, race committee team, is seasoned professionals. So it looks to me like a totally square race course, and so it's going to be much more about the boat speed of the sailors to determine who's going to be in first place.
Okay. And who do we have here? 22971, 22971. Coming up here. Now, is this silver or gold?
That is silver that we're watching right now, sailing upwind.
All right, and who are in the motorboats in the background?
Those are the coach boats and probably some of the race committee as well. So the coaches have to stay off to the sidelines during the race. They can't communicate with the sailors until after the race is completed, but they do like to watch the race so that they can help kind of break it down and help the sailors understand what they can do better next time.
Okay. 22970. Okay, so we have 22518 here, 22518. Finn Roberts. Griffin Roberts. And Griffin is with a Sarasota Yacht Club. Griffin Roberts, 22518. A great shot there.
Beautiful. Yeah, and Cynthia, off screen, but just so you see, our gold fleet is sailing right past us.
Oh, beautiful.
Here,
this is a great...
We're anchored here on the boat. So
I love it.
We're anchored right below the reach leg of the top of the course.
We got situated in a good spot.
Perfect spot. We're going to catch the sailors after the finish line, and we're going to interview sailors after each race.
All right. How long until you think we get our first people crossing the finish line?
Probably about 15 minutes, I would say.
All right.
Maybe less, maybe 10.
So we have, who do we have here? And it looks like in lead 22853, 17255, 23448, 309, 23115, 22650, 7444. So these are kind of our front runners here, 1408. And we have number 81 from PUR?
Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico. That's what I thought. Okay, Puerto Rico. Lots of Puerto Rico. Oh, Howard Zimmerman's kids are 187 and 120. We'll look for them, Howard. Howard, send us some notes. They're both in the Gold Fleet. Okay, great. So it looks like they're coming around. What's going on here, John?
Well,
they're coming around.
We're actually, our drone is heading back to the start line. We're going to catch the Bronze Fleet start
okay, great.
next,
Wonderful. So we'll get the Bronze Fleet starting.
That should be coming up soon. We love these starting line shots because the drone just makes it so easy to see. And it's actually very valuable for the sailors and the coaches to go back and review this footage later on. So I'm sure we're going to get some people studying this for their own learning purposes and help them become better sailors.
I love it. We got great comments on here on YouTube. Grandparents are watching.
Love it.
Some grandparents are excited for their grandkids to be in Green Fleet. We're going to catch them at the end of the day. Grandma Dawn is her name. That's her actual name on YouTube. Adorable.
Love it.
So yes, we were going to try to get the kids in the Green Fleet by the end of the day after lunchtime.
So here's the Bronze Fleet start line. You can see the red and white flag. That's going to go down when there's 1 minute to go. They're going to take that flag down. And then the pink flag will come down when the race starts. Okay, so that's 1 minute to go.
Okay.
So the sailors are making their final preparations, trying to get a good spot where they're not too bunched up. get a little bit of space, and be right on the line at go. One sailor who appears to be starting a little early. They better get, oh, there you
Not
go.
quite yet.
Back below the line. Good job.
We go.
Less than 1 minute to go till this start. You can see at the top of the screen. Oh, there we are.
Okay, here we go. And we're back.
There we go.
All right.
At the top of the screen, you can see those boats are very close to the start line. They are definitely pushing it. It could be some recalls here, or if too many boats are over, it could be a general recall. We'll see.
What's our timing looking like?
About 10 seconds to go, I think.
Okay. Wait for the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bronze Fleet begins. What do you think?
Did look like some boats. Yeah, that's a general
Yeah.
recall. Yeah, there were quite a few boats over early at the pin end, so that yellow and blue
around.
flag indicates that that's going to be a general recall. They're going to restart this race in a few minutes.
All right.
So we'll catch up with the next race.
And looks like they're getting back on the line there. Take a few minutes and see how everybody else is doing. So you've been John here was a coach for many years at a bunch of wonderful universities, at Dartmouth, at Stanford, at
George Washington,
and
Hobart and William Smith Colleges.
And Hobart and William Smith, which is where you went to
That's
school
true.
and where
Yep.
you sailed also.
Correct.
And what, as a coach, what are you hoping for the kids right now?
Well, I think this is a great opportunity today to just sail against a really competitive fleet. And a big part of developing as a sailor is sailing against the best competition that you can find, right? It's not an individual sport where you can go out with a stopwatch and time yourself, going back and forth like you would if you were running or something like that, or swimming. It's very much a sport where you measure yourself by how you're doing against your competition. And so you need to, have the opportunity to sail against the best possible sailors in order to measure yourself at that top level. And this is a regatta where the top sailors, come together from all around the world. And so hopefully they're having a ton of fun as well. I mean, these are kids. It's meant to be a super fun experience. It's a lot about the social atmosphere off the water, the friendships, the camaraderie. These kids will be sailing against each other for, hopefully decades to come.
Yep.
So we have to keep it in context that, it's really not all about just winning a medal or having a top performance, but it's about enjoying the sport and developing as, good people.
And having a love and a respect for the water too.
Absolutely.
A huge part.
Yeah. Beautiful shot here of I believe this is the Silver Fleet now coming up to their windward mark.
Beautiful. All right, let's see. You think we're going to get the same traffic jam we did with the Gold Fleet?
I think we probably will. Yep, it will probably be pretty congested again.
Okay.
You can see the boat tacking over onto port, so they actually have to go behind that starboard tack boat.
Starboard has the right of way.
Correct.
And they're looking pretty good though. Okay.
Looking good. Beautiful rounding.
So it looks like we got our first place person so far in silver, and our second. I can't quite see the numbers from there.
Yeah, this is a great aerial shot. You can kind of see the positioning of the boats and how they have to set themselves up so they don't get too close to that buoy.
All right.
If you touch the buoy, you have to do a penalty turn.
And
the Silver Fleet rounding the windward mark.
Yep, here we go. They're looking good. No traffic jams yet.
Not yet.
Is that
it's coming, I'm sure.
Is that the official term, or did I just rename it?
I think it's a good term.
It is. Yeah. Okay, here we go. It's going to bunch up.
The other terms are not safe for YouTube.
No. I don't know. There's not a lot of regulation on YouTube, John.
Okay, well.
Go crazy. Okay, here we go. Okay, there's a strategy. Whoa. Getting around. All right, this is looking clean.
Bermuda
Yeah.
There, rounding, couple Bermuda boats, Argentina.
It's like I-95 at 5 o'clock.
That Miami traffic.
That's right. That's right. All right. They're looking solid here. There we go.
Virgin Islands, Canada, Puerto Rico, Argentina.
Got the whole world represented right at this one marker here. USA. 206152345. Great sailors out here. And is this also 50-50, half girls, half boys?
Yeah, it is. pretty even gender split, and the sailors all race against each other in an open format.
Great.
So it's a very level playing field. This is the middle of the pack for the Silver Fleet, rounding their first windward mark of the day.
Great. Oh, now the sun's peeking out through those clouds, so we're getting a little warmth.
That feels good.
Hopefully those clouds will just move away. Don't rain on our parade here. Oh, speaking of parade, we are having a parade at the end of the day today. At 4 o'clock for the sailors, we're going to have a little parade. Maybe we could stream part of that live also.
I hear that's going to be a great show.
It is.
Something not to miss.
There's
Everyone needs to make sure to come to the delayed opening ceremony.
That's right.
This afternoon. It's going to be a really fun party.
It was raining a little too much on Monday, so we had to delay the openings. So we're going to have the openings on Thursday because, why not?
Yeah.
And we're going to have a band, a Junkanoo band, and a raffle, a big raffle. So if you are local, can you buy? Where are we? What are we doing here, John?
This is the Bronze Fleet. So we're back at their start. They had a general recall the last time, so you can see that they're now using the black flag. You can see in the back of the boat there, that black flag indicates that in this start, if you are over the starting line within 1 minute of the start, you are automatically disqualified from this race.
What do you mean within 1 minute?
So once that 1 minute horn goes off,
gotcha.
If you are over the starting line, you are disqualified from the race, bar none. So it's sort of the most punitive measure that the race committee can take to make sure that sailors are not over the start line early. So they really have to be careful not to be over early in this start.
And really, it's a logistics thing, right? They're saying, look, if we have to do the race, start the race again, we're going to mess up the timing for the rest of the day, right?
That's exactly right.
Yeah. So it's not we're mad at you. It's just logistically we gotta move it
a
little mad. Okay. Let's see. How does it look?
1 minute to go, and there are a couple of boats that are very close to the start line already. So there are going to be some black flags.
I definitely see.
This
looks like
Bronze Fleet start, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, I think that one sailor probably thought that was the start.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
That
that's going to be.
They're headed to the penalty box.
Yeah, and for the rest of the day, probably,
and
right?
I see some others above the start line as well. So some of these sailors, they may not totally know the rules.
Right,
so
right.
This is a learning opportunity
for
at the
sure.
end of the day.
Well, they're never going to make the mistake again.
That's true.
That's
We've
how you learn.
There.
You make the mistake once, and you say, "Now I know what that black flag means."
But they do need to be careful.
Mm-hmm.
Stay back. Oh, they are pushing it. There's going to be quite a few black flags in this race,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
that's unfortunate. It just gets a little tricky. It's it's really quite. What do you think we're blowing out here right now?
Actually, it seems like it's died down a little bit. I'd say it's about 10 to 15 knots again.
Okay.
Oh my goodness! Look at all these
2,
black flags.
1. Oh boy.
It makes me sad.
I know. They came all this way, and they're part of this. They made it in the Bronze Fleet here, and it looks like a number of them are not going to be able to.
But a good learning experience.
Mm-hmm.
They
Now,
can go back and look at this footage, and they'll understand exactly what went wrong.
Can they still sail, but it just doesn't count, or they cannot sail?
We'll have to see what the race committee does. Typically what will happen is at the first mark rounding, at the windward mark, there may be a listing of the boats that have been black flagged.
Okay.
And those boats are meant to actually stop racing at that point.
Okay, because it looks like a number of them that were over the line are still sailing right now.
Correct. But most likely what's going to happen is they're going to sail the race, and then they're going to finish, and they're going to realize, oops,
you're out.
I was black flagged.
Okay.
So
Well, now will someone go up and tell them?
Yeah, usually the race committee will announce that on the radio, and the coaches will take
let
note
them know.
if any of their sailors
Gotcha.
were black flags. So again, it's a learning opportunity. No
Right.
big deal.
Yep.
We're all out here to get better, and the black flag start is just a part of the sport that you have to learn to accommodate. Great shot of the Bronze Fleet sailing upwind right now, though, off the start line.
What are the 3 things that are in the boat? 3 things in the boat. Are they flotation devices?
Yes.
Ron.
Yeah, Ron, you're seeing the airbags. So there's 2 airbags up in the bow and 1 in the stern, and those are flotation, so that if the boat does capsize, it stays nice and high up in the water, and it's easier for the sailor to recover.
Gotcha. We got a lot of people watching at the snack bar at Coral Reef Yacht Club, so hello to everybody at the snack
bring
bar.
Us some chicken fingers.
Drinks on John. Put them on John's tab.
Great. Well, I think before too long here, we're going to have our gold fleet finish.
Coming.
Probably in about 3 or 4 minutes. So
Oh, well, great.
Stay
Okay.
tuned. We got our bronze fleet going upwind. We have the silver fleet heading downwind, and then we have the gold fleet heading towards the finish in just a couple minutes.
Okay. Let's
Nice
see
job to the race committee getting all 3 starts off. And
Great job. Let's see. We have them coming around. They have to go around one more marker, John, or where are they headed?
no, the gold fleet is just heading upwind to us.
Okay.
We are anchored right next to the finish line.
Okay. So we'll flag them over. And we did, some people were a little worried yesterday about the kids coming up on the boat and talking to us. But we've told the kids, if you're not comfortable, then, skip it. But if you would like to, then by all means.
And we have some extra hands today. So I
We
think
do have extra hands
We'll make
today.
sure to grab onto the boat. And the sailors maybe can even just hop right up into our boat and chat with us.
That's great. They did last year. They actually just sat up on the boat with us. So everyone's at Jane Vaughn says, good luck, Madeline. Good luck, Liliana. Oh, this is so great. It's so nice. People from all over the world are watching, and it's such a great, I had some of the moms and dads say to me yesterday, thank you for asking those really basic questions, because we have a lot of grandparents who are watching who don't understand the basics of sailing, or, some friends and some aunts and uncles and friends and family. And so they liked my basic questions, John.
Perfect.
It comes very naturally to me. I don't really have to think that hard for the basic questions.
And speaking of you, Cynthia, before this
Yes.
finish here, can you just tell us your background? Because I'm a sailor, but you're a pro. So
Well, I sailed a little bit, back in the day. That's not really my area of expertise. I was a news anchor for a very long time. My last job was at CBS here in Miami, and I own my own media company now, and part of what we do are things like this. So I have an amazing crew out here today with a couple of drones, a switchboard operator, a camera on us, some great friends who are also helping out, and we're able to stream live. I also teach people media and presentation training, how to speak on camera or speak in general, and how to ask really basic questions.
I love it. And how do people find you, find your business?
Cynthia Demas, Communications.
Awesome.
Thanks for asking, John.
Yeah, well, it's important. And, I mean, thank you for doing such a great job. And
Oh, well.
Thanks for including U.S. Sailing in this broadcast. It's really exciting to be here.
Well, it's exciting to have you here, and thank you really to Chris Block, who is the chairman of the Tucci Orange Bowl International Youth Regatta, and to Jim Van Buren, who's the general manager of Coral Reef Yacht Club, who really came together and said, hey, you guys, let's do this.
Yeah, this is a great service to the
Yeah,
sport to put this on YouTube.
And I love that they can use it, in the future to kind of learn from, like you said, it's a wonderful learning tool.
Oh yeah, I was with some coaches last night who were going through the footage and trying to find some teaching points for their sailors for today.
Oh, did you see them yesterday doing it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
And so what were they saying?
Well, they were looking at the starts mostly because that's really valuable to be able to show people exactly what happened at the start of the race.
Okay.
And point out some of their mistakes or point out what they did well.
Oh, great. That's great. And it's just, I do have to say, the shots, it's just mesmerizing. I mean, look at that.
The drone footage.
It's just
awesome.
tantalizing, and you just want to. I mean,
Like
it
being a
really
bird.
is. That's what I was going to say, a bird, right? Don't we all want to fly? Like, this is giving us our fix of flying. Now, next year, we're going to do it where everyone wears virtual reality goggles, and it's like they are flying over the water.
Wow.
That's the upgraded package.
Okay.
I don't even know how to do that, but I'll figure it
It'll
out.
happen, I'm
Oh,
sure.
for
We're
sure.
gonna sail in the metaverse somehow.
And then we're going to make you a hologram and put you in the boat. We'll get it. A lot of people wanted to know about the technical side of this, so we'll get into that a little bit later.
And right there, we're seeing the couple of leaders of the Silver Fleet race. They're heading downwind towards their leeward mark. So just so you know, that's the lead 2 boats in the Silver Fleet, I believe. Canada representing.
Hi from Canada, Corrine Ott. Hi from Canada. Good
There we
luck
go.
to all the sailors. Ron's asking, the people that are working your crew, do they sail? Yes. Philippe, one of our drone fellas, he's a big sailor. And then Anthony and Raul, I don't think they sail as much. I sailed back in the day, but I mostly go on sailboats. And I bring food and drinks.
So we're coming up on the finish.
Okay.
Here comes the gold fleet towards the finish line. Just so everyone knows, we're watching the silver right now, but the gold is about to finish. So in a few minutes here, we're going to be chatting with a few of the sailors.
Is this? Okay, look, it looks, who's coming up to the finish line here for the Gold Fleet?
I see USA 7444.
James Algeier.
Oh, from Virginia.
James Algeier,
Hampton Yacht Club.
7444. He seems to be coming up, and someone's right with him there, who I can't catch the number. It is, do you see it, John?
Not quite.
Something 5.5. We're trying to catch the number there.
So
Let's
on your
see.
Screen, that's the leeward mark rounding for silver fleet that we're watching right now.
Yep.
But over our shoulder, we're catching the gold fleet finish.
Yep. Here we go. We got our gold coming across the finish line. I don't know if you take our main camera here, guys. Raul, if you pop up our main camera, you might be able to see the finish line behind our shoulders. Let's see. And it looks like we have 7444, 7255, 23448, all coming across. It looks like 744 is our in first, 23448 in second, and 7255 or 17255 in third. Again, these are not official results. Then we got 309 coming in right after it. Looks like in fourth.
First interviewee.
That's Beck Brill. Come on over here, guys. And it looks like we have our first 4 over the line. We are not the official callers of the race, so what we're saying is just by observation out here. Come on up. And let's have a little chat with some of our friends here if we can, and see how we're doing. Hi there. Oh. Hi, how are you? What's your name? You want to sit up here a second? Or what's your name?
I'm James Allgaier.
Hi, how'd you do out there?
I did pretty well.
Yeah, where do you think you came in?
I think I won the race. That was fun.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So how does it feel inside?
It feels amazing. I worked really hard that race, and I came from behind, so I feel really good.
What was your strategy? You can look at the camera right there. What was your strategy?
So my first up one was more to play the middle left because I saw a puff coming down, but that didn't work very well because the righty started coming in. So on the reach I had to go really low because everyone was really high up, which made me pass like 6 boats. And then on the downwind I just surfed as many waves as I can. And then on the last up one I just worked as hard as I could.
You were thinking the whole time, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Going out with a plan?
Yes, ma'am.
Got out with a plan. What do you think your coach is going to say?
I think he'll be really happy. I think he understands that I worked really hard that race. I made a couple mistakes, but I still think I did pretty well.
Okay, you love being out here?
Yes, ma'am. It's a
Okay.
lot of fun.
Okay, well, congratulations and good luck on the next race. We'll let you go have a snack and a break, and we'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, looks like he was our first place winner. Good job, James. That was 7444. We'll see if we can get some of the other guys over here to come and say hello to us. Woo! And where did they go? Okay, I think they do like to take a break and have a little snack, so they might be enjoying that right now also. But we can grab, this is all still Gold Fleet coming across, and they looks like they're coming. This is great. They stayed pretty tight, John, right? They look like they're pretty tight here.
You can see how back to back to back these sailors are.
Yep, they did a great job. So our Gold Fleet is finishing up their first race and doing a great job.
We're, I think on screen here, the drone is following the Silver Fleet upwind to their finish. You can see Miami skyline in the background.
Yep.
So this is the Silver Fleet sailing upwind.
All right, that was a great first race for Gold, and now we're waiting for Silver to come across the line here. How many boats are there?
214, I believe.
214 boats.
Split into 3 fleets.
Okay.
So I guess that's about 70 boats per fleet.
Good luck to Walt and Eleonore. Go Morgan. We grandmothers love this, says Deb. Daigle. Great job. Everybody having a fun time.
So I think this is the lead couple of boats there in the Silver Fleet sailing upwind towards the finish.
All right, we got
Canada and Virgin Islands representing.
We got Canada 1855, and we got the Virgin Islands at 142. We had some folks from the Virgin Islands already on saying hello on here.
Awesome.
So we have Virgin Islands, we have Canada, we have a lot of different countries here. This is great. So Canada 1855, what a great shot.
Yeah, beautiful shot. You can see some great technique, keeping the boat flat, hiking hard. Sail, you can see the sail is trimmed right over the back corner of the boat. That's a good rule of thumb on the Opti, is to pull in the sail until the boom is right over the back corner.
Okay. And why is it important to learn, since this is the basic boat you learn on, right? And you learn with one sail, right?
Yeah.
And then yesterday we saw on the 420s the 2 sails. We had the spinnaker. So
jib,
is
yeah.
in the jib. Is this the there's a method to the madness here, right?
There is, yeah. I mean, it makes sense to start out in a simpler one-person boat with one sail to learn the fundamentals, and then when you add, a teammate in a 2-person boat, and you add a spinnaker and a jib, it's just a few more variables to learn about.
Right.
But the fundamentals are all the same. I mean, sail trim, whether you're trimming 1 sail or 3 sails, the same rules apply, the same principles. And so once you learn to sail these boats, you're going to be able to sail into anything else.
That's great. All right, what do we have going on here?
This appears to be the Bronze Fleet windward mark rounding. So this is the first windward mark rounding for the Bronze Fleet that we're seeing now. Now remember, a lot of boats were over early at the start of the Bronze Fleet with that black flag up. So unfortunately, a lot of these boats may be disqualified from this race. They just don't actually know that yet.
Right, and we don't.
They started ahead of the start.
It looked like maybe 30% of the boats were out.
It could be.
I mean, 20 to 30% looked over the line. Again, just an observation out here.
Exactly.
But we don't know for sure.
We'll leave that to the race officials to sort out.
Yeah, we don't. I don't want that job.
No, that's a hard job.
That is a hard job.
A lot of great volunteers involved with running these races and running racing around the country, though. So all these certified race officials, U.S. Sailing does a lot of race official training and certification. So we want to thank everyone who helps run the sport around the country. Hopefully there's some race officials tuning in and taking notes from the likes of Mark Foster, our principal race officer here on the Opti course.
And talk about what it takes to put on a regatta like this.
It is a massive effort. I mean, there's the whole on-water component with 4 different race courses, countless boats and marks and volunteers, and then there's the whole shoreside aspect, which also includes all the social events, the safety planning, the footprint, and luckily Coral Reef Yacht Club, along with Shake a Leg and the U.S. Sailing Center, have all the infrastructure in place to run a huge event like this. And it also really helps that this event happens every year, same time, same place, because you can make the event better and better every single year. That's something that's really notable about this event. It's just the consistency of sort of growth and quality every year.
And who doesn't want to come to Miami in December?
It's true. I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, we come every year. This is great. Michael Murphy, in your comments, bronze start, can they use drone footage to call the line? Oh, can they use drone footage to call the line?
No, the race officials cannot, or certainly at this event, they're not set up to do that.
Okay.
So no, they're doing it the old-fashioned way with their eyes, binoculars, and pen and paper.
Okay. We have Go Georgia, Go Beck Brill. Listen to this one, Ines Pederiva. It's great to have this in my room. It almost feels like I'm there with my son and I'm at my office in Argentina.
Very cool.
How great is that? Hello, Ines in Argentina. We're watching your son and he's doing great. How many teams are participating?
There's 214 sailors in the Opti, and I think there's a little over 700 total. In the entire event.
Yeah, 700 total. And this event is just the 420s, the Ilkas, and the Optis.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. So the International Orange Bowl Regatta here has the 420s, the Optis, and the Ilkas. And then just down the way, there's actually another regatta called the Open Orange Bowl that has a couple of other types of boats, like the 29er, the NACRA 15, and the International 420, which are the more sort of performance, more technical youth boats. So for a lot of these sailors, those technical boats may be a next step, especially if they're interested in the more kind of high performance sailing and the more modern boats. So this is like the classics here at this regatta and the most popular boats, but there are some other boats being raced just down the bay here that are a little bit more of the high performance type.
And your specialty though is the Ilka 7.
Personally, yes. Yeah, I spent the most time sailing the Ilka 7. The Ilka 7 is the boat that's sailed by men in the Olympics, or it's one of the men's boat. And the Ilka 6 is the boat for women. So a lot of sailors in the Ilka 6 and Ilka 7 will, dabble with the Olympics and try to qualify. It's a really high bar. It's one of the most competitive fleets in the world. Last night, I spent some time with Stefano from Peru, who's one of the top sailors in the world.
Oh, wow.
In the Ilka 6 or Ilka 7 currently, and he's an amazing athlete. So it's a really high bar of professionalism worldwide, but a lot of sailors come here to Miami to train as well as to coach.
So when you sail competitively, what's the average amount of regattas you do a year?
Well, it's not so much necessarily about the number of regattas. It's really about the number of days in the water and training. So it's about typically about 200 days on the water a year is what a top level sailor will be doing.
Awesome.
And then regatta schedules may depend on, it's not necessarily more is better. So we have the Silver Fleet coming upwind to their finish just behind us here. We can see, looks like Virgin Islands has legged out a little bit and is taking the lead.
Great. Virgin Islands 142. Is this our lead guy here?
This is our leader. Yep, they are coming right up to the finish.
What is it?
Cobia Fagan.
What is it?
Cobia Fagan.
Cobia Fagan from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Looks like Cobia is the first one coming across the finish line here for silver, according to our perspective. The unofficial observers.
Yeah, exactly.
Official observers, unofficial.
You can see the finish line right there, though, between that orange buoy and the finish boat.
Okay. Oh.
So Cobia is making his last tack to the finish.
Great.
And then hopefully we'll be able to talk to them.
Yep.
Looks like our second place finisher might be Oliver Layhoop.
It looks like our second finisher is likely
Oliver Layhoop.
Layhoop. Okay. So let's see if we can get some of these kids over here.
In the Silver Fleet. Great race.
Oliver from Canada. Okay, so it looks like our Silver Fleet, it looks like our first place is U.S. Virgin Islands and the second is Canada.
Come on over here.
Come on over. Come over, you two, Oliver. Back. Okay. Hi there. Woo! Come on up. How you doing?
Hop up on the rail.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. The camera's right there. What's your name?
My name's Cobia Fagan.
And how did you do?
I got first place.
How does that feel?
Feels really good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you want to say hello or thank you to anybody?
I'd like to thank my coach, RG, from Team ISV.
And you, ISV is Virgin Islands?
Yes.
And what club do you sail with?
St. Thomas Yacht Club.
Okay. And how are you doing overall in the regatta?
I was like, the cutoff for gold was like 75, and I'm in like 77 or 76 or something.
But you're killing it in silver, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, congratulations. I'll let you rest and get a bite to eat, and we'll be watching. We're so proud of you, okay?
Have a good rest of your day.
You too. Have a good rest of the day. Very polite here, too. Let's see if we can get a couple other folks over here. Come on over. Bahamas here. We got Canada. Here we go. Hi there. 1855 from Canada. Hi, how you doing? Come on up here if you can. What's your name?
My name is Oliver Leop.
Hi, Oliver. You are from?
I'm from Canada.
And how'd you do?
I came second Saturday.
How does that feel?
It feels fine.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How are you doing overall?
I think last time I checked I was 77th, but I think I might have gone up into that.
Okay. And what was your strategy on that race?
Win.
Win. Okay, what's your strategy on the next race?
Win.
You want to say hi or talk to anyone?
I want to shout out to my parents.
Okay. All right. Great job, Oliver. We're super proud of you. We'll let you take a little break and we'll catch up with you on the next go round. And we got Eliza from the Bahamas.
Come on over, Eliza.
Come here, Eliza. Eliza's making her way over here. And she was, what was she, about third, we think?
Third place.
So we had the Virgin Islands, we had Canada, and now we have the Bahamas. Well represented here in the Silver Fleet. So let's get Eliza, come on over here. Good job, great job. Can you pop up here? Hi, how are you? What's your name?
Eliza
What's your last name?
Denning,
Eliza Denning, and you are from?
the Bahamas.
And how'd you do?
I came third.
You came in third, and great, and how does it feel?
Good.
Yeah, what was your strategy sailing just now?
Sailing fast and going for the pressure and playing the shifts.
Great, and what are you going to do next time?
Get a good start and do the same thing.
Okay. You enjoy it? What do you love about this the most?
I don't know.
How does sailing make you feel? What do you love about it the most?
It makes me feel happy, and yeah.
Free as a bird. All right. Well, thank you so much and congratulations. Keep it up. We'll be keeping our eye on you. Awesome job. Thanks so much. There you go. Those seem to be our top 3 finishers here in silver. They all did an amazing job. I will let you see the other sailors kind of crossing the line here, and you can see how they are doing. We can switch to, yep, on the host camera here you can see the rest of the silver sailors coming across. All right. And our bronze are still out there making their way around, so they'll be our next. And then will we start the next gold race before bronze even finish, you think?
I think they'll probably happen about simultaneously, yeah.
Okay, about the same time. And we're going to have 3 races out here today, correct?
Correct. So this is just the finish of the first race of the day. 2 more races going for all the fleets later on.
Okay, so we just finished up with gold. Now this is silver finishing up. We'll have bronze coming in, and that'll complete race 1 for the first part of the day here. And this will have 3 races total. We are trying to get to the green fleet at some point today as well, towards the end of the day. How many countries are participating? Somebody's asking. We think about 20. About 20 countries here. We have Argentina sailing by, Puerto Rico. What else do you see, John?
Yep, Virgin
Spain,
Islands,
U.S.
Sweden,
Virgin Islands,
Spain,
Canada,
Seychelles.
Yeah. Sweden.
Really cool to see some of the farther away nations represented here.
All those flights were canceled too, so it's great that this many kids can make it. I think they got just before the big cancellations. We got top 3 silver, way to go, nice coverage. People are saying go Bahamas. Someone is saying yay Eliza, says Neil. It's great. It's so thrilling. It's fun for the kids to be out here and get to enjoy participating, but it's just really exciting for the family and friends at home and just people interested in the sport to get to see it from this perspective and get to cheer them on. So I see a lot of people are bailing some water out of their boat. What's going on there, John?
Yeah, bailing water out of the boat is a fact of life in the Opti. It doesn't have any kind of drain plug or anything built into it, so there's no automatic draining. So if you get some water in your boat that splashes in, you have to use an actual sort of bucket called a bailer to get that water out of the boat as quick as possible. Water is super heavy, so having water in the boat really slows the boat down. Right now we're watching the bronze fleet heading downwind to their leeward mark. So that's the 3rd fleet of the day. Heading downwind to their leeward mark, they'll round that mark and then they'll come back upwind to the finish. Or actually, I apologize, that might be the gold fleet heading downwind to start their 2nd race.
All right.
Yeah, it is fun to have all the families at home being able to watch here or even from shore at the club. And I think, for any parent, it's really cool to see your child, participating in something like this, taking on the challenge of sailing. It's a really good sport for sort of personal growth and development, responsibility, decision making. And so it's a great sport. Really encourage everyone out there to get kids into sailing, whether it's racing or just learning to sail and sailing for fun. It's a really awesome sport. I'm obviously biased, but just trying to put in the plug.
And tell everyone what is U.S. sailing, because we say, oh, this is John, he's from U.S. Sailing. So what is U.S. Sailing?
So U.S. Sailing is the national governing body for the sport of sailing in the U.S. So we're have a couple of roles. One of our roles is to be the national association for all sailors and for all sailing clubs and organizations. So there's over 1,500 organizations and yacht clubs that are part of U.S. Sailing, over 45,000 members. So it's a lot of people. And then we also are part of the Olympic movement. So we are the national governing body, just like U.S. Skiing or USA Swimming. So we send the team to the Olympic Games. We have the U.S. Sailing team, which sort of trains the top athletes and contenders for the Olympics. Also the Pan American Games and other international competitions. So it's really cool being a part of the Olympic movement. It's super exciting every 4 years when we get to cheer our athletes on. and the next Olympics will be in Paris in 2024.
Oh, that's right.
Sounds pretty nice. I'd love to go.
Can we do that one too?
That'd be fun. We
Let's
could
do
commentate
it.
that. And then in Los Angeles, 2028, we have the Olympics coming to the U.S. in 2028. So that's a huge focus for a lot of sailors who are really gunning for that goal. 6 years out. 6 years is a nice amount of time to prepare and peak. It takes, sailing takes a long time to master. So there are a ton of sailors who are training right now with that LA 2028 goal in mind.
And you said yesterday we were talking about the age, like what's the age sweet spot for sailing? It's really a little bit older.
It's a lifelong sport, absolutely. And the top competitors in the world are often in their 30s or 40s or even older. It doesn't mean that sometimes a teenage phenom might win a medal, but it's just as common that someone in their 30s or 40s will be winning medals. So it takes a lifelong commitment to master the sport, and certainly to win an Olympic medal is the summation of a huge effort over a long period of time.
So here we are where they come up to the two different markers. You can go right or go left. So what's going on here?
Yeah, that's our bronze fleet rounding their leeward mark. So they are choosing between the buoy on the left or the buoy on the right. That's called a leeward gate. So they have to sail between those two buoys and then sail around one side or the other.
Okay. And we have, I know you coached at the collegiate level and did that for a long time, and you're at U.S. Sailing now. We have another friend of ours here on the boat, Rachel Ellis. She was a coach with, have a seat right here. It's okay, we'll all stay. And come on in, scoot
right,
people,
thank you.
make it look like we like each other. Come on, scoot in, John, don't go away from us. So this is Rachel, and Rachel was a coach, and you have sailed in the Orange Bowl Regatta many times. How many times?
Yeah, I think I probably sailed in the Orange Bowl maybe 4 or 5 times as a youth sailor, mostly in the Opti, and twice as a 420 sailor.
Okay, so walk us down memory lane, Rachel. What's it like to be here?
I think for growing up sailing on Biscayne Bay, it's like the regatta that you get to do in your backyard. So it's a really special experience, especially as a Coral Reef Yacht Club sailor, getting to sail at your own club. It's a ton of fun. Definitely a lot of nerves building up. I know that, especially with during my younger years, 7, 8 years old, 9 years old, the days before Orange Bowl, I'd always get a little bit nervous, but the first race, I got it under my belt and had so much fun. So yeah, I think, there were a few regattas that I was a little bit more pleased and proud of my results, some a little bit less so. But always had so much fun, and I think you all have been talking about it, but the camaraderie around just the social atmosphere of the sailing afterwards, all the different ice cream socials and college nights and everything like that was always so much fun, and just the memories on the water are incredible.
Awesome. And what have you taken with you out? Now I know you work at a university in the communications department. What skills did you learn in sailing that you kind of parlay into your professional life now?
Well, I think you all talked about it a little bit earlier, just that independence and just strategy, and really just a sense of self. I think when you are, a young, especially I was 90-pound, 100-pound little girl out on Biscayne Bay, and sometimes, if the wind was really heavy or if the weather wasn't, cooperating in the way I wanted it to, and just really being able to talk yourself down and saying I've got this, I've trained for this, I've worked for this, and I think it's applied to, my adult life as well. If I'm ever reaching a point where I feel maybe a little bit nervous about something or unsure, I definitely channel those skills that I learned out sailing growing up. So I think a lot of that independence and self-confidence.
Yeah,
for sure.
You got it. Well, you're the only one on the boat.
Exactly.
You don't make the decision. No one's going to make it for you, right?
Especially in just watching these little guys today, just going for it, and the conditions are gorgeous, but they're doing it all by themselves, so it's really cool to see.
It is, and
Yeah.
it makes everybody so proud.
It really does.
Even if you're not their parent, I'm proud of them, I'm really excited for them. So is
Sure,
this
the parents feel the nerves as well,
Yes.
the lead up to a big exciting event like this. So
Oh,
shout out to all the parents. Thanks
Yeah.
for supporting your sailors.
Thank you
It
so
was
much,
fabulous.
Rachel. We'll pull you in. Thank you thanks for helping out. She's helping wrangle some of the sailors over and tell us, that number belongs to this kid. So thank you for helping us today. This is so great. So where are we now with the races? Catch us up, John.
We are now heading into the second start for the Gold Fleet for the day. So all fleets have now completed one race, although actually the Bronze is still heading upwind for their finish.
Yep.
But we're going to catch the start of the Gold Fleet for the second start of the day. Things are progressing really, really well.
All right. And did we get the warning on the Gold Fleet yet?
Yes, we
okay.
did. We just heard that.
Okay. Who's this behind us? Oh, hey, it's Chris Block. This is the chairman of the Tucci Orange Bowl International Youth Regatta. They just added the Tucci part this year. See, before that it was just the Orange Bowl Regatta, Orange Bowl International Youth Regatta. Now Tucci's the big sponsor. That's why we even got these little logos here on our microphone and everything. And Chris Block is the chairman again this year. It is a volunteer position and it is a lot of work, and he does an outstanding job. I've had the pleasure of getting to work side by side with him on organizing the stuff like this, the live stream and various other things. So I said, Chris, please come over and jump on camera so people can get to see you and you can say a few words. Okay, so they're going to come back again in a minute. That was a longer introduction to Chris, but he didn't make it on the boat quite yet. Chris is going to be here in a minute. Let's take a look at our site right now, John. What are we looking at?
So the Gold Fleet is getting ready for their start. You can see they're sort of prepping and sailing around, getting practiced up before the second start of the day.
Yep.
They have, I think, about 4 minutes to go till the start.
Great. So about 4 minutes until Gold starts, and we'll get Chris on here and let him have a little chat with us about how the day's going for him so far. It's a big job. Who's going to do the regatta next year? That's what we want to know. Who's the chair? Oh. It would be a very different regatta. We're going to stream every aspect live if that's the case. Okay, here he is. All right. Thank you very much. Hey, Chris, have a seat and have a chat with us when you take your backpack off. Come on over. Oh, I already did a whole big long introduction of you and everything.
Yeah, we need you, Chris.
I did a whole background. We're going to let you go live here. Put you right in the middle if you can. So everybody, this is Chris Block, who I just gave you a 5-minute introduction on.
Oh, wow.
So he is the chairperson of the Tucci Orange Bowl International Youth Regatta. And I'm just going to give you the microphone, which I usually don't let go of the microphone. I'm going to hand it to you so you can tell us just what goes into it, how it's going, and what we need to know right now. Here you go.
Well, first of all, it's nice to be out here with you, Cynthia. Thank you for putting this together. John, thank you for the commentary. I can tell you there's a huge crowd gathered around the bar back at Coral Reef Yacht Club,
Awesome.
Glued to the TVs, watching the action out here. So this is so cool. As Cynthia has mentioned, this is the largest youth regatta in the Americas. It's quite an undertaking. There's really not a regatta like it. It's really 4 regattas in one, between Green Fleet, Red, White, and Blue, 420s, and the lasers in all sizable fleets. So we're coordinating that is no small task. We've got an army of volunteers both on the water and off to make it happen, and the incredible staff at Coral Reef Yacht Club. So a lot goes into it. We've been planning this for about 10 months, and here we are. It's finally happening, and it's been awesome.
Well, this is a volunteer job. So why did you decide for the second year to do this when it's like a full-time job?
Ooh.
Your wife wants to know also.
Yeah, she probably does want to know. I sailing's been great for our family and my son, who's out there on course right now. And if no one had done it before, it wouldn't be here for him and us to enjoy. I think it means a lot to the sailing community to have this event, and it's been a lot of fun putting it together. And it's something that Coral Reef loves doing. It's part of the DNA of the club to have this regatta, and we enjoy it. So I probably will not do it again, though.
That was probably. That means there's still hope. We love you in charge of it. You're incredibly organized. You're incredibly put together. You're incredibly professional. You're on top of everything. I mean, it's been fun for me personally to get to work with you and to get to see that side of you. What do you see for the future of the Tucci Orange Bowl International Youth Regatta? Where do you want it to go and grow from here? Because I know when you're out in the middle of it, your wheels are always turning. So what do you think?
Well, that's a great question, and I think about that, and one of the things that has dawned on me that if you look at what the Orange Bowl International Youth Regatta looked like 30 years ago, it looked nothing like it does today. It was different, and I think part of what's great about Orange Bowl is that it evolves with sailing. So in 20 years, maybe we have different classes of boats out here. Maybe we're doing things differently. And I think as the chair of the regatta, one of the jobs that I think is central to the role is figuring out how to move the ball. How can we get a little bit better every year? Because if we stayed the same, it would just be stuck. And we want to make progress, and we want to help grow the sport by doing things like this, like broadcasting youth sail racing to the world out here. It looks like we got a start going on here, so I think I should hand it back to you guys so you can tell us what's going on here. Maybe
Okay,
I'll hang
maybe you
around
can
and
hang
watch
out and see. This is
and check it out.
a great seat. So let's go ahead and take that drone shot, guys, and see what we have going on there.
That was the start of the Gold Fleet.
Okay.
So that's their second start of the day. Beautiful start, very even across the start line. You can see Argentina leading out to the right side of the course, and the boats all stacked up very evenly from the top of our screen down to the bottom of our screen. Everyone even across the wind, so that's going to be a really competitive race up this first upwind leg.
Now, what makes we do see some of the same numbers and the same sailors consistently in the top 10. What are they doing differently than the other people?
It's really just a small difference in technique, experience, decision making. So you can't really pinpoint one factor, but this sport takes a long time to master. So for a lot of these sailors, if they've had a few more years of experience, they're going to be a little bit more prepared and just a little bit more likely to succeed.
All right, so we'll stay on gold here for a little bit. We are waving over some of the bronze finishers who are crossing the line right now. As soon as we get them in place, we'll do a quick interview with them, but we know you do want to watch the gold fleet here still sailing along. This is their second race of the day, and we are calling over, I think, is this our first female? Our first female. Okay, we have a female sailor here who's coming on up our side here. Looks like she placed first in bronze. And she's maneuvering over to the boat here to have a little chat with us with a big smile on her face. So that's always good to see. And come on over here. All right. All right, come on up. Great. Come on up here. Hi, how are you? We'll let you sit on some solid boat here. What's your name?
Tegan O'Quinn.
And how did you do out there?
I won the race, but I think I got called over.
Oh, you do? Why?
Because I set my watch for 5 minutes when they put the general flag down.
Oh no! So you think that this didn't count?
I don't think it did.
Okay. Well, we appreciate your honesty.
You're welcome.
How does it feel anyway?
It feels really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was it like sailing out there today versus the other days?
This is my kind of wind. I'm a heavy wind sailor, so it was much better than the first day. But I kind of wish I was in Silver Fleet.
Okay, well, that's next year. Every year's different. Yeah. So thank you so much. Go see what the rules are showing for you. But we're glad to talk to you. We're super proud of you.
Thank you.
And you want to pop over here? Come on over here. What is your name?
My name is Lucas Cadarso.
Look right there. The camera's right there. Say your name again. Lucas what?
My name is Lucas Cadarso.
And how did you do in that race?
I got second.
How does that feel?
I'm pretty mad.
Why are you mad?
Because rounding the reach mark and the downwind mark, that was first. And then on the second upwind, instead of crossing when I was winning, I decided to continue. And yeah.
I think you might be first though, because I don't know if she will actually gets first. She said she might have jumped the gun a little bit, so we'll find out.
Okay.
But I'm no official person. I repeat what other people say.
Uh-huh.
Okay. You want to talk to anybody out there? Say hi to anybody?
What do you mean by any
Your
other?
mom, dad, your coach, one of those people?
I just want to say hi to Peru, because I'm from Peru. And I want to say hi to my coach. His name is Tronco, and he helped me today. He was texting me through my phone.
And what kind of tips does he give you that you were keeping with you today?
So type of tips, he was telling me that on the downwind I really have to be careful of which waves, because here there's waves that come against you, and I have to be careful which ones I pull my sail in and which ones I don't.
All right, well, we'll let you take a little break, get a little bite to eat, and we'll see you on the next go round. Congratulations and thanks for coming up to talk to us. Okay, we had some great finisher. They're also honest, there's always from the heart. So this is the bronze fleet finishing up, crossing the finish line here, and we got three different fleets all completing their first races of the day. How do you think it went, John?
It's perfect.
Yep.
The race committee is doing a fantastic job. The wind conditions are perfect yet again, right around 15 knots of wind. So you can see right now, I think that's the Gold Fleet sailing upwind on their second race, and really even race course. Beautiful drone shot there. Very competitive racing.
Amazing.
the silver fleet will be the next fleet to start. So now we're seeing the race committee boat where the race will start, and the silver fleet is up next.
All right. So this is Silver Fleet lining up,
Silver fleet lining up for their next start.
and Gold already went on. They're doing. How are they doing right now?
Yeah, Gold is sailing upwind to their first windward mark. Very competitive racing.
windward
Yeah,
mark.
we are off and running. This is
ready for the traffic jam.
efficient work by the race committee, and the sailors are clearly all geared up after 2 days of racing already. Today is day 3, where they're split into the gold, silver, and bronze fleets based on their performance on the first 2 days. And then tomorrow the racing will wrap up on day 4, and the awards will be given out tomorrow evening.
We're gonna see gold on the first up.
Beautiful day. The weather's really cooperating out here. Is it just the right amount of wind? What would you say?
Yeah, I'd say it's perfect. It might be a teeny bit windy for some of the younger sailors. It's right around 15 knots of wind, maybe a little bit less, but I think for most of the sailors, and certainly the more experienced ones, this is a great sailing conditions. You can see that they're working hard. You can see they're moving their bodies to keep the boat moving fast.
So I'm getting some comments from Katie Finner, and so she wants to talk about learning on prams, and recalls the days that I would take her sailing in prams, because we want to, age ourselves as much as we can. You know what I do remember? This is my big difference. We used to bring our own plastic gallon milk jugs, right? And we cut the bottom off, and then that's what we'd use to bail the water out.
That's the baler. Yeah.
That's the baler. But these balers look a little more professional.
Yeah, there's a purpose-built baler for these sailors. That's,
okay,
but,
all right.
You can still go out and get a milk jug or an iced tea bottle and drink it right down, and then cut off the bottom, and that's a perfectly good baler. That's actually what college sailors do, believe it or not.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They prefer that?
They all have their preferred. It's either like a detergent bottle or iced tea. It's very technical.
All right, so there you go, Katie. Katie, I talked about the prams and the milk jugs. I love all the comments we get. This is great. This is great. Keep them coming, guys. Now, what are some of the favorite places you've ever sailed, John?
Ooh, great question. I would have to say San Francisco Bay.
Okay.
Number one. It's a very windy and somewhat intense place to sail, but it's just an absolute blast. So I'd say that's number one. Biscayne Bay here definitely is on the list. I really enjoyed sailing in the Olympic classes regattas here when I was coming up in my 20s and 30s. So.
And you were 5th on the Olympic
Fifth
lineup?
in the Olympic trials in 2007, yeah.
Wow,
so
that's
I didn't get to go
amazing.
to the games because only the top finisher gets to go, but it was a great experience. I wouldn't trade it for the world, made a lot of friends for life, and got to travel and see some amazing places.
That's great. And this is the largest regatta in the Americas. This one that we're at right now, largest youth regatta, and the largest in the Americas, largest in the world is in Lake Garda in Italy. Oh, about how many tacks are they doing going to the windward mark?
That's a really good question, actually. In this kind of wind condition, you don't want to do too many tacks because you do lose a little bit of speed on each tack, especially because it's a bit wavy out here. So I would say ideally you're probably doing 5 or 7 tacks potentially. Sailors who are finding themselves doing many more tacks than that are probably tacking too much and actually losing some distance.
Oh.
So that's a key part of the strategy for the sailors, is to identify what is a good number of tacks for this particular race course.
So we have now is that the silver lining up still to start?
Yeah, Silver Fleet is lining up. Maybe we can switch to Drone 2 and catch the start of the second Silver Fleet race.
All right, there we
we are. You can see the fleet lined up and actually bulging out in the middle. So you can see that we definitely have a lot of boats over early. This is looking like it will probably be a general recall, but we'll wait and see. What happens here is that as the sailors line up, they want to keep their nose just ahead of the boats around them, and they all start to inch forward, and those boats in the middle have lost track of where the starting line actually is, and they're clearly way over the line.
Well, how hard is it to keep your perspective in key? I mean, I would think your line of sight is only so good, right?
Yes, exactly. It takes a long time to develop your sort of awareness of where the starting line is.
Right.
We could see in the Gold Fleet, the fleet
right,
was
this
right
is
on the line.
2, 1. I mean, it looked like 75% of them were over the line.
Yeah,
Is
so
that
there's
right?
the general recall flag, that yellow and blue triangle there.
Okay.
So that indicates that this start is going to be brought back. They're going to have to restart this race in a few minutes.
Okay. So let's go over the flags for people just joining now. The orange flag is what?
The orange flag indicates exactly where the starting line is being called from.
Okay.
So there's an orange flag on the race committee boat here.
So that-
There's another orange flag on the other end of the line.
So that's the start. That
is
orange
exactly
flag.
where the
Okay,
start is.
that's the start.
Yep, and the race official is standing right at that flag and lining it up with the other flag on the far
Okay.
end, and that's how they're calling the start line and catching any boats that are over early.
All right. And then we have the yellow and blue flag in the back.
That's the general recall flag, so they just put that up to indicate that that start is being called back, and they're going to have a restart for this fleet.
Okay. And then RC, of course, stands for race committee.
Race committee, and then Tucci.
And then Tucci flag
Stands for
Tucci. We haven't talked a lot about Tucci today. What's happening? I love talking about Tucci. They are an amazing commercial grade industrial umbrella like you see at all of the fancy resorts all over the world. Those are Tucci umbrellas. You might see them at a zoo, a Tucci umbrella. You might see them at Starbucks. We play a little game in my family. When we see big fancy umbrellas, we look and see if they're Tucci. So they are the wonderful sponsor of this event. We actually did an interview with the owner of Tucci, and we have a little video that explains more about the company and everything. What we're going to do is we're going to play that later when we're moving locations, because the engines are too loud for our microphones to deal with. So we'll play that video. You'll learn a little bit more about Tucci later. But they are a great sponsor for today. And you'll see they're everywhere. They're on the markers, they're on the boats, they're on our shirts. That's some good branding and marketing right there.
Absolutely.
I like it.
So the next thing we're going to see in about 10 seconds here is the blue flag's going to go up, and that's going to signal 5 minutes until the start. So the sailors should be starting their watch right at 5 minutes. Oh, and here we are up at the windward mark for the Gold Fleet windward mark rounding.
Oh, I love this part.
This is fun.
This is the traffic
Hopefully
jam.
we don't see
Here
too
we
much
go.
of a traffic jam this time, but
I don't
that's
know.
our first place sailor
Who's
in
this?
this race.
22. That was. I couldn't catch
how
that number.
close they are to the
23
windward mark.
162. It looks like in second. This looks like 23 131 and coming around there in third.
Ooh, a
23
tight tack
062,
there. Oh,
buddy.
they hit the
He
mark.
hit the mark. Coming
A little
around.
stuck on the mark. That's a tough position to be in. Pulling up the centerboard, trying to get free from that buoy. Oh boy, that is a tough position to be in. So now they've cleared themselves. They just need to do a 360-degree turn to exonerate themselves for hitting the mark, and then they can continue the race.
All right. There's 309. There we go. 3936. So this is the second race of the day for the Gold Fleet, coming around the marker. What's the distance for the whole race?
I'd say on a day like today, the upwind leg is probably about maybe a 0.3 or 0.4 of a mile. So the whole racetrack is probably a little over a mile long, I would say.
And it takes how long average?
I think we're taking about 25, 30 minutes, I'd say, at this point.
All
I
right.
didn't have a watch going, so I could be slightly off. Yesterday we were on the live stream for 5 hours. Sometimes there will be a random powerboat or sailboat that goes through your race course, and you just have to stay clear of them.
Right.
Try to not let it affect your race.
Right.
Here we have your traffic jam, Cynthia. It's
Yep,
happening.
there's the traffic jam. This is Miami I-95.
It happens.
Woo,
it
woo.
happens. But as you can see, once you're stuck there, it's a bit hard to get out of there.
Yeah. Now, why is he standing up? What is that? How does that help?
I think probably out of frustration.
Okay. All right. I thought it was a strategic move.
No, it's tough once you're in that position.
Okay, I see.
So you just have to get clear, get moving again, get your boat going. The thing about sailboats is if you're not moving through the water, you can't steer them. The rudder
Right.
only works if the boat is moving.
Needs to
so when
propel.
you stall out and you stop, you actually really can't steer your boat until you get moving again. you can
Oh,
see
so
them
there
doing
you see
their
the
turn.
penalty. Okay, that's good.
Yep, doing their
Following
penalty
the
turn.
rules. I like that.
Yeah, both of them are. Good job,
Good
sailors.
job. Good job,
Thank
sailors.
you for doing your penalty turns.
That's the most important part. Well, you know their coaches probably just say you got to
They
do
probably
it.
see the drone up there and they say, "Oh, well, I'm being watched."
Yay.
So now we're back at the start line, and we are going to see the second attempt at the second Silver Fleet race of the day. They just had a general recall, so we'll see if the race committee goes with the black flag again.
Okay, like this is your one shot? That's what that says, right?
Yeah, the black flag says we mean business.
Yep.
And don't be over the line early. We saw the Bronze Fleet had a whole bunch of people get black flagged in their last race.
And this is the
This is the Silver
silver?
Fleet.
Okay. It'll be interesting to see on the Bronze Fleet if there's about 30% of the boats missing. We'll
I think
see.
there will be.
Yeah. Okay, so this is silver. They're lining up. Oh, scoot back there, Argentina. Don't get too. Oh, Argentina looks okay right now, right?
Yep.
Okay, there you go. How do you go backwards, though? He just actually went backwards.
Well, you get pushed back a little bit by the chop. And the
Okay.
wind.
Oh, that's good.
Here's the start.
It looks good. Let's go.
Yeah,
So
looks good.
when
Looks clear.
when you situate the start line, is the line, does it have the wind coming right at you, or what's the
The
strategy?
wind is coming from the right to the left on our screen right now.
Okay.
And so the starting line is set up to be perpendicular to the wind direction.
Okay.
That way the boats on the left side and the boats on the right side all have an even start across the wind. And that was a beautiful start, perfectly square line, and you can see that there's boats at the top of our screen and boats at the bottom of our screen that are all pretty much in an even front row moving upwind.
Nice.
So as we discussed yesterday, this first couple of minutes of the race are crucial to get out, get clear of other boats, and sail really fast for those first couple of minutes. It's a great opportunity to kind of get a head start in the race. And if you do fall behind, unfortunately, you start to get dirty wind from the other sailors that are in front of you, and their sails will actually disturb the wind, and that slows your boat down. So getting space on the race course, getting clean wind is a super high priority in the beginning of the race.
So that first 2 minutes is really important, and then when you round that first marker, that's the other kind of second key moment.
Yeah, exactly. Every time you go around one of the turning marks, there's an opportunity to pass boats. So in terms of consistency, which we discussed yesterday, it's really important to have just consistently good scores, especially in the Gold Fleet here. If you can continue to have top 10 finishes in each race, that's going to be an incredible score line that may allow you to win the event.
So for people who weren't with us yesterday, I know we discussed it, but go ahead and explain how the scoring works.
The scoring is basically that if you win the race, you get first place, you get 1 point. And then if you get 10th place, you get 10 points, and so on and so forth. So throughout the regatta, you add up your points from each race, and the boat with the lowest points wins. You do get to drop your worst finish typically. So if you do have a bad race where there's a mistake or a boat breakdown or something like that, you can kind of drop that race, but it's still very important to be consistent across every single race. Not as important to necessarily win races as to just be consistently in the top 10.
Okay. But if being out in front is always good though, because you don't get that dirty wind from everyone else, right?
Correct, yeah.
All right, so this is our Silver Fleet.
Yeah,
all right.
Beautiful shot going upwind from our Bahamas sailor, who we talked to not too long ago. Actually, after her finish, she got third in the first Silver Fleet race and sailing fast in this one.
So when they're coming across, when do you pull your dagger board up? Why is that up?
So when you're sailing downwind, you can pull the dagger board up to have less resistance and less drag. When you're sailing upwind, you need the dagger board to be pushed all the way down, because that's what allows you to sail in a straight line and sort of climb against the wind. When you're sailing upwind, you can't point directly into the wind direction. You have to cut across at a 45-degree angle on either port tack or starboard tack. So you can see the fleet here sailing upwind is sort of spreading out across the course, choosing which tack to be on as they sort of zigzag their way up to the windward mark.
And the wind, it does feel like the wind died down a little bit, right, from this morning?
I think it has. It looks like the clouds have broken up a little bit too, which is great. We have a little more sunshine.
Woohoo!
And the breeze has settled down to maybe 10 or 12 knots. So, yeah, perfect conditions.
All right, I think we're in good shape here. Hopefully the rest of the day stays like this. Someone asked this, I'm not quite sure I understand this question. Do the ships travel along the same trajectory?
It's a good question.
Boats? Oh.
Same trajectory. Interesting. I don't know if I totally know how to interpret that, but no, the sailors, they choose their own trajectory around the race course. All they have to do is make sure that they start the race properly, sail around each of the buoys in the proper direction, and then cross the finish line correctly.
Okay.
So basically, if you imagine each boat has a little string that they're pulling around the race course, they have to pull the string around each of those buoys in the proper direction, and then cross the finish line in the proper direction. But they choose their own course, their own path.
Okay.
Again, that's part of the decision making that makes this sport really interesting and fun. It's a little bit like a game of chess.
I was thinking, yes, it's like chess, because there are no two games are the same.
And the wind is always unpredictable, so as much as you think you know what the wind will do during the race, there's always some surprises, and you have to adjust your strategy in real time and make good decisions to take advantage of wind shifts or puffs, and also to recover from adverse events.
Beautiful shot here. We have, what is off to our right? Is that downtown? There we go. Downtown Miami off to the right. What a beautiful shot. I love that, especially for our people watching in different countries to get to see the skyline here.
And
welcome, bienvenidos. It's beautiful. And we have some historic mansions also here on the water. Adrian Arf's home. It's a famous old home here on the water, which is sold recently. Beautiful. You know that Coral Reef Yacht Club actually turned 100 years old. That it's actually an original home that is on the water. It's 100 years old now.
Maybe we should get our history lesson right now.
Maybe you think? I think let's find out about some more history here. We are lucky enough to have a historian on the boat with us. Let's all huddle in here together. This is Iris Kaloya, and today her husband Tim is our captain, and Iris is a historian here. I like to call her Mrs. 305. She's not married to Pitbull though. She's married to Tim. So Mrs. 305. She spends a lot of time researching at History Miami Museum and other areas, and it knows everything about the history of Miami, specifically this particular area, right? Iris, this is your specialty?
I love all of Miami. So I was born and raised in Miami, and I just think it's fascinating that we all sort of have a sense of place and understand how we got here and why we're here. And it's not coincidental that we are sailing right now in Biscayne Bay. As Chris, I think, said earlier, the Orange Bowl Regatta is part of the DNA of the club. Well, sailing is part of the DNA of Biscayne Bay. The first regatta was held here some 135 years ago. Before there was a city of Miami, there was an actual regatta organized here. So this is really part of who we are, and an important part of what happens here in Biscayne Bay. The first regatta was actually organized for Washington's birthday. We didn't celebrate, back in the day, we didn't celebrate President's Day, we celebrated Washington's birthday. And so a group of early settlers, Ralph Monroe, among one of the most prominent of the early Coconut Grove settlers, decided, hey, we got to get together, we got to have a regatta, and then what's a regatta without a good party, like always? And so they started an annual tradition of having the Washington Day Regatta that actually also led to the founding of Biscayne Bay Yacht Club, our neighbors right next to Coral Reef. So.
And it was back in the day, maybe in the 40s. It was the event in town, right? I mean, this is where you'd come, you'd bring a picnic basket, and you would watch the sailboats go by, right?
Right. So the Orange Bowl that we think of, that most people think of the Orange Bowl as associated with football, and that is, of course, how it started and what most people associate with it, that started in 1935. Because that became so popular, and so 1935, not coincidental if you know anything about history, middle of the Great Depression, Miami boosters wanted to get people down here, show the rest of the country, look, this is actually a great place to be in the wintertime. So they started the Orange Bowl. It became incredibly popular. They started adding more and more sports. In 1938, they decided to add the regatta. Initially, it was motorboats because that was very popular at the time. It wasn't until 1945, till the end of World War II, that sailing was added, and that took off. And that's where we are today. In 1978, that's when they added the youth component. So until that point, it had been adult sailors. A lot of actually recreational sailing, and John and I were speaking yesterday because I thought it was fascinating. They did a lot of long distance sailing. So they would, as part of the Orange Bowl Regatta, they would sail to the Bahamas and other locations. So a little bit interesting, as Chris also alluded to before, this event has evolved, and that's what it's all about. So the classes of boats have changed, the type of competitors have changed. It's obviously become a much more competitive event from the recreational activity that it was before. But it's incredible. It's great to see it. One can only imagine what those early settlers 135 years ago that organized that first regatta with 15 sailboats would think if they were out here today.
Would blow their mind. Don't go anywhere, Iris, because we want to talk to you more, but let's catch up onto what's happening right now, John.
Yeah, this is 20 seconds to the start of Bronze Fleet. So this is the second race of the day for the bronze. You can see the start line between the two orange flags. And when that pink flag goes down, it will be go.
One. There we go.
They're
Looks
off.
good this time.
Yeah,
now,
there we
does it
go.
look like there are fewer sailors?
Well, there won't be fewer sailors in this race because if they were black flag in the last race, it would only affect that last race.
Oh, so they
they're
could
reinstated for this next race.
Okay,
I
so
should have explained that.
Oh, okay. So
Seychelles. Awesome.
So what does that mean? Does that mean that say the last race they got black flag? Could that be the race they drop?
It can.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
Absolutely.
I mean, of course you would want to drop it because you're gonna.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a big mistake. Definitely a good use for a drop race.
Okay, gotcha. I
so
thought
there's
they'd get yanked right away, but gotcha.
No. So they're all back in the mix now. That looked like it was a clean start. So this one, fortunately for the Bronze Fleet, will be a clean race, sailing upwind to their first windward mark. And the Silver Fleet is currently up near their windward mark, and the Gold Fleet is sailing upwind to the finish near us right now. So we will have more finish action in just a few minutes. You know, the history of the sport is really cool, though, and one thing I want to say about the Optimist dinghy, one of the reasons that it's shaped the way that it is it was originally designed that you could make an Opti in your garage using 2 sheets of plywood.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really, really neat. So
did you ever do it?
No, that was before my time. That was back in the 1940s.
Okay.
I wasn't quite born yet, but it's just really neat to see how this boat has evolved, and it's become the most popular, youth racing class in the world.
Wow, and so 2 sheets of plywood, that's all the material you'd need?
In Clearwater, Florida.
Really?
That's how it was designed originally, and you can still make an Opti like that if you want to.
Wow.
For those of you at home, if you're a DIY type person, you can make one of these boats and take it out sailing.
We got a speedster coming through the path here, so we're asking them to slow down, and they're slowing down, so just trying to keep it even here.
So that's the Bronze Fleet sailing upwind. You can see
great shot.
The entire fleet spread across the course from left to right.
Beautiful.
And the Miami skyline in the background. On the far left edge of your screen, you can see the first couple of boats from the Gold Fleet that are heading upwind towards the finish line right now.
All right. Great shot there. Look at that shot with the city in the back. The sun is shining. The wind is perfect. It's not hot. It's not cold. It's just right.
Yep. And I think we're now catching up with our Silver Fleet as they approach the windward mark. So this is the first upwind of their race. Looks like Argentina may be in the lead.
Argentina's
for this
looking
Silver
solid.
Fleet race, looking good. You can see he's using his baler.
There he is.
To get the water out of the boat. One of those facts of life in the Opti is that you have to keep the boat dry using a baler. And and water is really heavy, so it's very important to get all the water out of the boat.
Yep. You know, we thought we were going to see quite a few boats capsize today, but we really haven't seen that, have we?
No, we really haven't. It seems like the biggest mishap so far has been the
Jumping.
traffic jam
Yep.
at the Windward Mark. I'm sure we'll see some more sailors get stuck up there.
That's why you want to get there first.
Absolutely.
Get there
Let's
first.
see how Argentina
Get
handles
around.
this.
Let's see Argentina. Now,
They have two
oh,
more
good
quick
job.
tacks.
Okay, here we go. Nicely done. Argentina, Mexico, right behind Argentina, and 2 USA boats. There you go, Argentina. Nicely done. Great job.
So this is the Silver Fleet rounding their first Windward Mark of their second race.
Looks great. Looks like our. Oh, someone penalized themselves there for
Yep.
hitting the marker.
Yep,
Very
exactly.
nice. But still kept in the same position.
Yeah, exactly.
So that was
No,
great.
You don't lose too much distance doing
No.
a 360, so it's definitely a important thing to keep the racing clean.
Yeah. Here we go.
Here comes the traffic jam.
Here comes the traffic jam. What's happening here? Be careful, guys.
Yeah, this is where, just getting up to that ley line where you can actually get around the mark without tacking. There's a lot of traffic. You can see here a couple of boats are not going to make it. They're going to
No.
have to turn around.
Yikes. Oh,
And
gosh.
As they're bumping into each other, that is a foul. So
Okay.
This is where
Well,
these boats.
so who gets the foul? Explain this. In this 4 boats?
This is a multiple boat situation. I think there's multiple fouls going on right now.
Okay.
Honestly, this is a pretty ugly traffic jam. You can see quite a few boats involved. So
Okay.
I would say several of these boats should be doing penalty turns after
Okay.
this mark rounding to clear their penalty.
Now, like Bermuda just did a 360, but that's to go around the marker. So did that really count as a penalty 360, or that was just a logistics?
As long as they do, if they have to do a 360, it's just 1 tack and 1 jibe.
Okay.
If they have to do a 720, then it's 2 tacks and 2 jibes, and they have to do it as soon as possible. So they may have just done that to clear themselves.
Oh, gotcha.
Right in that
Okay,
moment, and now
that
they're gonna,
makes sense. I like this Bermuda. He was getting sick of the traffic jam, so now he's going all the way around, and it might be pretty good strategy
Yes.
because he's getting out of the mess. All right, that was a good move.
What a mess, indeed. A big traffic jam.
Yeah, sometimes it's better to stay further away from the buoy. And I think let's see. I think there's Bermuda. Okay, did he make it around? I think there his strategy works some. Cut back.
And it may be that there is a little current pushing these sailors
It
downwind
seems to
because
be.
they're really struggling to get around the mark. So haven't measured the current. I can't say that for a fact, but
You don't know that off the top of your head?
that one I
John?
can't just pull out of thin air, unfortunately.
You will one day.
But the way to measure that is to throw like a water bottle or something in the water next to the buoy and watch how it drifts, and then pick it up maybe a minute later, and you can see, if it drifted 10 feet in one direction or the other, that tells you where the current is heading. So these sailors have probably done their research and should know what the current's doing out here.
Beautiful wide shot to kind of give you a perspective of everything we get to see from out here.
And that's pretty high up.
Yep.
So in not too long, we're going to have the Gold Fleet coming through the finish line for their second race, and we'll be able to talk to a few of the Gold Fleet sailors.
All right, so this is the second race of the day, and they're going to do a total of 3 races. Now we have I think over there we see the 420s behind us because all the spinnakers are out right there, right?
Right, way off in the distance. Yep.
Off in the distance,
We were
and
with
then
the 420s and the Ilkas yesterday.
Yep, 420s and Ilkas yesterday. It was fun. We had a same pattern that they race in though, the same trapezoid.
Right, trapezoid course. Yeah, you can watch the racing. There was almost 5 hours of coverage yesterday for the Ilkas and the 420s, and it's still up on YouTube in perpetuity. So
it'll be there forever.
Go check it out.
So we had about 5 hours straight yesterday, another 5 hours, 4 as we say. So we have, someone asked yesterday, how many drone batteries do we have? We have 20 drone batteries, and we have 2 drones out here, so we kind of let them kind of take turns as much as possible, try to save some of the juice and last out here as long as we can. So, and then we have a main camera here on us, and then we have another GoPro set up, so we got a lot of different angles for you. This is one of my favorite shots, though, right here.
Beautiful.
I mean, it really doesn't get better than that.
So
So-
just behind us, the Gold Fleet is coming up to their finish. So
Yep.
we're gonna probably switch to.
If you can come to the main camera here, Raul, and we can probably get these guys coming across on the main camera. And let's see if we have our 7444. Looks like he's coming across. I'm going to scoot out of the way so maybe you can get this better shot here. 7444. And right neck and neck with 7444 is 23. What does that say? 162? 23162. Now Jackson rushing. Jackson. And Jackson is which one? 23 or 74? 23 162 is Jackson rushing. James Algier is 7444. And then 22853 is, come on over here, guys. And we're kind of trying to flag some of these sailors over here, have a little chit chat with them. Get you right up here. We got 309 coming across, Beck Brill. We got 22863. We got 15700. Come on, jump up here, my friend. Okay, don't get hurt. You're good. How's it going? What's your name?
I'm Wilder Smith.
Oh, how'd you do out there?
Great. Won the race.
Where, you won?
Yeah.
Yeah. How does that feel?
Pretty good.
Yeah. What was your strategy out there?
My strategy was just to sail with the fleet, sail fast, and sail the pressure basically.
What was the hardest part?
Probably the last upwind was a little hard. Trying to make sure no one passes from behind, and at the same time trying to push ahead and pass the ones in front.
Were you able to kind of stay in the lead the whole time?
No, I was mostly third, fourth, fifth around the most of the race course, and then at the end I got it.
Feeling pretty good?
Yeah.
Want to say anything to anybody watching?
Thank you to everyone who supported me, and yeah.
All right. Off with you. Thank you so much. Take care. Thank you so much. Great job. And who do we have here? 21853. We have Miles Cundy. Miles. Come on up, Miles. And let's see how we're doing here. Jump on up, Miles. Hi, how you doing? Are you Miles?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Camera's right there. Let me get you to scoot back just a little bit. Right there. How'd you do?
I did pretty good today, this race.
And tell me, what was the hardest part?
Like keeping the lead with like a bunch of boats, like a lot of good boats in Gold Fleet, and everybody coming from every like direction.
So how are you doing overall so far?
Good. I was winning yesterday, but I might drop back a little bit today, but it's okay.
All right, that's good. Good attitude. And what's your strategy for the next race?
Just like keep it simple and play it safe. And yep.
Okay. Who are you excited to talk to when you get on land?
I don't know. Maybe my parents.
Yeah. All right. Say hi to your parents. They're watching.
Oh, hi.
All right. Good job. We're super proud of you. All right. Good job. Awesome. So this was our Gold Fleet coming across, finishing up their second race of the day. Our second race of the day with our Gold Fleet here. Great job, guys. We try to grab them as they cross the line here, and they did an excellent job. What do you think, John?
Yeah, I mean, it's getting really competitive. You can see that once you split up the fleet into the gold, silver, and bronze, the sailors are really tightly packed because they have, similar abilities and similar experience. So the Gold Fleet is definitely stacked, very tightly packed. Hopefully the sailors are having a lot of fun. It's a beautiful day for sailing, so how can you not have fun
They seem
today?
like good rule followers, and they have good attitudes, and so
Yeah,
it's
a lot
great.
of experience in this group. For
Yeah.
Sure.
So now they're going to go now tell me what happens now in between the races.
So they just finished the race. They sail back down to the start line,
Mm-hmm.
and they'll have a few minutes to kind of reset and get ready for the next race. They can talk to their coach if they have one, drink a little water, have a little snack. But there's not usually too much time between races, so they're pretty much going to jump right in to preparing for the third and final race of the day.
Yeah, you see out here the parasailers up here enjoying the weather and the surroundings also, so they get an extra treat today with the regatta going on out here.
Looks like
Great
our
day.
next shot, I see the orange windward marked buoy in the foreground there. So this looks like this is the bronze fleet sailing upwind to their first windward mark. So we can watch another one of these exciting windward mark roundings.
The ages of what age group is this? The Opties.
You have to move into another boat when you reach age 15. So this is 15 and under. A lot of the sailors will start sailing new boats a little earlier than that, depending on their body size.
Okay.
Because once you get start to have a growth spurt, the Opti is a pretty small boat.
Yeah.
So that's often when it's time to move on to the Ilka or one of the other boats out there, or try double-handed sailing.
You can fit in a little better.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So a lot of these sailors, I would say average age, are probably 12 and 13 years old. Some of them might be as young as 10, but bulk of them are in their sort of preteen years.
So Guy Cathy writes, did you know, let me get my historian to quantify this for me. Did you know that this regatta's host, Coral Reef Yacht Club, was home of the only American Opti world champions, Doug Bull in 1966 and 69, and James Larimore in 1970? She's saying she's going to have to look that up in her record books. What say you, John?
I did not know that.
Okay, well, we're throwing it out there and we're crediting Guy Cathy for that one. So thank you. My historian's looking it up. She's getting all of her books from down below.
Here's the bronze fleet mark rounding.
Oh, here we go.
We see the traffic jam beginning. It's a really tough position to be in. Really, the best thing to do if you are not going to make the windward mark is actually to jibe around and duck behind the rest of the boats. Because you can see if you start tacking back and forth and you get stalled and stuck in irons, it just goes from bad to worse.
So are you saying, like we saw that Bermuda boat last time, kind of say, you know what, I'm going to go around the mess?
Exactly. You just have to sort of take your medicine. There we go. Jibe around.
Yep.
Duck these other boats by sailing behind them.
So, like, we have this boat here.
Seychelles, yeah.
Yeah, Seychelles. There, like, I'm not going to get close to that thing. Let me just stay, you know, a few feet away and away from the mess, and it worked.
It's a little like, you know, on the highway in a traffic jam. Maybe you get off at the exit, take the side road for a little while. You sacrifice a little distance, but you get out of traffic.
Then, yep, and you didn't bump anybody. Now, where are the Seychelles?
Seychelles are in Africa.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, that's an island off of Africa.
Wow, so that maybe you think that's probably our furthest sailor, our furthest traveler.
Yes.
Yep.
There's a lot from Argentina, a lot from the Americas. I think there's someone from Sweden.
Yep.
But yeah, Seychelles probably gets the award for the longest distance.
Okay. Hey, let's bring Chris Block back in here, and I'm going to hand him my microphone, and I'm going to let him have a little chat here with John.
All right.
And I'll be back in a minute, guys.
Bye, Cynthia.
Bye, Cynthia.
All right. Good to be back in front of the camera.
Great to have you out here.
John, I'm curious. Have you seen other youth sailing events that have done similar things like this, or is this something that
with
Orange
the live
Bowl
stream?
is? Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it a few times. It's definitely becoming more popular. Obviously, you need a great crew to pull it off with the drones, and you know there is a lot that goes into it. So you know it's awesome that the Orange Bowl Regatta has made this happen. Great job. But it is becoming more and more common, and it's a great way to get the sport out there on YouTube. I know we have people watching from all around the world right now, and it's a great sort of advertisement for the sport.
Yeah, that was, you know, last year was the first year we tried it, and that was part of why we wanted to do it, to try to kind of take the shroud off of the mystery of what goes on out here on the water. You know, a lot of these kids' friends play other sports on land that people can see what they do.
Right.
But unless you can get in a boat and get out here, you have no idea what goes on in the water. So we really wanted to show people what's happening out here and how hard these kids are working, and the level of skill they're bringing to this sport.
Yeah, exactly. Demystify it a little bit. And, you know, it is a sport that happens away from land, obviously, and sometimes out of eyesight. And I know for the parents as well, to be able to see their kids, you know, competing up close, it's a great service to everybody on shore. The drones have been a game changer.
Yeah,
it's
cool.
Really, having drone technology makes this type of coverage for sailing just so much more interesting.
And I feel like the coaches can probably use this as a teaching tool after the fact.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this content will be on YouTube, and people can go back and watch the starts over again. You know, analyze their races, look at things that they can improve. And I guarantee you a lot of people will look back, especially if you have a great race and you can kind of relive it on the footage. That's a pretty fun feeling.
Absolutely. Look at that skyline in Miami right there. That is pretty spectacular.
So that's the Bronze Fleet rounding the windward mark and now heading on their reach leg towards the wing mark. And already, this is the second race of the day
Yep.
for Bronze Fleet, and we'll just have one more race today for each of the fleets. So a very efficient and successful day so far.
Yeah, big shout out to our PRO on Red, White, and Blue, Mark Foster, for running incredibly efficient racing here on day 3.
Yeah, I'd say just about perfect.
There's another recreational boater plowing through the course. One of the things I want to talk about a little is, number one, our title sponsor, Tucci. I know you're going to learn more about them later. We got some video content to play. It's a really exciting partnership for us. We're really thrilled to have them involved with the Orange Bowl Regatta. Thank you to their CEO, Dugan Clark, for being such a great partner for us. I also want to talk a little bit about Orange Bowl in general. So, a lot of people in sailing associate the words Orange Bowl with this regatta. But Orange Bowl for a long time has been a fixture in the South Florida community. It's one of the biggest football games in college football of the year. Some of the greatest games of all time have been played in the Orange Bowl. So it really started as a football game, and the organization, the Orange Bowl Committee, branched out with other community events like this one to bring exposure to South Florida and elevate youth sports and competition around the holidays. So we're really proud to be part of their ecosystem and their universe. We're really grateful for their support over the years. They've been a great partner. This year we've expanded our partnership with Orange Bowl, and for the first time ever, the champions of the Orange Bowl Regatta are going to be brought onto the field of the Orange Bowl football game at halftime.
Amazing.
And recognized for their exploits here on Biscayne Bay.
What an experience!
So that's going to be Friday night during halftime of the game. So it's right after our award ceremony. Our winners are going to put on a shuttle and brought up to the stadium. Anyone from the regatta who has purchased a ticket and is at the game is going to be welcome to join everyone on the field for that ceremony. So that's going to be a really special night.
Wow.
We're really looking forward to that. And it's great to be part of Orange Bowl. Orange Bowl does so much for the South Florida community. So I would encourage everyone out there, learn about what they do. We're not just a regatta. We do so much, and it's so great to be involved with Orange Bowl. I've been going to the Orange Bowl game since I was about 6 or 7 years old.
Awesome.
I grew up, every year that was part of our holiday routine was to head up. It used to be in the original Orange Bowl, which was torn down about 15 years ago, but now it's in Hard Rock Stadium, and just a lot of fun to be part of that. So hope everyone who has time gets a chance to go up and visit the game. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, really cool to see sailing included in such an iconic sporting culture here in South Florida. And this Miami and Biscayne Bay is sort of the go-to place in the winter months for the sport of sailing. So this really is the epicenter of the sport in a lot of ways during the winter.
We know how blessed we are to have this treasure of Biscayne Bay right here in our backyard. It's been awesome to learn. I am not a sailor by growing up. I tried sailing camp when I was 9. It did not go well, and so
it's never too late.
Maybe so, but I think I like not knowing really what's going on, because it makes my son feel like he can tell me. I can't tell him. But it's been a pleasure, the last 4 years to get involved with the sailing community and learn about the sport, and it's been great for our family. We've gotten to travel to many amazing places for sailing regattas, and that's something that has been really fun and blessed to be able to do.
Yeah, it's a great sport, because it really is a lifelong sport, and these kids are getting a great start with it right now, but they have so many opportunities in the future to progress in the sport, try different things, sail recreationally, sail competitively, sail in the Olympics, sail in college. There's so much to do. So it's a great service, and I want to say from U.S. Sailing standpoint, we really thank you and Coral Reef Yacht Club for hosting this awesome event every year and allowing U.S. Sailing to be a part of it. It's really great to be here.
We're really glad to have you, and we hope we'll have you back right here on this boat or a boat like it next year doing this. Speaking of colleges, I don't know if it came up at all previously, but last night we did have a college night That's a fixture on the Orange Bowl week calendar. We had about 25 college sailing programs gathered. We had it was at the Bayshore Club, which is a restaurant down the street from Coral Reef Yacht Club, and open to all juniors and seniors who are here at the regatta to meet with college sailing coaches and kind of learn about their programs and begin the recruitment process. So that's a really neat part of the week, and hope it's something that we keep doing and growing.
Yeah, it looked like a lot of fun, and I saw that there was a parent event that was a fundraiser for the Miami Waterkeepers.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that was a new event we added this year. It's kind of test it out and see how it went. But concurrent with College Night at the Bayshore Club, we had a parents only event, and it was a fundraiser for an organization called Miami Waterkeeper that does incredible hard, work to protect and preserve South Florida's watersheds, including Biscayne Bay, which, I feel like a lot of us might take Biscayne Bay for granted and just assume it's always going to be here and always going to be clean and saleable, but that's not necessarily the case. Biscayne Bay is under threat from a variety of sources, and Miami Waterkeeper is doing the hard work to protect it. So it was nice to be able to support them and bring people out and give parents a way to get together and socialize away from the yacht club, outside of your sailing clothes. So it was a lot of fun, and hopefully something we'll do again next year and maybe even expand. So
yeah, no, it's great, and sustainability and taking care of our environment are such an important part of sailing. And it's another thing that these kids are learning is about their environment, because they're out in the water and they see litter or trash, they'll pick it up and help clean up the waterways.
Little commotion out there, another recreational boater.
Yeah, we do have a little more boating traffic today than we did yesterday on the race course, but our race committee boats are doing a nice job policing the edges of the course and keeping it clear. And it looks like on the drone here we have our Silver Fleet, I believe, sailing upwind towards the finish of the next race, which is the Silver Fleet race.
There you go, another great shot right there.
Yeah,
shout out to these drone operators. These guys are pros.
Yeah,
really good.
Cynthia Damos. This is just an awesome setup. Hope to see more of this coverage in the future. And there's so many big events here in Miami. I mean, this crew could be busy every weekend.
Absolutely. Yeah, we got a busy winter.
Yeah.
Coming up, and a lot of fun. So.
See on the right side of the screen the finish line just off to the right by that red buoy, and these are the leaders of the Silver Fleet race. It's the second race of the day for the Silver Fleet. Looks like we have our Canadian sailor again, who we spoke to after the last race. You can see the bailing technique that he's using there, where he sort of leans out with the bailer and empties it out as far to windward as he can. These top sailors in the Silver Fleet probably just missed the gold, right? But it's great for them in the Silver Fleet. They get the chance to, sail out in front and kind of learn how to put together a winning race.
Yep. And these guys are all competing for trophies. This year we're going to award trophies to the top 3 in silver and bronze.
Awesome.
So everyone out here today is competing for an award, not just
awesome.
The guys in gold.
Highly competitive fleet here in the Opti.
Absolutely. Last thing, and then I'm going to hand it back to Cynthia. We do have a raffle that is underway. We'll be drawing today at 5 p.m. We've got some great prizes, including an Opti hull, an Ilka hull, lots of sails, and lots of other great gear that have been donated by our various supporters and sponsors. So if you go to our website, you'll find a link to the raffle. So if you haven't bought your tickets, do so. No need to be present to win. Drawing today at 5. So thank you. And
there we are on screen. Wave to the drone. Look, there we are.
Okay, last thing they're asking me to let everyone know about and remind everyone. Unfortunately, on Monday we had a big opening ceremony and parade planned. The weather crushed our dreams for that. But we are going to throw a big party on the Coral Reef lawn today at 4 for all of our sailors and families. There'll be entertainment, various other surprises. So we encourage you to come out, visit our sponsors and vendors, and enjoy the day. So we'll see you at 4. And thank you, everyone, for being part of Orange Bowl.
Thank you for organizing the Orange Bowl.
Great. Thank you, Chris. You're the best. We got our our silver crossing
Silver
the
Fleet
line?
finishers, yep,
Great.
just
Let's-
crossing the line. We're going to talk to a few of them.
Thank you,
right
Chris.
after their race.
We got one thing to the next. Thank you, Chris Block. Amazing job, and thank you for all of your insight. Iris Kaloya here. She's also, come on up. Yep. We're going to interview you. This is 22684. Come on, right here. And I just sat on your hand. Sorry about that. And we're gonna try to grab some of the sailors. It's so great to get them right when they finish the race because we get to figure out exactly what they're thinking. Go ahead and tell me your name and your name and how you finished.
My name is Alexander Montague, and I finished first place.
And how does that feel?
It feels pretty good. It's like, it's good.
And what was your strategy to make that happen?
There's a lot of like left shifts, so I would just I rounded the right gate and just went left. And I attacked on like the first shift above the whole fleet, and I just played the left shifts.
And it worked for you?
Yeah.
All right. And how you doing overall?
I'm first for silver right now.
That's amazing. Congratulations. And who do you sail for? What club?
I'm sailing with Coral Reef right now, but my home club is San Francisco Yacht Club.
Well, congratulations, San Francisco and Coral Reef, and congratulations to you. We're going to keep our eye out on you. That was race 2. You got one more race to go, right? You got a third race. Okay, great. Good job. Great job. Okay. And we get you another sailor over here from Mexico, 1042. Oh, my goodness. Okay. These are some expert sailors here, so we don't have to worry about this. We got John doing double duty down here. Come on up here. How are you? What's your name?
Álvaro Ramírez Casa.
And you sail for what club? Who do you sail for?
From the club of Yucatan in Mexico.
Well, how has it been for you here sailing in Miami?
Happy and so difficult.
Difficult?
Yeah, it's a different area of sailing. It's too different of Yucatan.
How is it different from Yucatan?
I don't know, the waves and the current. In Yucatan we don't have current.
How did you do in this race that you just finished? Did you do well?
Yeah, it's my best regatta because I have a good start. Because in the other ones I have bad starts and I can't have a good result.
Amazing, and you have a lot of people watching from Mexico and from everywhere. What do you want to say to them?
Thanks for watching.
Anyone you want to say thank you to?
Thanks. Thanks for all.
Okay, thank you and congratulations. We're so proud of you. Great job, great smile. Excellent job, 1042, Mexico. Great job. And we have, come on up here, 18673, 18673. Come up here, Paloma. Are you Paloma?
Yeah.
Hi, and what's your last name?
Barrera.
Paloma, how did you do in this race?
I got third place.
And how does that feel?
Good.
What did you do to get third place?
At first, I went to the right and waited for the left shift to come down to the right, and then tack and cross the fleet. And then I made most of my gains on the downwind, which I stayed kind of towards the right side. And on the second upwind, I rounded the looking down, the right gate, and looking up, I went to the left side of the course on the second upwind.
Awesome. And you got one more race in you?
Yeah.
You're going to use the same strategy?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to say hi to anyone or make any comments?
No, not really.
You're good? Okay, great. And who do you sail for? What club?
Coconut Grove Sailing Club.
Coconut Grove Sailing Club. Awesome. Congratulations, Paloma. We'll be watching. All right, another one of our great sailors right there. And great job, guys. Great job. So that finishes up race 2 right there. And they have one more race of the day for this fleet. And we have Bronze is still out there sailing, correct?
That's right. Bronze is on their last upwind leg to the finish of the second race. And then on our screen there, we have the finish line right now for the end of the Silver Fleet.
Excellent.
Fun to hear from those sailors.
It's great to hear from them. They're having a ton of fun.
San Francisco, Mexico, and Miami represented in the top 3 there. And it sounds like the Gold Fleet start, the third Gold Fleet start, is going to happen in not too long. So stand by for race 3.
my roots being raised in Miami and a life so connected to the water here, just being in that seaside environment has driven a lot of the design that we feature today. The inspiration for Tucci's products come from the world that I grew up in, from a life lived on the seaside in Miami. We're really just looking to complement the existing environment. There's many parallels to the rigging that we feature on our products to the rigging on a sailboat or on a powerboat. We're using aluminum alloy, the same aluminum alloy that we constructed tuna towers on fishing boats. We're using winches, cranks, worm drives, pulley and block systems, racing cam cleats to engineer our products. The inspiration came directly from the mast of a sailboat, and we employed that technology onto our masts and to our hub system and our runner systems. The mission for Tucci when we began the company was just literally to create the ultimate umbrella. That was the genesis of our company to begin with, that we started in this little boat yard in South Miami, to everything that we do today. We consider the smallest detail and the tightest tolerances when we're developing a product. We've got hundreds of shade gurus working in different areas of the company, making sure that every stitch is correct, that every hole is drilled precisely where that hole needs to be drilled. Tucci certainly didn't invent the umbrella. You know, the umbrella has been around for thousands of years, but we did innovate a new way to construct it, to live well and to live a long life in these demanding environments.
And hello and welcome back. I am Cynthia Demas. I am alongside John Pierce here with U.S. Sailing. We are covering day 3 of the Tucci Orange Bowl International Youth Regatta. The weather couldn't be better. The sailors couldn't be better. The atmosphere couldn't be better. So we're having an outstanding time here, and we hope you are enjoying our live coverage. We know we're having a great time being here. We spoke with the chairman of the Orange Bowl Regatta, Chris Block. We spoke with a resident historian, Iris Kaloya. We spoke with a former coach and Orange Bowl sailor, Rachel Ellis. And so we're just chock full of entertainment here. And we hope you enjoyed that little video about Tucci and our big sponsor out here for the regatta, for our multi-year sponsor, as we say. And you got to learn a little bit more about Dugan and his company. So where are we with the race, John?
Life is good. Yeah, we're heading into race 3 here for the Gold Fleet. We can see right now that's an aerial view of the starting line, starting buoy, and got a few minutes to go until the start of this next race. This is a cool bird's eye view of what the boats look like when you're looking directly down on them. You can see they're kind of little rectangles, and we're going to have another good race.
We are. So this is going to be their 3rd and final race of the day?
That's correct.
That's for gold. And then and what happens tomorrow?
Tomorrow will be the 4th and final day of racing. And then the awards will be given out tomorrow evening.
That's exciting. And Chris was saying they're going to give the top 3 awards in each of the gold and bronze and in silver?
Correct. Yep. And also in the different age categories for the Optimist, the white.
Oh, the red, white, and blue.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So for those just joining us, I had asked earlier, what's the difference between the red, white, and blue, and what's the difference between gold, silver, and
so many colors. It's
gold,
a
silver, and bronze. we support everybody. So, okay, so red, white, and blue means what?
Red, white, and blue are the age categories. So white is the youngest sailors who are 10 and under. Blue is the 11 and 12-year-olds, and red is the 13, 14, and 15-year-olds. So each of those age categories gets their own awards at the end of the regatta.
That's amazing. And then the gold fleet are the people who qualified in the top tier, the silver fleet, the middle tier, and the bronze fleet, the 3rd tier.
Correct, yeah. And it looks like on our screen we are about to have the start of the gold fleet. You can see the start line between the 2 orange buoys. So we'll probably catch that start, and then we might have a quick interview with the winner of the last Bronze Fleet race.
And we have people asking about, are we going to go cover Green Fleet? Yes, we are. That's still on our radar to go cover Green Fleet.
10 seconds to go here till this Gold Fleet starts. See a
Come
lot
on over.
of
You want to talk again?
boats over early
Oh.
towards the pin. This could be a general recall. Oh, it's a postponement. Postponed for that Gold Fleet start, so we're going to interview some of the Bronze Fleet winners.
Here, you want to pop up here? How does it? Okie dokie. Oh, thank you. Okay. Here we go. Now we're all set.
I got pulled over last race.
Keep your feet on it. Okay, so go ahead. What happened this time? Now, she finished first last time, but she said she kind of broke some rules, so she thinks she wasn't first. What happened this time?
I don't think I was over this time, but I also won. It turns out I was called over last time.
You were, so last time didn't count, but this time does?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you feel?
I feel really good.
What do you want to say to anybody out there?
Good job.
Good job. Good job, you. What about everyone who supported you and helped you?
Thank you so much for doing this for me.
And how old are you?
I'm 12.
Okay. So is this your first time in the regatta?
Yes. Well, for red, white, and blue, yes.
Okay. You're going to sail next year?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, super fun to see you. Put it there. All right. We'll see you at the end of the next one if we're still here. Who's next? Okay, come on over. Okay. Go ahead and scooch. What's your name?
My name is Lucas Carrasco.
And how did you do?
I got second again.
And how did that feel?
Good.
Yeah.
I mean, last race I was first and I got second and I was mad, but this race I was like 20th and I got second, so it's like happy. I'm like,
okay. So you did get first on the last race?
No, I didn't. I also broke some rules.
Oh, you also broke some rules. Okay. Well, we're all learning as we go, right?
That's the same rule that she did.
Okay. Well, it'll be interesting to see how the final numbers tally up.
I'm looking forward to beating her next race. I mean, she's on fire.
All right. It looks like you guys got some competition in each other. Well, congratulations. You want to say anything else before we go?
No.
No. Okay. Thanks so much. And you come right over here. Oh, be careful of that. Whatever you're comfortable with. Yep. Hi, what's your name?
B. Mellet.
And who do you sail for?
JK Sailing, but I'm from SFYC in California.
Awesome. What's it like being here in Miami?
It's really fun. The weather cleared up, so I'm happy about that.
And how did you sail just now?
I think I got top 3. I'm not sure exactly what place.
It felt good?
Yeah, it felt great.
What was your strategy sailing just now?
Well, I wanted to get off the pin in the line just as fast as I can so I can just tack and get to the windward mark. And that was just my goal for the whole race, to go fast.
Are you going to be upset when this week is over?
Yeah, I love sailing here. It's really nice. I like the chop because it makes it difficult and you have to rig properly for it.
All right. Well, you're welcome anytime. Keep coming back. How old are you?
I'm 12.
12 years old. Okay,
Yeah.
You want to say hi to anybody or say anything?
Sailing's a great sport, so you should do it forever. You meet great people, so it's awesome to just be in the community. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, thanks for taking a second. Thanks for talking to us. We really appreciate it. All right. Have a great third race. Good job. All right. You're all set. Nice. All right. There we go. So that was silver, the end of the second race. Yes?
Bronze.
I mean bronze. I'm sorry. Bronze. Bronze.
Love that soundbite from her. She should be the new U.S. Sailing spokesman.
That's right. Hey, maybe start recruiting. Recruiting right
Seriously,
now.
She's got it figured out. This is a fun sport. Everyone should do it.
Awesome. I love it. So we're still finishing up here. This is our second race complete.
Yep.
For all three
now.
fleets.
And
Yep.
then we're going to have the start of the Gold Fleet in just a minute. They attempted the Gold Fleet start a few minutes ago,
Okay.
but they actually called it off at the last minute. They put up the postponement flag. There were too many boats over early.
Okay.
So they're resetting, and they're going to have a clean start on this next one, hopefully.
Gotcha. So that's it. So then we have the last race, and then later today we go into the parade and all the other festivities.
Yeah.
Scooch over.
Yeah, we'll probably head over to the Green Fleet after the completion of this.
Okay, we're
going
to stay here for the third race?
I think so. And
Okay.
then we'll head to the Green Fleet.
And the
after
Green
that.
Fleet after? How much is left on the Green Fleet? I'm trying to get. They're going to be out later? Okay. Okay. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to stick here for the third race and when Gold Fleet finishes the third race here, then we're going to relocate to
Perfect.
Green Fleet. And we understand Green Fleet does have some time to go.
All right,
okay.
so Cynthia, pop quiz.
Oh, no.
Are you ready?
I don't
Let's
know.
see what you've been learning.
Uh-oh.
What's going on with this flag that we see
The
on
black
back?
flag means that if you jump the line, you are out.
You you are out.
You are out.
That's exactly right. You
So
can't
it
sail
is-
back and restart.
They're
you
like,
can't recover.
we
You
wa-
are done.
Yeah, we're wrapping up, guys. You got to finish up. So the black flag is up, saying, "This is serious."
Yes. So
no
this
more
is-
boo-boos.
Yeah, this is do or die here for the last race for the Gold Fleet. You really do not want to get a black flag. if you can avoid it.
Especially the last race of the
Now,
day.
mind you,
Yeah.
there is a drop race in the scores. So if this is your worst race and you happen to get black flagged, you can use your drop and drop that score. But again, it's just not optimal. You want to be consistently at the front of the fleet,
Of course.
getting top 10 finishes, and the black flag is to be avoided. So let's see how they handle it in this
Okay.
next start.
And the orange flag that's where the start line begins, from orange to orange.
That's exactly right.
Orange flag to orange flag.
You get an A+.
Okay, I've been paying attention.
Passed the course.
For 2 days out here straight. I got it. Now, don't ask me in a week. I'll forget everything. And then the orange and blue flag on the back?
That is the Coral Reef Yacht Club Burgee.
Yes, it is. And the Tucci flag's the Tucci flag. See, Tucci, they make it easy. They just write it out there for us. There's no
right.
guessing what that
That's
is.
right. Maybe we should write what the flags are.
Maybe
on
we
the sailing
should.
Flags, like
Maybe
start.
start line, and then on the black one be like, go. Don't
Watch
pass
out,
me.
beware.
Right.
Be a pirate symbol.
We
on
should
that
really have a committee about the flags and see what we
Oh,
can have
believe me,
done.
there's a committee you can
Is there a committee for everything in sailing?
There is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
there's got to be a flag committee.
I don't know. Well, at U.S. Sailing we have various race official committees.
Okay.
So you could join like the judges committee or
Okay.
fire committee. They would probably discuss this kind of topic.
Okay. All right.
But most likely you have enough committees in your life already.
I got a lot of committees going on.
You're
A lot of
busy
committees.
person.
A lot of committees. But always room for one more. Okay, so this is gold lining up.
Yep,
Their
they
last
probably have
lineup.
About 2 or so minutes to go.
Okay.
The black flag will come down when there's 1 minute to go. And I do see that one boat in the middle of the line who is definitely over.
Yep.
Go back.
But 2 minutes is a long time.
It is, but if they're over the line at 1 minute, then that black flag gets them.
Oh, okay, that's right. So,
So
when the
they
black
need
flag
to-
goes down, that means you can't, for that 60 seconds,
Be over
you
the
can't be over the line. So they better scooch.
Correct.
Now, how come they're not turning around?
I don't know.
Okay.
I wish I knew.
3, 2, 1, and the black flag goes down.
Okay, looks to me like that boat in the middle may have been
over.
But that's
okay.
not our decision to make.
Not our decision.
It's up to the race committee, so we will allow them to sort that out. So now for this last minute before the start, the fleet wants to get as close as they can to the line without being
Not going over. Right. Okay.
And so they're going to kind of keep their boats stalled and stopped, holding position. But actually, believe it or not, controlling the boat when it's going very slowly is actually a huge skill. So that downspeed boat handling is something these sailors have practiced, so they can get on the starting line and control their position, get the best spot, and then accelerate at go, which is probably in about 20 seconds, I believe. So far, they're all behind the line. This is a great shot right down the line.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. All right.
And they're off.
Looks good. Looks clean.
Yeah, ISV in the middle. I think they were okay. They were pushing it, but I think they were just behind the start line, and that's actually a fantastic start for the Virgin Islands boat. They had the guts to push the line on a black flag. That is not easy.
And they
That's
pulled
a
it
gutsy
off.
move, and it looks like they pulled it off.
That's amazing.
You can see the rest of the fleet was a little more cautious. They were about a boat length or two below the line because they wanted to be careful not to get that black flag. So this is the Gold Fleet sailing upwind in their third race of the day. Wind has definitely died down. I'd say it's about 8 to 10 knots now. We started the day closer to 15 to 18, so it's definitely moderated throughout the day. Seems like the weather is sort of calming down. A little more sunshine coming out as well.
Yep. Oh, what do we see here?
So that's an aerial view of that Gold Fleet sailing upwind. What
That
an
looks
interesting
great.
view. So at the bottom of the screen, those are the leaders. They're sailing upwind, which the wind is coming from the bottom to the top of the screen right now. So you can see if you're in that front row at the bottom of the screen, you get clear wind. But if you're behind that front row in the second or third rows, you're getting dirty, disturbed wind, and it really slows your boat down. So this is a great shot to show how the fleet sort of separates off the starting line.
That's great. And who's this motorboat in the back? What is that?
That motorboat is probably the judges. So
Okay.
there are judges out here who are watching the races.
Okay.
Most of the judges' job is actually, after the racing is completed, to hear any protests between the sailors. If there is a rules dispute or a collision, the judges will hear that protest after racing on shore. Great
All right,
close
great.
up there of some upwind sailing technique.
Great shot.
You can see the tiller in the sailor's right hand and the main sheet controlling the sail in their left hand, and their feet are underneath the hiking straps, and they're using their upper body to keep the boat flat and sail as fast as possible.
So that's pretty textbook on how you need to handle it, like that, the way he's doing it.
It
Great.
looks good. You know, they say flat is fast.
Okay.
So you want to keep the boat flat. You don't want to let it tip over. And this sailor is doing a nice job sailing the boat flat, steering pretty smoothly through the waves.
Okay.
Looks like they're going pretty fast.
And so we've been calling sail numbers, but there's an additional number there, that 1, 2, 3.
That's the bow number, right? Exactly. That's specific to this event. Each boat is assigned a bow number. The sail number on the sail is specific to the boat, and it aligns with the number of that hull.
Okay. Then we got 309 there. That's Beck Brill right there.
Heading out to the right side of the course.
Yep.
So the sailors, they choose their direction upwind. They can zigzag back and forth. They can go all the way to the right side and sail in the right corner, or all the way in the left side, the left corner. And the reason that they're choosing to go there is because they think there's either going to be more wind, which will make the boat go faster, or there might be a wind shift, which would allow them to sail a shorter course. So if you sail out to the right side of the course and then the wind shifts to the right, you get a big advantage from that. So Beck Brill is definitely heading out pretty far to the right here, looking for a nice right-hand shift on this first upwind.
Okay. They're all still pretty tight, though. It's it's not like there's anyone really in front and really in back. It's all pretty staying together there, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you can see sort of on the right-hand edge of our screen here, that's the front row. The wind is coming from right to left on our screen, so those sailors furthest to the right are further ahead. The sailors further to the left on our screen are a little further behind, and getting that dirty wind that slows you down. So it is hard in sailing. Once you fall behind, it keeps getting harder because you have to deal with dirty wind. It's a sport where if you can get ahead, it's a lot easier to stay ahead.
That's right. Get ahead and stay ahead. That's the strategy?
That's a great strategy.
Okay, Coach.
Yeah, absolutely.
What you got to do is get ahead, stay ahead, and win. How do I get there?
Easy.
Right.
There's the Miami skyline with the Gold Fleet sailing upwind. You can see a Hobie Cat out there for a cruise with that colorful sail.
All right. A great day out here today.
Definitely lighter wind. It looks like a lot of these sailors are not even really hiking anymore. They're not having to lean out to keep the boat flat. They're just sort of sitting in more of a normal seated position. So that means the wind is probably below 10 knots now.
So what's going on here? We're lining up?
We are now back with the Silver Fleet, back at the starting line.
Okay.
Silver Fleet is lining up for their third race of the day. I believe they have about 4 or 5 minutes to go.
So it's so exciting for the parents, to get to watch this and get to see their kids participate in this.
Absolutely.
And our captain out here, Tim, he's a parent. And you have both of your kids sailing, Tim? Both girls are sailing. All right, we talked to him last year,
bring Tim
when he
on.
was our captain last year, and let's get a parent's perspective yet again,
All right.
and see what it's like to, of course, be our wonderful captain for the day. Thank you, you're the best ever.
I appreciate it. Happy to be out here. It's a beautiful South Florida day.
It is a beautiful
Never better.
day. Well, thank you so much for hosting us twice, 2 years in a row, and 2 days this past week on your boat. Tell me, what is it like as a parent to watch your kids participate in this?
It's great. Like Chris Block, I was not a sailor, so I'm not sure the technical aspects of the sport, but I have a great time out here, being on the water, meeting great friends, going to great places. It's a lot of fun.
What is it like for your kids? What do they say when they come home? What's their takeaway?
They don't really like to talk about sailing very much. They have a great time. They like to talk about what they did with their friends, the great times they had on the water, but they don't talk to me about sailing. For whatever reason, I'm not their go-to. That's better left for the coaches, and they do a great job. We have excellent coaches at Coral Reef, and they've learned a tremendous amount from them, and I'll leave that to them.
So what involvement is there with the parents? Is it you come every day, every other day, once a week? What do you have to do?
It's a lot. So down here in South Florida, we have the obviously wonderful conditions that we can sail pretty much year-round for the kids. And a typical week is they'll sail Saturday and Sunday, and then they'll have a weekday practice. So for example, our red, white, and blue team sails on Wednesdays after school, and then they have a lot of private lessons as well. So, they'll be on the water 4, maybe 5 days a week.
And it's very calming, right? Do you think it gives them a good sense of balance in so many ways?
Listen, when they get on the water, they don't have their iPhones, they don't have their computers, they're not doing Snapchat or whatever social media they're on. They're out here on the water, and they're having a great time with their friends. They're learning great skills. You've heard about it this weekend, the life skills that you learn as a sailor. I don't have that, as far as the perseverance and the decision making. Obviously, we've learned that in other aspects and other ways, but they're doing such a great job at learning those skills on the water.
All right, Captain Tim Kaloya, also a parent of 2 beautiful sailors, 2 daughters who are out here and participating. What do they say going up against the boys? Does that even faze them?
That's one of the best things about this sport is the girls do just as well as the boys. If you look at the top 10 finishers, you'll see girls up there because, obviously there's a physical component to it, especially as you get to some of the other classes of boats. But on the Opties, it's really a level playing field, and actually, in some of the conditions, if it's lighter, the lighter kids will do better. So, the girls don't necessarily have a disadvantage there.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Tim. I'll let you get back to your captaining duties, make sure our ship is safe here. And John, what's going up here on the line?
That was a great parent's perspective. I love
right,
that.
He's
so
great.
Interesting. Yeah, it looks like the Silver Fleet is getting ready for their start, and the Gold Fleet is still sailing upwind to their first windward mark. So I see the Gold Fleet now on screen, sailing upwind. The wind is, lightened a little bit, so their boats are going a little bit slower. So this last race might take a few extra minutes.
Okay.
And then I see for the Silver Fleet that the race committee is still not messing around. They have the black flag up yet again.
They're saying, let's stick to what we're doing out here, guys.
Let's stay on schedule.
We got a parade to get to.
That's right.
So Captain Tim's wife, Iris, she's in charge of the parade.
Oh, okay, awesome. Well, we better get there too.
So we got to get to the parade on time.
Well, everything's going super fast today. I don't even know the time of day, but we're getting through these races super quickly. Yeah, it's only 12:30 and we're already on our last race.
We're on our 3rd race of the day. So our plan now is once Gold crosses the finish line, we're going to relocate over to Green Fleet.
Super.
And when we go to Green Fleet, those are the youngest of the bunch.
Yeah, the Green Fleet is a little bit more of like an educational race. It's a place to kind of learn the fundamentals of the sport with less pressure, a less competitive group of mostly newer sailors. Not to say that they aren't really good sailors and really talented, but they're just newer to racing. They get a little more coaching in the Green Fleet. And so it's a great environment to just kind of get your start in the sport.
And are the rules still apply, all the same rules, or a little different?
The rules still apply, but it's much more about teaching the rules than, say, enforcing them. I mean, you still have to do penalty turns and things like that, but the judges and the coaches will really try to explain everything to those Green Fleet sailors. And, it's not meant to be all about the scores. It's meant to be about learning, and then once you get to that competitive level, you can go join the red, white, and blue fleet out here.
Woo!
All right,
okay.
Black flag is down, so we now know that if any boat is over early in this last minute of the start, they are going to be disqualified.
So we have these less than 60 seconds now. You can't go over the line. You'll get disqualified if you do. And then we're getting ready for our the 3rd race of the day.
Correct.
For this group.
Looks like they're all pretty clear now. There's a few boats getting close to the line down at the pin end, the far end. But I think the Silver Fleet here is looking like they're going to behave themselves and avoid that black flag and have a nice clean start. 20 seconds to go.
All right. 9, 8, 7, 4, 3, 2, 1, and looks good.
Looks good.
Nice
yeah, that
job.
looks like a nice clear start. You can see actually there's a bit of a sag in the middle of the line where the boats actually were quite a bit off the line.
Okay.
Which is probably smart to be conservative, but
now looking at the wind, do you want to be on the far end or the close end? What do you think?
This course is really square. The race committee has done a nice job of setting up the start line perpendicular to the wind. So I don't think there's a huge advantage for either the left or right side at this point.
Okay.
Most important thing is to be in that front row and have clear wind and sail fast for the next 2 minutes or so.
So the 2 minutes is crucial, kind of defines who's going to lead the pack.
Yeah, exactly. You want to get out of the gates, nice and cleanly. You can't win the race in the first couple minutes, but you can lose the race if you make a mistake.
Okay.
So this is the Silver Fleet sailing upwind in race 3 of the day. Gold Fleet is approaching the windward mark, and Bronze Fleet will be starting next.
The windward mark, that's our traffic jam, as I call it.
Definitely looks like the wind has died down a little bit, so the boats are moving a little slower than they were earlier. Still a beautiful day for sailing. I shouldn't say it's died down, but closer to 10 knots now instead of 15.
It was strong when we started out here this morning.
It was a windy morning.
Yeah.
So this is now an aerial shot of the windward mark where the Gold Fleet is approaching. So they've sailed upwind, zigzagging back and forth, and now they're getting close to that orange buoy, that is the windward mark, and we'll see if there's any more traffic jams.
Coming up, here we go. Let's see who's getting it clean. Okay.
First 3 boats, nice rounding, tightly packed there.
Yep, 7444.
Bow to bow.
Good job. That's our first 3 made it. Let's see if our next 3 make it, okay? There we go, 23131, nice. 17398. Here we go, 21315. We're doing, hey, this is pretty clean looking.
Pretty clean so far.
No jamming up yet.
Yeah. It could happen though. This is the part when the bulk of the fleet comes together. This is where it gets challenging. And there we go. We can see the log jam starting. A couple of boats getting sucked into that windward mark.
All right.
Such a difficult situation to be in when you don't have enough space to get around that mark. And the problem is that once you are forced to tack back and forth like that, you actually lose your right of way.
Oh.
So you have to try to keep clear of the other boats. It's very difficult to do. So we're going to see some penalty turns going on here.
All right. And what's that whistle? What are we hearing on the radio there, John?
We're hearing the radio that the Silver Fleet, the Bronze Fleet is getting ready for their third start.
Yeah, there we go.
So many fleets.
So many fleets out here. There's colors, there's fleets. Okay. And you are here, you're visiting us from Rhode Island, right?
I am.
Yeah.
Beautiful Rhode Island.
And do you still sail a lot up there? Or?
I do, yeah, fair amount. Yep, I mostly just race for fun.
Yeah.
Casually, Wednesday night series, that kind of thing. I'm aspiring to learn how to wing foil, but I haven't mastered that yet. But I don't know if you've seen the foiling boats that come up out of the water.
Yeah.
That's an amazing new dimension to sailing, and something that I'm super excited about. So I'm gonna learn that craft at some point here. But
it looks pretty tricky.
But I have a young family, a couple of kids at home, and keeps me busy. So. Love Rhode Island in the summer. Love Miami here in the winter. This is pretty nice little vacation to be down here for a few days.
Come every winter. We're here for you. Bring the kids. All right. So they're making their way around. This is going well.
Yeah, pretty clean. We've seen a few little log jams, but pretty clean
not
mark
much.
rounding overall.
Yep.
You know, I think some of the sailors are probably learning their lesson and just going a little bit extra distance away from the mark before they try to
Right.
get around, which, you know, a little goes a long way.
When you don't hit the marker, you don't hit another boat. It's
Exactly.
worth the distance.
See another boat doing their 360 penalty turn
Amazing.
after hitting the mark.
So you went to the event last night with the parents and everything? And the
Yeah, I just checked out the college night and I checked out the parents' night.
How did it go?
It looked really good. Lots of sailors there, lots of parents. Really cool to see the parents supporting the waterkeeper and you know, keeping the bay clean here and everything like that. I think that's a great cause. And obviously the parents enjoy socializing with each other, and I'm sure a lot of them know each other from going to other events or other regattas, but
Yep.
certainly I'm sure there's some folks that are at their first big event here, and it's cool to meet other parents
It's
and kind
fun.
of compare notes.
They had a lot of really like 25 amazing schools here from, you know, Yale and Princeton and, you know, Rollins and, you know, UM and everything. They were all here, you know, talking to the sailors about their programs. And is that normal at regattas? Do you have colleges show up at all of them, or?
No, it's just really at a handful of events that host like a college night like that. And you know, college recruiting is quite a bit different in sailing than it is in other sports. You know, for one thing, there are no financial scholarships in college sailing. Unlike other sports, you can't get a full ride for sailing. So it's not about that sort of financial aspect. It's much more about the academics and, you know, what's the admissions process like. And so, you know, it's also a thing where, unlike in other sports, it's really up to the sailor to identify which schools they're interested in and reach out and contact those coaches and programs. Sometimes sailors will sit back and they're sort of waiting for someone to send them an email, and likely that email will never come regardless of how great of a sailor they are. They need to reach out to the schools and say, hey, I'm interested in your school because of XYZ. I want to study, you know, this topic. I want to be at a school that's, you know, has the campus life and the attributes that your school has. And so it's just very important for the sailors to be proactive about reaching out and communicating. And you know, don't wait for the coaches to reach out to you, because they probably won't have time to do that.
Right, and there's so many people who want that same, you know, school and.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So,
but college
that's
sailing
great
is
advice, though, to be proactive with that.
Yeah, and also in college sailing there are no divisions, so there's no difference between a Division I school and a Division III school in college sailing. So a smaller school like Hobart, where I went, races against, you know, a big school like Boston College, and we're on an equal playing field. And club teams and varsity teams also all compete against each other in college sailing. So you can have some very competitive club teams that may or may not have coaching, but if they have some talented sailors, they're going to be really competitive.
This is a beautiful shot. Look, they really let their sails out here.
Yeah, these are the those sailors were sailing downwind, and now we are back at the start line for the
Bronze
fleet.
Yep, and got that black flag up
Black
again.
flag again.
They're like, we need to get to
We
that
are on a
parade.
schedule.
I love a parade.
I love it.
That
No,
or
it's
the
been
ro-
a seamless day of racing. That's been really pretty much near perfect.
It's been great. And this is day, let's see, our second day out here, but it's day 3 of the regatta.
Day 3 of the regatta.
Yeah.
There's one more day to go tomorrow.
And then we do it all again next year. 2, 1. All right,
So that's
the
1
black
minute to
flag.
go.
Black flag just went down.
It is a black flag start, so yet again, you do not want to be over early during this last minute before the start.
All right. And this is going to be the last start of the day for the Bronze Fleet, race number 3. We have the Gold Fleet is getting close to the finish line, maybe a couple minutes. What do you think, John, for the Gold Fleet?
About 30 seconds to this next start. You can see that a lot of the sailors are actually staying really far away from the line, probably to their detriment. You know, at this point in the day, they're maybe getting a little tired, not quite as sharp as they were earlier in the day, and they're a little scared of that black flag.
Right.
But you can see that they're way off the
2,
line.
1, go. Well, you know, this is the bronze. They were the ones who, there's so many of them jumped the line on that first race. So they just said, okay, I'm going to throw that race out. I don't really have another race to throw out. So I'd rather stay a few feet back and at least have this one count.
That's a good point. And, you know, gaining the experience and learning how all these different flags work and how the different starting procedures work is part of the goal here.
Yep. Is that our gold? All right.
So we've got all three fleets on the course racing right now. This is the bronze fleet sailing upwind off the start line. Silver fleet is nearing their windward mark, and the gold fleet is heading on the downwind leg. So gold finish will be in about 10 minutes or so.
Oh, 10 minutes, okay. Oh, so they have to go all the way up for that last leg. Got it.
Here we go, we're moving across the race course in the drone.
Great, I love it.
The production crew is doing an amazing job keeping
They
these
are.
drones in the air.
They're on it and
replacing batteries. Really amazing. You know, great job with the production here. You guys are
We did.
killing it.
You know, I said yesterday we did have a situation last year where, when there's a problem with a drone, it'll go back and try to land from where it took off. And last year it tried to land from where it took off, but the boat had shifted, so the drone was trying to land in the water, which of course it cannot. And we had some very quick work of Philippe. It was his drone, and he jumped in the water and was able to grab it before it went underwater. We actually, Raul, were we able to put that video in? Nope. Okay, maybe next year. We're gonna some anticipation for next year. But we do have that video, and it's pretty impressive. I gotta
drone
say.
work is amazing.
Yeah. No, it's mesmerizing. I mean, it's beautiful. Oh, look at the clouds there. That looks gorgeous. You just don't get tired of these shots, you know?
No, you really don't. So this is the gold fleet that we're seeing now heading downwind to their leeward marks. They're going to round the leeward gate and then sail back upwind to their finish.
Okay.
So you can see when they're sailing downwind, the sailors are raising the centerboard up so that they can reduce the drag underwater, and they're letting the boat tip and heel just a little bit to windward so that the sail gets a little higher up in the air to catch more wind, and the bottom of the boat is a little bit less wetted surface, so there's a little less drag when the boat is heeled to windward like that. So it might seem simple and small, but those little adjustments actually make a huge difference for speed. And then they're just trying to catch some of those little choppy waves and get a little bit of a push and surf each wave when they can to nudge forward against the people around them. And now we're seeing the Silver Fleet, who have just rounded their windward mark for race 3. So this is the silver windward mark rounding.
What is the hull speed for these little boats?
The hull speed, so that it's pretty slow because they're pretty short, right? Hull speed is actually dependent upon how long the boat is. So shorter boats have a lower theoretical top speed, so probably about 3 knots, I would say, is the hull speed. But these boats can hop up on a plane and surf on top of the water. So these boats, you know, they can go probably 10 or 12 knots in a good puff of wind.
Wow, that's pretty
so
fast.
They can actually go pretty fast for a little 8 or 9 foot boat.
Doing pretty good here. You see they're staying clear again. Everyone kind of learned their lesson
I
on
think so.
by the third race here.
Better to avoid the log jam whenever they can.
Yeah.
This is the Silver Fleet rounding the windward mark. These sailors have done a great job today. You know, it hasn't been an easy day. The wind has been up and down. It's been pretty strong at times. There's been a lot of black flags and other challenging parts of the race, and they've all handled it really well. It's fun to hear from them after the finish and talk to them, and I just love hearing what they have to say about their experience out here and what they're enjoying.
They're all very honest.
They are, especially this age group. Yeah, the teenagers are that we were talking to yesterday are definitely a little bit different in
Different
their
story,
approach.
yeah.
You know, the kids, these little guys, they don't sugarcoat it. They just say exactly what's going on.
Yep. We've had some great days of sailing out here.
Yeah.
You never know really with the weather here. I mean, right before the regatta began, we had that deep freeze. I mean, it was cold. Even we're not just talking about wimpy Miami people. It was really cold. It was like 41 or 42 or something on Christmas.
Well, that cold snap last week across the country was bad.
Yeah, it was.
Some bad weather,
it even
so
hit us here.
Hoping everyone's doing okay at home now and got their power back on and everything across the country. But
I know that's been tricky.
It was rough. We dodged it a little bit in Rhode Island because it just rained mostly, and then it got very, very cold. But well, it's fun to think about what these sailors will do next with their lives and their sailing careers and their enjoyment of the sport. Definitely want to encourage all the sailors and parents out there. If you haven't already, join U.S. Sailing.
Mm-hmm.
All the sailors at this regatta are already members of U.S. Sailing. Okay. But join U.S. Sailing. You'll get our newsletter, The Weekly Lift, every week with news and updates and programs, and especially for the parents and kids who are trying to figure out what some of their next steps in the sport might be. We are definitely trying to put out more information to help connect them with, new boats to try, new regattas and clinics to attend. So definitely check it out. Look at that.
We are going fast.
Wow.
Makes you feel like you're on the course. I'm pretty sure the drone's going to win.
That drone is fast.
So do you have to be a member of U.S. Sailing for this regatta or every regatta? That was a great shot. That was beautiful. That was really pretty.
This regatta, yes, it's a requirement for this regatta. Not for every regatta, although we certainly encourage people to be members of U.S. Sailing.
Yeah.
But for this regatta, all the American sailors are actually required to be a member of U.S. Sailing.
Okay. And what does a membership entail? You just register, you sign up?
Yeah. You go online and sign up your information. You can join as a kid with a youth membership. They're only $30. You can join as a family and get all of your kids and your adults all joined at once. Or you can join as an individual. And depending on what you're doing, that'll give you access to regattas and racing or training, instructor certifications. There's a whole lot of resources available to the U.S. Sailing membership.
That's Tim's daughter.
Oh, that's Tim's daughter. Where? The one we're on right now? Tim Kaloya's daughter? Right here? Hey, which one? Is that Coco? Who is that? Is that Coco? That's Coco Kaloya.
All right.
Hey, Coco.
Great shot.
To the captain, he's like, go find my child among these hundreds of boats, and then they did. So how about that? Great job. We got proud. Hey, come here, Tim. Let's talk about your daughter. You get to see your daughter sailing from a bird's eye view. What do you think of that?
Pretty cool. No, it's a great shot. Just amazing technology. I was telling your crew just how incredible it is, how close they can get and get these incredible shots. For most parents, we send our kids out there on the weekends, and you have no idea. You pick them up 5 or 6 hours later, and here the parents get to see what an amazing time they're having in these incredible conditions.
How does it look? Do you think she's doing a good job?
Like I told you, I leave this to the coaches. So, John, what do you think?
Good answer. Very good answer.
What about her technique right now?
Yeah, looking good. Sailing down the reach legs, so the wind is coming across the side of the boat. The sail is eased out about halfway. You can see that sail has a nice sort of round shape to it, which is great because that gives the sail a lot of power, helps generate speed for the boat. And I would say her steering is really smooth. You can see that the rudder is not like zigging and zagging back and forth. It's very straight. The rudder, if you turn it too much, acts as a brake. So you really want to let the rudder just sort of follow the boat and let the boat glide along very sort of naturally and smoothly.
So I'm going to tell her later on that her rudder technique in the third race was fantastic.
She'll look at you and say, what
are you talking about?
Yeah, you're right, though. I mean, it's great for the parents. You want to enjoy your kids sailing, but the best thing you can do is say, I had fun watching you sail today. Yeah. And then let the coaches and the other sailors do the technical tips.
Right.
I know my son doesn't like me to boss him around. And so.
Well, my kids love when I boss them around. Oh, they love it.
You're the one and only.
Yeah.
You're a lucky parent.
Looks like we're about 5 or 10 minutes maybe from the Gold Fleet Finishers third race.
Awesome. Yeah, Gold Fleet is coming upwind right now.
All right.
Also say a plug for the U.S. Sailing members out there. You get a discounted access to the Positive Coaching Alliance courses.
Okay.
And they're really good online courses for parents, for coaches, for race officials. They only take about an hour to take, and I took the parent one, and I loved it. I thought it was a really great sort of primer on sports parenting. You know, it's not specific to sailing. It
Oh,
applies
that's
to
great.
all sports.
So, like, what
check
was
it
your
out.
big takeaway? What did you learn?
My big takeaway was that a parent's job, you have sort of two things you want to do: support your athlete and then help them learn life lessons through the whole experience. But what you don't need to concern yourself with is their performance, because that is the coach's job.
Right. Okay. That's
So
not your
that can
job.
be hard as a parent, because you want your kid to be successful, but you really have to think about it more in like a life lesson standpoint. Let's help them succeed in life,
Mhm.
and then let the actual sport performance be more dictated by, you know, the sailor themselves and their coaches and friends. But those courses are really great, so encourage you to go on, get your U.S. Sailing discount on those courses, and I think you can take the course for like $10.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great for every parent and every
It
sport.
really is. Yeah, and it's great for coaches and race officials too, but the parent training is the one that really impressed me.
Beautiful job.
All right, so I think this is our Gold Fleet coming upwind to the last finish of the last race of the day. Got a great drone shot of 22853.
And it looks like we'll have our first sailors crossing the finish line in just about a couple minutes, right, John? What do you think?
Yeah, I'd say so. About 2 or 3 minutes from now, the Gold Fleet's coming upwind. You can see in the drone shot there's boats going from left to right that are the Bronze Fleet going downwind, and then there's boats going upwind from right to left, and that's the Gold Fleet heading up to their finish.
Weather held out for us. We thought we might have to take a little break off the air today because of the rain, but
Knock on wood.
knock on fiberglass.
It doesn't rain here in Miami.
It doesn't, no. If it does, you just wait 5 minutes and it's over. That's the beauty of Miami. Yeah, Monday was a fluke. That was a fluke. Someone else brought that weather. That wasn't from here. All right. We are approaching the finish line here for the gold. And then after we have some of the sailors cross there, hopefully we'll grab a couple, talk to them, and then we'll head over to Green Fleet.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the Green Fleet sailors. You know, they're the new ones, right? They're new to the sport.
Yeah.
So their sailing technique might be a little bit more rusty. They might be developing as sailors, but their enjoyment hopefully is
And
through the roof.
And they're on their third day, so, you know, I think they probably learned a lot in the past 3 days.
That's true.
And you know, at that age, you're like a little sponge. You just absorb everything.
It's true. Absolutely.
So it's great. It's great.
So here come the first couple of boats in the Gold Fleet that we're following up to the finish line. You can see the finish line in the top of the screen, closer to the Miami skyline. And then these two boats are leading the Gold Fleet up to the finish.
We got John Marco in first place from Puerto Rico. John Marco from Puerto Rico. Looks like he's coming in first.
Awesome. Yeah, it looks like there's 3 boats actually who are pretty even, so it'll be exciting to see this finish.
Yep, James Algier. He's been at the top of the fleet all day. Is this James right here, 7444? Yep. Wilder Smith. Also coming in hot. All right.
We're doing like
A little 360 there.
Yeah, got me a little dizzy watching that.
All right. And here we go.
Oh, can we switch back to the other drone, guys, so we can catch the finish?
Ro, can we switch back to the drone at the finish line? There we go.
There we go.
Thank
There's
you,
the
guys.
finish
Thanks.
of the-
There we go. We got 22853. Then we got 7444, and we got 1408.
So those are the top 3 in the Gold Fleet finish, and then we'll have the rest of the fleet hot on their heels in just a moment.
So the
Wilder Smith,
Wilder Smith.
James Allgaier in second unofficially, and John Marco Piovanetti in third place. So we'll get some interviews with them.
Come on over here, guys. Now the first 3 are done. Who's that boat cutting across in the middle of the finish line? What's that? What's happening?
That was the judges.
Oh, okay. All right. How's it going? Nice to see you again.
Pretty good, yeah. Good to see you.
This is Wilder Smith. What happened there?
So I kind of banged the left. I went pretty far left because I knew no one could pass me, and I only had 2 boats to pass. And I got the pressure, good angle, and I ended up getting it by like just a foot, maybe.
How does that feel?
Pretty great. It's pretty fun.
What are you gonna do to celebrate?
I don't know, just relax.
You got another day tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm excited.
And any other ways you're gonna relax and celebrate when you go home?
No, not really. Just eat some food and sleep, and that's it.
All right. Well, we'll see you back out here tomorrow. Good job. We're really proud of you. Okay. Keep up the good work. Amazing job. Great job. We'll get James over here. Get you to pop up on here. Hello. All right, James, how you doing? What place did you come in?
Great. I finished second.
And how does that feel?
Feels really well. I feel really good.
How were you able to pull it off?
Well, I think it was just mainly boat speed this race, and also in the first up when there was a big lefty that came in that really helped me. So I think that really helped me, and once I got into the top 3, I was able to just stay there, and we extended from the rest of the pack.
So how was the day in its entirety, the whole day?
I think I sailed pretty well today. It felt like a good day. I worked hard, and I sailed well.
Good. All right. You're pretty proud of yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Well, we're proud of you, too. Thank you. Keep up the good work. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, sweetheart. One more day of fun.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Very polite. And here we go. Come on up here. Whoops. Great job. Come on up here. And you.
Thank you.
All right, you got some good biceps there.
Thank you.
Pull it right up. I felt how strong you are. What's your name?
Gianmarco.
That's right. And how'd you do this time?
This race was pretty good, and overall it was a pretty decent day, I would say. Much better than the other days, and I'm looking forward for tomorrow.
What are you looking forward to the most?
To winning, honestly. Like, if winning's not the goal, then what is it, you know? Always looking for win, and if it's not that, you know, something close to that at least.
Okay, well, but you're having a great time, right?
I'm having a great time, yes.
Okay, a lot of people watching worldwide. You want to say anything?
Well, not much. I appreciate you watching this race and overall this regatta. Thanks for watching it.
All right, well, thank you for being here and thanks for participating. What's your name? Cynthia Demas. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You're very polite. Thank you. Very sweet. All right, here we go. And those are our top finishers there with the Gold Fleet on the third races. I guess I never introduce myself every time, right? I just shove a microphone in their face and start talking. So, no, I should probably tell them who I am. So that was great. John, that was some fun racing, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Good to see a couple of familiar faces up in the front of the fleet. So we definitely see some sailors who put together a really good day. And we can see the rest of the Gold Fleet crossing the line now. Silver Fleet's sailing upwind, and Bronze Fleet is sailing on the reach leg. So
great.
This is it, the third race of the day. They've got one more day of racing tomorrow, And then that'll be it for the Orange Bowl 2022.
And then it's done until next year.
Until next year, exactly.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to head over to the Green Fleet pretty soon.
We're going to go to the Green
and
Fleet.
catch a little bit of that before the end of the day. That'll be fun to see some of the
Yep.
newer, younger sailors.
So we're turning the engines on, so that means we're getting ready to go. We're going to pull up anchor and we're going to head over there. We're landing our drones in. And we're going to show you a video just in a moment. You know, it was before we started our live coverage. I did a few interviews with some coaches, with some sailors, and a few different people to give you some perspective on, you know, what they're doing. They do a clinic before the regatta. And what's interesting is you don't even have to be sailing in the regatta to do the clinic.
Oh, cool.
And so there was actually a little girl from Hong Kong who was on her way to the Bahamas, and she's going to sail in this regatta next year, but she did the clinic this year just to kind of sharpen her skills and get to the feeling. She was born in France, but grew up in Hong Kong and speaks English perfectly because she goes to an American school there.
Wow.
Yeah, a great...
Very international. That's
she's
cool.
like 9 and way more interesting than I am. Or most of us. So she was great. So we have the video ready, Raul? I'm waiting for I got the thumbs up. So take a look at some interviews that we did a few days ago with some of the sailors and some of the coaches. Take a look. I want you to meet Nicole Stankova. She is one of the official coaches of the regatta. Hi, Nicole.
Hello.
Thanks for being here with us. So tell us just a little bit about your trek here. How did you end up as being part of the Orange Bowl?
Well, I got invited from Coral Reef to be part of the clinic before the Orange Bowl. So we run this 4 days clinic. We have like 25 or 30 kids, and we are coaching them right here and preparing them for a regatta. So we're checking the local conditions and working on the strategy and the technique.
Okay,
of the young sailors.
This is the clinic right behind you?
Yeah, these are the 420s, and mainly we coach the Optimists, which are the smaller dinghies for kids up to 15 years old.
So this clinic takes place a few days before the regatta actually starts. And what is the goal? What is the takeaway you want the sailors to have from this?
We want them to know the local conditions, so we are mainly focusing on the forecasting and on the waves, and like it's pretty tricky here with all the wind shifts, so we're preparing them to have a great result on the Orange Bowl.
So what are you fine-tuning exactly?
The fine-tuning is definitely the technique, because the sailors they need to be fast, so we're trying to make them as fast as possible. And also they need to do good decisions with the strategy and with the tactic. So we're running some races, and the sailors are preparing themselves on the small races for the big regatta that is upcoming.
All right, you excited?
Yes, very much.
How are the sailors? Are they excited?
They're so eager.
Okay, Nicole, thank you so much. We're so happy you're here, and you're one of the 4 official coaches of the regatta, correct?
Exactly.
Okay, so if you see her around, say, what's up, Nicole? You have got to meet Jane Millman here. She is an integral part of the Orange Bowl Regatta and everything going on, and she has quite an impressive resume, to say the very least. Currently, your full-time job is?
I'm the Director of Basic Sail Training at the United States Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland.
Not too shabby at all. And before that, you were up in Annapolis?
And I was the Sailing Director at Annapolis Yacht Club, and then transitioned over to club management as the clubhouse manager.
So she's very qualified to be here. Maybe give us some good sailing tips also. Tell us what you are doing as part of the regatta.
Here I'm working for Coral Reef Yacht Club, and I'm managing the Shake Lake venue, where we'll have 175 ILCA boats sailing out of the venue for the regatta.
Tell us about the ILCA boats.
In the ILCA boats, there's 3 different classes. There's ILCAs 4, 6, and 7s, and those ages ranging from 13 all the way to 18.
Okay, and why, is that one of your passions, that particular boat, or?
It's just really just helping the regatta. Regatta management, managing the kids, making sure everybody gets off the shore safely and comes back safely.
Okay, and just why are you so involved in sailing? I mean, obviously it is your life.
Yeah.
And explain to people who maybe their kids are just starting out, you know, they've done it for a year or two. What's the payoff? Like, how does it hit your soul deep?
Yeah, so I'm a huge advocate for sailing. I think every child and adult should learn how to sail, and the reason being is that it's one sport where you have to make a decision. It teaches you decision making, confidence, independence. When you go out on the water, there's nobody else there to tell you what to do. You have to decide where you want to go. Unlike football, you go out on the field and you know exactly how many steps you're to take left to right, and you know where you're going to go. But sailing is so different. Each day is different. You're going to have to make decisions if you want to go to the right side of the course or the left side of the course. You have to be on time, and there's a lot of independence in it too.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Jane. We look forward to seeing you throughout the week and enjoying the great weather down here. I know it's a little colder,
Yeah.
a little colder in Annapolis.
It's very cold.
All right, keep your eye out for Jane, everyone. This is Minx Anthony. She's one of the sailors here at the regatta, and this is your 7th year sailing?
Yeah.
Okay, why do you love it? What's going on? Well, we wanted to get a sailor's perspective, so enlighten us.
Well, I started sailing when I was little, and my dad introduced it to me because he was once a sailor. I feel like sailing is the one place to let out my stress, and I have so much fun doing it, so I've just been doing it for a while, and I've never gotten bored from it, you know. I tried doing other sports, but it was never the same, so yeah, I just love sailing so
What
much.
is it that you love? Like, how does it make you feel?
I feel like, I don't know, I just like, when I go on the water, I just feel a sense of relief. You know, it's like, I have a lot of stress during school, so every time I sail, I feel like it's a good way to just let out my stress and, you know, just have fun while doing it.
So tell me about, you sail the Opties, right?
Mm-hmm.
And why do you like this particular boat? What is it?
Well, Opties is a good starter boat if you ever want to start doing sailing. If you're like a small person like me, it's a good place to start because you get used to like how to rig a boat, how to rig your sail, and all the maneuvers and everything. And when you grow out of the boat, you can move on to like 420s or lasers, and it's just easier. So it's like a beginner boat for you.
So what advice would you give to young sailors if you could go back and talk to 7-year-old you? What would you say?
Well, I feel like sailors who are younger that are just starting on the sport, they're gonna have a tough time with just getting on the boat, and they're gonna feel all that pressure on themselves. So they're gonna feel like, oh, I have to do well. You know, it's just like a practice race, you know. It's not that deep, you know. It's like your first regatta, it's not that important, it's just a practice for you. So yeah, I feel like they should just have fun and yeah, have fun while sailing.
If you're not having fun, why are you doing it, right?
Exactly.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to be keeping our eye out for you. Hopefully we'll see you. We'll grab you for an interview when you cross the finish line. Mm-hmm. And I think you're going to do great. Thank you for your words of wisdom.
Thank you so much.
Anything else you want to leave with the moms and the dads watching, or any other future sailors?
This is a great event. I want everyone to have fun, you know. Just have fun and watch us sail. You know?
All right, good for your mental health, good for your well-being, good for everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, here's another sailor we want you to meet. This is Sandra Block. You are how old?
I'm 13 years old.
And you've been sailing in the regatta how many years?
This is my 4th Orange Bowl.
Your 4th Orange Bowl, so you
Yes.
started when you were just a tot.
Kind of, yeah, when I was 11 or 10.
All right, awesome. And why do you do it? Why do you love it?
It's just, I love being around the water since I was really young. I kind of grew up on the water. My mom, she's like a big boater, and my dad recently got into boating, which is really cool.
That's awesome. And you've sailed all over the world in different regattas, correct?
Yes, so I sailed in Italy last spring, and I'm hoping to go back again. I also sailed in Bahamas recently, and South American Championship Argentina in 2021.
And what's the takeaway from that, from being in all those different places?
Just like making new friends and having a good time with your old ones as well. It's really like a really fun thing to do.
Well, what have you enjoyed the most? What's the best place to sail?
Best place I think is Miami here at Biscayne Bay. I mean, there's a lot of good conditions, favorable conditions, but I also really like Lake Garda too.
Which is in?
Italy.
All right. What advice do you have for other kids who are maybe just starting out?
Like, just stick with it. It takes a lot of time and a lot of hard work, but you can definitely push through, and it can be really fun for you.
And what does it do for you, aside from hanging out with some friends and having some fun? How does it make you feel?
It makes me feel really happy when I'm on the water, and like always have a smile on my face, and always just being really grateful for everything that I can do on the water.
All right, great. Any other advice you have for anybody, or anything you want to say to the parents who are here supporting all their kids?
Thank you for supporting your kids and bringing them here. It makes the regatta really fun.
All right, thank you. We're going to look for you out on the water, okay?
Okay.
We'll grab you when you cross the finish line like last
Awesome.
year.
Yeah.
All right, Sandra Block, thanks so much.
You.
And we want you to meet sailor Margot Nguyenmin. She is from Hong Kong. You know, this is an international regatta after all. But this year you're actually just here for the clinic, right? Tell us what's going on.
I'm here for the clinic to train for next year's regatta.
So you currently live in Hong Kong, you go to an American school there.
Yes.
And you flew all the way here on your way to the Bahamas. You're doing the clinic this year.
Yes.
And then you'll sail in the Orange Bowl Regatta next year.
Yes.
Okay, why? Why would you like to do that?
I would like to sail in the Orange Bowl Regatta next year because I think it'll be a very fun experience, and I really like sailing in Miami.
Why?
Because I think the wind is much better than in Hong Kong, and I think the people are very nice, and it's just a very nice environment to sail in.
All right. And what have you learned in the clinic so far?
I've learned a lot about starts and a bit about tactics, but mostly about starts and how to have much better starts.
Okay, do you think it's going to serve you well in the future?
I think it'll serve me very well in the future.
Okay, and how's it been sailing out there lately?
It's been a bit light, but it's been very fun.
Okay, you looking forward to next year?
Yeah.
Okay, so Margot, she's here from Hong Kong. She's just here for the clinic this year, but she's going to be back for the regatta for next year. We can't wait to see you next year.
Thank you.
Okay, happy sailing. Hey, we are live here, guys. We are streaming live for the Orange Bowl International Youth Regatta. This is a first, the first time we're going to have live multiple drone coverage of the Opti racing. So we are very excited to be a part of the first. I am Cynthia Demas, and I am fortunate enough to be alongside this wonderful lady, Sarah Newberry-Moore. She is a Team USA athlete.
The current is making it really hard for the athletes to round the windward mark. The boat with the lowest number of points is going to win. So if you get a first place, you get 1 point. If you get a second place, you get 2 points, and so on. And the amalgamated score is what determines your position.
Hi, I'm Wills. I'm from New York, and my highlight of the regatta is that it's at a very nice venue.
I'm Hugo, I'm from England, and I love going into a swimming pool after sailing.
Hi, I'm Eliana, and I love the weather because it's a lot colder in England.
Hi, I'm Lila, I'm also from England, and my highlight of the week is seeing a manatee.
Hi, I'm Will, I'm also from England, and my highlight's getting the display boat.
Hi, I'm Sander, I'm from Miami, and my highlight of the regatta so far is probably getting to hang out with my friends after the regatta. It's a good bonding.
Hi, my name is Isla, and my highlight, and I'm from England, and my highlight is seeing the view from where we're sailing.
Hi, I'm Brayden, I'm from Miami. My highlight is seeing the race committee call a yacht coming across the course a bogey.
Live from Biscayne Bay. That's a wrap. See you next time, guys.
My roots being raised in Miami and a life so connected to the water here.
Hello, hello, and welcome back. I am Cynthia Demas. This is John Pierce. He is with U.S. Sailing, and we are over here with the Green Fleet. That's actually what's behind us right now, but we are still moving on the boat because we're trying to get situated and anchored in a good position where we're not in the way.
That's right. Yep, we're just switching from the Opti Red, White, Blue fleet where we spent most of the day.
Yep.
And they've wrapped up for the day, and we are now over with the Green Fleet, which is sort of the developmental fleet. It's for the newer sailors to gain experience. So we're going to anchor and hopefully cover a race or two with the Greenies.
Okay, we got to figure out what race they're on. Okay, we're going to try to anchor out over by the finish line and figure out what's happening. And what? Oh, okay. If we lose signal, we'll get it back. But we are moving right now, so we're doing our best. So we're actually moving on a boat, and we're transmitting live.
Yeah.
And
Exactly. Pretty cool.
and we're going to stay with you right now because our drones aren't up quite yet until we anchor. So let's talk about the Green Fleet, John.
Yeah.
What is the proper age to start on the Green Fleet?
It really depends on the sailor. You know, I'm sure some of these sailors are as young as like 8 or 9 years old, but you know, they could be up to honestly age 15. They just have to be eligible to sail in the Opti class, which means that you have to be age 15 or younger. So I'd say there's probably like a lot of 10 and 11-year-olds out here who are, you know, new to racing. They know how to sail at this point, but they're still figuring out how this whole racing things works. And the idea of the Green Fleet is it gives them a little bit of a more easy introduction to the sport. They get more support from the coaches and from the judges and the race committee. So hopefully everybody's having fun, right? Because first and foremost, at this age, you just want to have fun with it, have fun with your friends, enjoy your time in the water, and then you can add on some more competition later on.
Later on. So it seemed like that the finish line at the Green Fleet was a lot more narrow than the other ones. Is that my imagination, or?
No, it is. It's a smaller course in general, and
Okay.
it did seem like that finish line is a bit compact. You know, the racing on Green Fleet is typically a little bit more informal as well. So they're still going to follow all the rules and procedures, but they might have a little more fluidity in terms of how many races they do, or whether they're going to do like a general recall on a start or something like that. Also, it's intended to be sort of coached racing, so the coaches have a little more flexibility to actually help the sailors during the race if they need to. Unlike the other, you know, fleets where it's prohibited for the coaches to communicate to the sailors during the race.
Right.
In this case, since these are new competitors, they have a little bit more ability to get some tips along the way. Coaches can come and assist if someone needs some help. It's just meant to be fun and inviting.
Well, it is. Oh, it looks fun and inviting. Now, how many kids do we have here in Green Fleet,
I think we have like 76, I believe.
Okay.
So it's a big fleet. Especially for a Green Fleet. You know, at most smaller regattas, you might have a 10 or 20 boat Green Fleet, and you think that's great. 76 is a lot, and we can see that we're sort of being swarmed right now on all sides as we get into position here to watch a few of these races.
Okay. Now I see some of the there's a coach boat over to our right, and all the Optis have pulled up, and all the kids are sitting on the coach's boat. Is that, I haven't seen that in any other race. Is this just more because we're going to go over what you've learned here and teach you more?
Right. It's a little
Okay.
more of like an instructional environment.
Okay.
Exactly. So what we're seeing is like the sailors between races, they're actually kind of parking their boat
Yeah.
with their coach. They're climbing in. They're probably having a sandwich, you know, drinking some water, some Gatorade, and having a bit of a chat with their coach and with their friends and their teammates. You know?
Yeah, and going over what
How was
worked.
your
and-
race? How'd
yeah.
you do? Oh my gosh, can't believe, you know, XYZ happened. It's like, you know, they're just kids being kids, hopefully.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. They look like they're having a great time. I just saw my buddy Alec, who called out, "Hey, Aunt Cynthia!" And he had a huge smile on his face, so he looks like he's having the time of his life. That's
Awesome.
for Lori and Raul, so you guys know I just did see Alec, and he is beaming from ear to ear. So hopefully we'll grab Alec, and we'll grab all his friends, and we'll be able to talk to them in a little
It'll
bit.
be fun to talk to some of these kids.
If
yes.
they're up to it.
These are the
They're-
youngest.
I'm not sure which race they're on because we went over at the other course all day. So let's.
Yeah, good question.
Which race are you on? How many races have you done? Have you done 3 races? You've done 3? Okay. Well, according to one sailor, they've done 3 races. So we're going to go with 3 so far. I guess they'll have a 4th.
Yeah, I think it's a little less formal with the Green Fleet. So
Yeah.
I would imagine they have some flexibility with how many races they're going to do.
Okay.
And
Well,
the race
it's-
course will also be a bit shorter, and it's a simpler course. It's just a triangle course
Okay.
instead of a trapezoid.
Gotcha.
So it's a little bit easier for the sailors to just keep track of what leg they're on.
Well, it's beautiful weather and it's only 1:30, so I would
Yeah.
think they're going to definitely
I
do
know.
another race. And the races are shorter, you said.
Yes.
So
exactly.
the triangle shape, and then how quickly do they do it?
Well, that's a good question. I would guess it'll be about 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe a little longer for
Okay.
this many boats. but
Depending.
Typically, it's a shorter race so that the kids can, you know, kind of have a little bit more time to rest between races.
All right, awesome.
And it looks like out on the other courses, the 420s look like they might be sailing in. So they may have already wrapped up their day of racing as well at only 1:30. So super efficient
Mhm.
work by
Now-
the 420s, and I'm not sure about the Ilkas, if they're still out there or not.
All right. And as we've said the past 2 days here, I'm the one with the questions. John is the one with the answers. He's with U.S. Sailing. I've been a journalist my whole life. So have you done? You're really good at this, by the way. We're stealing you on the TV
Great,
side.
I love it.
What have you done commentary before? I mean, is this kind
I
of?
have, yeah.
Okay.
I've done it for the college nationals a
Okay.
couple of times, 8 or 10 years ago. And I've done 1 or 2 events. Other than that, the first time I actually did it was here in Biscayne Bay for the Miami Olympic Classes Regatta back in probably 2009, something like that. And it was a really fun broadcast. We did the Gold Fleet racing, or actually no, it was the medal race on the last day of that event. We just sort of impromptu put together some coverage.
Okay.
It was before drones and stuff, so we were just shooting with a regular camera from the powerboat.
Yeah.
But that was a ton of fun, and yeah, I enjoy it. I think it's a fun sport, and I love it, so I'm happy to talk about it as long as people are willing to listen.
Yeah, and it's fun to get everybody to learn from it as well. All right, so it looks like they're still kind of on their break here in between races.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
that,
I think some of the boats just finished not too long ago, so we probably have a good 10 minutes, I would say, before the next race of the Green Fleet. So what we could do is look at some of the scores from some of the other fleets.
Let's do it and see where everybody is. So tomorrow, let's see, just to catch everybody up while you're looking that up, the first 2 days were the qualifying days. And then today is the first day of racing in the gold or silver, bronze, depending on which group you're in. And tomorrow is the last day. And then what you do is, if you're in first place, you get 1 point. If you're in second place, you get 2 points, and so forth and so on. So you want to have the smallest amount of points possible. So you don't need to win first place every time to win. But if you're in the top 10 every time, that's going to probably put you in the best position to win. And they'll be giving away 3 awards in each category. So in gold and in silver and in bronze. So the top 3 from each will win something. That boat's capsizing over there, but nobody's in it, so don't worry. Okay, what do we have going on here? Center up on the camera here.
Yeah, just noting that there's a few standout performances out there. Looking at the Ilka 6 fleet where we were yesterday.
Okay.
I see that Peter Barnard has continued his domination.
Oh, nice, Peter.
Thus far, he has almost what's called a picket fence. He
Yep.
has 6 first places and 1 second place.
Now, why is that called? By the way, our view now, this is the Green Fleet just kind of
okay. We're seeing from
zipping
the bow.
around. So this is, we moved the GoPro off the bow of the boat here. So tell me what this, back to the picket fence. I like it. I don't know what it is, but I love a picket fence.
Is when you look at the score sheet,
Okay.
and if it has a 1-1-1-1-1, it looks like the pickets on a fence. So a picket fence is a perfect score of all first places.
So he got all first places?
Except for 1 second. So it's not quite a picket fence, but it's an incredible performance. So
I
nice
like
job,
that.
Peter Barnard. Really, really standout performance. Switching over to the Club 420s, looks like Blake Behrens and Elizabeth Struve are in first place.
Nice.
And they have they might have some more scores to get entered here. Actually, I only
Blake
see one
and Elizabeth.
race from
Does
today.
it have where they're from?
It doesn't on the app, unfortunately.
Okay. All right.
And then looking back at the Opti fleet where we spent most of our
Okay,
day
we were
this
just over at the
morning,
Opti fleet with the
looks
red,
like
white, and blue.
Walder Smith, Beck Brill, Miles Cudney, and James Algier are neck and neck and neck.
Ooh, okay.
In a battle, so that's going to come down to some tight racing
okay.
tomorrow.
Give me those names again.
That was Wilder Smith in first, Beck Brill in second, Miles Cudney in third, and James Algier in fourth.
Okay,
and
wow.
mind you, that doesn't include the last race. Looks like that hasn't been entered in the scores yet. So
Okay.
all that could change a little bit.
All right.
Impressive performance by all those sailors.
All those. And these are names I heard last year, too. So these are some consistent racers, some of them.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure, just like any other regatta, sailors who come here and they have a great time, they just go ahead and put it on their calendar for next year.
Awesome. And right now, what are we looking at here?
We're looking off the bow of the media boat at the Green Fleet sailors as they sail around between races. They are hanging out, waiting for their next race. Sounds like the race committee's getting ready to do a start in not too long. So stick with us here. But yeah, the view you're seeing is just a whole bunch of sailors cruising around between races.
All right. So some of them are on their coaches' boats, just kind of chilling, and some are on just zipping around, still enjoying the wind.
Exactly. These are some of the newest sailors, right?
Yep.
These are the less experienced sailors in the Green Fleet. So as you can see, they're all proficient sailors. They can sail the boat well, but they're all new to racing. So they're more likely to have some learning experiences. This is a good place to make mistakes and learn from them.
And the youngest out here really is about 8 years old, right?
I would say so. I don't know exactly what it is, but typically, 8 or 9 year olds, that's pretty early to get involved with racing. Some 7-year-olds might do it.
Well, it's a lot to take in. I mean, I'm still trying to figure it out.
I started at age 10, and I felt like that was a great time for me personally.
Yeah.
Because I was only just kind of ready for the responsibility of learning to sail.
Oh. Yeah, I think, I think it's great because it forces you to listen. Because if you don't listen, you're going to be jumping the gun and you're going to get disqualified, right?
Correct, yeah.
So
as Tim pointed out earlier, you can't bring your computer, your iPhone, your social media, your Snapchat out on the boat with you. So it's a chance to just be with the boat, be with your friends, have fun. It's a timeless experience in a lot of ways.
It's a great experience.
So it looks like the race committee is setting up the starting line now, and I think probably in 4 or 5 minutes we'll have another Green Fleet race.
They look like they're having a good time. Okay. So Green Fleet, we just got official word. They've done 4 races today, and this will be their 5th and final race.
Awesome.
Glad we made it over for the last one.
Yeah, we've done it all now. This will check all the boxes.
We did it.
The whole Orange Bowl Regatta in 2 days.
I know. Well, no, but the other races that you talked about that are a little further away.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Yes, those are part of technically a separate regatta.
Oh,
They're not
okay.
part of the International Youth Orange Bowl. They're part of the Open Orange Bowl.
Okay.
There's also adults that participate in that regatta.
Oh, I see.
But yeah, it's a great point. There's 29er skiffs, NACRA 15 catamarans, International 420 dinghies. There's even some windsurfers out here. There's like a lot of racing that goes on around the Orange Bowl event. So this is like the core main event with like the huge participation of over 700 sailors. But then there's these other disciplines going on in some of the more faster performance-oriented boats.
Yep.
Which for some of these sailors, that's exactly what they want to do, right? They want to sail fast boats. They want to kind of be on the edge of it. It's not for everybody, but it's certainly a really cool option.
Well, we're glad the weather's participated for everybody this week. Except Monday. Monday never happened. We're just starting on Tuesday. So we're just getting situated here. Oh, that's a great shot. Our drone's up. And we see our Green Fleet getting organized out here.
78 sailors, I think.
78 sailors?
70-something sailors. I see a lot of coaches over here.
Okay. I'm going to take back what I said before. This is the 4th race, not the 5th. So this will be the 4th race. So our sailor who went by and gave us the intel that they had 3 races was
right.
correct. Yeah,
there we go.
Was correct. So now this will be the 4th race. And is this 4th and final? Do we know, Tim? We don't know. We're trying to figure that out. Oh, maybe I'll check. Maybe someone will tell me on my YouTube channel. I love this. Listen, this is a group effort out here.
Yeah, YouTube, crowdsource that.
YouTube, yeah, let's crowdsource this. Let's figure out. Is this going to be the 4th and final race of Green Fleet? Can the numbers on the sail be any color? Asked Lori Delvecchio, mom of Alec.
Wow.
Can the numbers on the sail be any color?
I would have to refer to the Opti class rules.
Oh, phone a friend.
Sometimes the color of the sail numbers is actually dictated in the class rules. I would say most likely it can be any color, but I don't want to say that because I could be wrong.
Okay, all right.
I see a lot of colors out here, though. I see red, I see green, I see pink, I see blue, I see black. So I think you can have any color sail number that you'd like.
I throw that out to phone a friend or our friends on YouTube chat. Maybe if somebody on there wants to weigh in.
So if you're really interested in these boats, what you can do is look at the class rules, and each of these boat classes has a detailed document that says exactly what type of equipment can be used and things like that. So if you're into the details, go read the class rules for the International Opti Class Association.
That's good. I love you know all the details. You know all the lingo. I mean,
my job.
This is
I have to know.
It's like a whole nother language. It's you speak U.S. sailing. It's impressive. Allison McCormick says, "Go Green Fleet. 3 generations of McCormicks on the committee boat."
Wow.
Oh,
cool.
That's so nice.
Yep, I see the sailors starting to converge on the start line, and the warning signal is up, so there's less than 5 minutes to go. Actually, less than 4 minutes to go at this point.
Oh, Carla Laura wrote, go Gianmarco.
Nice.
From our other race.
Yeah.
Remember?
Great race earlier.
That was a great race. Okay.
So what we'll probably see here, just to set everyone's expectations, because this is the green fleet, this is the learning group, it might not be quite as crisp and organized as the racing that we were watching earlier.
All right.
A little more likelihood that some of these sailors might bump into each other.
All right. Well, let's see how it goes.
So,
is this it on?
Don't be alarmed if you see something that looks a little different than what we were watching earlier.
Okay, so this is, are we getting up on the line here?
We have, I think, about 3 minutes to go. So yeah, they're sailing back and forth on the line. They're trying to figure out where the start line is. Green fleet sailors have a tendency to clump up.
Okay.
They're kind of like magnets. Like once they get close to each other, they just all sort of draw in, and so we might see some more log jams like we saw earlier.
Okay, now is this the same where it's orange to orange is the line, orange flag to orange flag?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Now I see a new flag I haven't seen before. It's a light green with a circle and a line.
That's it. Yeah, that's the
What's
green
that?
fleet.
Oh, that's a
glass
green
flag.
fleet. Okay, there we go. That's why, because we haven't been here yet. Okay, so we got on the race committee flag, the Tucci flag, the orange flag to show the line, and then the green fleet flag to show it's green fleet.
That's exactly right.
All right, got it. And a big American flag, my favorite flag. What are we doing?
Legendary Coach Michael.
The legendary Coach Michael is out here also with his biggest American flag, the best flag of all. The flag's as big as his boat. Let's get him up here. Will he talk to us?
Absolutely.
Come on. This is Michael he is a legend. Okay. Oh, we got it. We got to get you on this side. Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Okay. Coach Michael is a legendary coach. So many kids here in South Florida, especially at Coral Reef, have worked with him. Woo!
Awesome.
Including my kids. Our monitor's tipping over. Here we go. Look at this. And I love his American flag. It's such a great touch. Come up here, Michael.
Makes him easy to find, doesn't it?
Yep.
All right, 1 minute to go.
1 minute until the start of the race.
Fleet, so
maybe we'll be talking to Michael while it starts. Come on up here. Yeah. Here, we'll hold you.
I want to applaud Coach Michael for wearing his kill switch and his life jacket.
Yeah.
Nice job, Coach.
Safety first.
Safety
all the time.
first. That's exactly right.
Okay.
Safety first.
Well done, sir.
Thank you so much for stopping and talking to us. They're going to start in less than a minute. When they do, we're going to take that shot.
30 seconds to go, so I got a few
30 seconds. Well, when they start, you tell us what's going on. What's happening right now?
Well, right now, all the kids are now applying what they learned in classes, especially the level of Green Fleet, and tools we're providing them, and they're using them. We will never tell them what to do. This is one of the skills that they built. They trust us, and also they realize that the tools we provide them, once they use them, produce a lot of amount of results. That's what you can see, especially today on the water, how these kids at this such a young age, they can, that's the General Rico, they can just go, not only just have level responsibility, also our kids, they just improving and showing the amount of results that they are able to produce for themselves, which I think at this age is very important for this age generation, how they can learn how to be independent, how they can also interact with another kids, and the most important, learning and the culture from other kids when they meet in international event like these ones. I think it's very important we host the club, our club is hosting this event, that they not only get a good impression who we are, and then what our kids are giving to other kids. Not only that, they're doing really well, by the way. This is, I have to tell you, but it's about the other kids, the camaraderie. It's about the giving, the Corinthian spirit. Is what we are. It's the importance of how we can transfer what we learn into these kids to build a better generations, not only of sailors, of men of goods, and girls of goods for the next generation coming, especially for the sailing in the United States.
That's amazing.
Bravo.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think you covered everything there. What do you want the kids to know when they watch this broadcast later? What do you want them to know?
If the kids, they know nothing will stop them to do this. I have the opportunity to coach a special girl, Annette Lama. That stays on my life. A blind girl completely learned how to sail. And I think if the kids can see, they can walk, they can see, there's no excuses for them to learn how to do something, especially on the water. Stay away from video games. Stay away from the, from the rooms. Lock down the kids, those kids that they don't want to do anything outside. This is a great opportunity for them to see what they can do. Any kids can do this. And thank you for doing this for our team. Thank you.
Thank you. You're the very best. Thanks,
well
Coach.
Said.
Wow, great
Words
job.
of wisdom in there.
Well, he works with the kids firsthand, so he definitely knows. That was Coach Michael with Coral Reef Yacht Club, and he's working with the Green Fleet out here, and he's a great coach.
Yeah, I love hearing that independent decision making that he's encouraging. You know, he's not telling the sailors what to do. He's asking them the questions.
He's great.
And helping them come up with their own ideas.
And then there's this amount of discipline that they have to learn along the way too.
Definitely.
I know my son and my daughter have worked with him and sailed with him and seen a big difference from year to year with them. So
awesome.
It's been great. It's been great. So we had a general recall?
No, actually, it looked like it was just an individual recall.
An individual recall.
Only one or two boats were over early, so they're actually sailing upwind.
Okay.
To their windward mark. They're sailing a triangle course. So upwind leg and then 2 reach legs and then another upwind to the finish. So looking good. I'd say, you know, some of these sailors are probably novices, but a lot of them look like they're pretty experienced actually, and they'll be ready for the red, white, and blue fleet before too long.
That's exciting. And what are we looking at on the screen right now? Just kind of a wide shot and seeing the formation out there. See if we can make out that triangle.
Yeah, they're sailing upwind. They're sailing to a large yellow buoy. So when we see the yellow buoy, we'll know that that's the windward mark. But yeah, they're zigzagging back and forth. You can see that some of the boats that are maybe not pointing quite as close to the wind as some of the other ones. So for a lot of these sailors, the key thing to work on is simply sailing the boat fast and steadily and being as close to the wind as you can. It doesn't have to be complicated. A lot of the stuff is just pretty simple, but it takes practice and repetition to learn it.
So it looks like they had a pretty good start.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, strong start. Off they go. We'll follow them around the track, and maybe we can talk to a few of them afterwards, which will be entertaining.
Yeah, that should be fun. But we don't know if this is the last race. This may or may not be. This is the 4th race, but we don't know if it's the last.
Yeah, I'm unsure.
Let me see if I can get some intel on that. And they're sailing just for perspective, if you can see, we're right in front of Grove Isle. There's the 3 buildings there. You can see one of them in the shot. And trying to see some other great landmarks out here. A beautiful, beautiful view.
Yeah, it's a bit surreal with the skyline in the background. It's a little like being in the mountains, but it's a mountain of buildings.
That's all. Those are our only mountains here in Miami. Just a mountain of buildings.
The old mountains of South Florida.
Yeah, that's it. We have to build our mountains. We build it, they will come. Okay. Who do we have here? Let's try to catch some sail numbers and see if we can see who we're looking at. The sun is definitely out now, so we're getting some bright shots there on the sail.
Yeah, although it does look out in the ocean. I think there might be a rain squall out there.
Yeah,
It
probably.
looks like it's off to the side of us.
There have been a few like little rain, more than a squall, probably
Sprinkles.
like pretty decent rain off in the distance here and there, but we've been pretty lucky in our location.
Yep.
So no complaints. No complaints. Okay, great. So, okay. Okay, well, I don't know if you could hear on the microphone what was happening over the radio, but it sounds like we're going to finish this 4th race. We'll do a shortened 5th race, and then tomorrow they're going to plan on 3 races. And that works out well for us because we can show them a little bit more, or a little longer, maybe interview some more of the kids. And and then they get to rest tomorrow a little bit more, right? And hey, why not take advantage of the great weather,
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
So it's so nice right
like
now.
we were saying yesterday, when the wind is so good, it's hard to stop sailing.
You know they're going to be tired on that.
They are going to be tired. I think when we invite them over to be interviewed, we're going to have very good defense around the perimeter of the boat. One boat at a time.
One boat at a time.
Their control may not be quite as good as the red, white, bluers. But they're looking great sailing upwind right now.
It's been a long day. It's been a great day. How do you qualify for the Orange Bowl? Greg Normand is asking.
It's an open event, so there's no need to qualify. You simply need to sign up and register and come.
That's it. You just sign up.
Yep, sign up, and you have to bring your own boat and or arrange for your own boat. You can borrow one, but
rent one.
Rent one, exactly. But yeah, it's an open event, and that's why it's so big. I mean, over 700 sailors.
Greg Normand says, "Great job, John Pierce."
Hey, thanks, Greg.
Hey, thanks, Greg. William Chevelle, go Green Fleet. Sue Dunn, Texas grandmother, delighted to watch her grandson Walter sail in the Green Fleet. Thank you.
All right.
Yay! I mean, how great is that?
That's
you
fantastic.
Know, you got Texas grandma. She wouldn't have been able to see it otherwise, and here we are.
Well, as Tim was saying, you know, it's not easy. If you're not out on the water, it's really not easy to know what this is all like.
Right.
So
well, that's
getting
the thing.
an insight here into what a day of racing looks like for these sailors is pretty cool.
You could be right here in Miami and still not be able to see this.
Absolutely.
So it's kind of helps everybody out.
And in fact, from the drone, that's a perspective that even the coaches don't get. So
that's right. Only the birds.
Only the birds.
And now us.
So it looks like they are approaching the windward mark. The first couple of boats are getting close to the windward mark, rounding in the Green Fleet here. This might be the first ever live streamed Green Fleet race.
You think
Unless
maybe?
you did it last year.
We did not do Green Fleet last year.
I don't think Green Fleet usually gets the love. So
all right.
we
Well,
might be
I'm glad we're
breaking
here.
new media ground.
Hey, another first.
Give these new sailors something to look at when they get home.
For the rest of their lives.
Give the fans at home.
Look at this. This is nice. Look. Okay, what's going on here?
So
this
that's
is our
first place boat.
Okay.
Rounding the top mark and heading down the reach on the triangle course.
Great job.
Second, third, and fourth coming in soon.
All right. Okay. Oh, that was a tricky move, but nicely
these
done
sailors
there.
are looking good.
Okay,
I think a lot of these sailors
like
are ready for red, white, and blue
I
before
think
long.
They are. Now, red, white, and blue is just on skill. It's not on age.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it's meant to be that, you know, after it may be up to a year of Green Fleet, you move on. You know, different schools of thought on when the right timing is to move into the next fleet. But
and are all the regattas like that? They have the Green Fleet and the red, white, and blue, or is that specific to the?
Most of them are. Yeah, the U.S. Opti Class Association, which is USODA, they run a lot of regattas around the country, including like the national championships and things like that, and they typically include a Green Fleet in those events. At the more like local level, often the Green Fleet is like really a developmental thing where they don't even keep score, and it's like kind of like a sandlot baseball type activity. Right. But at this big event, obviously it's pretty highly organized. We can see yet another traffic jam.
Yep. Well, hey, they are ready for red, white, and blue because this happens there too. So they you know, seriously, I think if they watch the red, white, and blue and they see this happening there, they're gonna feel like, oh, okay, well, what we're doing is right.
I've been
it's
there,
normal,
I've done that.
right?
Well,
yeah.
I would say it's right.
Okay, it's
normal.
not right. Okay, it's normal. Okay.
Ideally, you learn to avoid the log
that.
jam. You want to just
it's all right.
sail around it.
It's all right. It's all good. It's all good. All right.
Yep. But you know, you do your best with what you've got. Sometimes you get into a tough situation on the race course, and again, this is the problem solving and the perseverance we've been talking about. The life skill of dealing with something when it goes wrong,
right,
is not an easy thing to develop. And in sailing, things will go wrong. Not everything's going to go your way. So they're learning a little perseverance.
Green Fleet is the best, said David Schaefer.
All right.
The best. Go 1776. Can you fly your drones over to see the unofficial people who are sailing on the foils? No, we cannot do that. They are too far, David. I'm sorry. We can't fly over there. You don't see the foils from here, do you?
I saw a few around. There's a couple of foiling windsurfers out here racing. I don't see them at the moment, though. They move pretty quick, so they're a tough target to catch, and we're anchored here, so probably not going to be able to track them down.
Highlights of this race will be featured on Inside Great Lakes Sailing this weekend. How fun is that?
Oh, all right. Yeah, that's right. I know Greg.
Oh, you do know Greg.
Yeah.
Okay, there
Greg
you go.
has a cool YouTube show he does called Inside Great Lakes Sailing.
There you go.
Check it
Well,
out.
let's give it a shout out. We love it. Thank you, Greg.
So we can see now, some more of the newer sailors probably getting to the windward mark now. They're doing great. Keep it up, you guys. It's all about learning and having fun. So they're figuring out how to get around the race course, figuring out how to get their way out of these log jams as they happen.
Well, there's only one way to learn.
There really is. You got to get out there and do it.
Practice.
And, just not get discouraged. Tough collision there. Accidents do happen. I'm sure everyone's okay. And don't worry, these boats are very durable, so they can take it.
And the kids are durable too.
Kids are durable too. We just got to be careful.
And this is still the first mark we're at, right?
It is, yep.
Okay.
Exactly.
And then they're off to the next one. But they're still doing great here. Bermuda coming around.
Stick with it, you guys. This is when my coaching hat really comes on. And I'm like, I want to go over and help.
Yeah.
I want to go give some tips.
So what do you say? What are the tips so that they can learn?
I think, for the sailors, when they're in a moment like that, you don't want to say too much, right?
Okay.
But mostly check in, hey, are you okay? And then if they need any help, then they can ask a question. When you're on the water and you're sailing and you've got all this stuff to think about, someone starts talking to you, it's very distracting.
Mm-hmm.
So often the best thing to do is just kind of be available. If they have a question, they can ask it.
Okay.
And certainly if they have a problem, like if their boat is broken or something like that.
And we're flying right up behind them.
Here we go. So now we're catching up with the rest of that green fleet as they head around the triangle course.
Yep.
They're going to head to another yellow buoy, and then they're going to jibe around the buoy.
Is that France over on the right there? FRA.
Cool. We haven't seen France.
Yeah,
yet,
we haven't seen France.
Love it.
It's exciting.
Yeah, France and Argentina, we have like a little World Cup rematch.
Uh-oh.
That was a great game, wasn't
Where's
it?
Messi? Is he on the water?
That
was a great game. It was a perfect
All
ending.
time.
Yep.
Wow, look at this. Here we come. High speed.
All
We're in
right.
warp speed through the fleet.
Woo!
Don't hit
Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Don't worry. Cynthia and I are not driving the drones.
That is a good thing.
Yes, exactly. We have professionals in charge of that. There they are at the leaders getting around the jibe mark. So you can see they're turning from starboard tack to port tack, jibing the sail back from the other side. And heading to the leeward mark next, and then after the leeward mark, they're going to sail back upwind to the finish line.
Beautiful day. And as you said, this is going to be race 4 for the day, and then we're going to do a short variation of a race, and we'll call it race 5.
Perfect.
And we'll make it back in time for the parade.
Can't wait.
2 o'clock now. The parade's at 4 for those of you who are here.
Oh, the parade's at 4. Okay.
Yep,
We
that's
got to
it.
stick to the schedule then.
Yep. We got it's for the sailors, so it's not going to start without them. All right.
Well, I'm flying back to Rhode Island tonight.
Oh
Miss you
no!
guys.
Why are you leaving so early?
Well, I have family, children to look
No,
after.
you just bring them next
vacation.
time. Bring
I don't know
them
if that
with
was in the
you.
budget.
Well, there's next year.
No, but it's been great to be here. Real
Aw.
pleasure to be a part of the Orange Bowl.
Well, you've been outstanding.
Really cool regatta.
You are so knowledgeable, and it's a pleasure to have you here. And thank you for sharing your knowledge with us.
So remember how we talked about how the green fleeters like to...
Birds, you know how they all are in unison. I love it. They did a great job.
Look out!
Here we go. And they get to pick their own sail numbers here. Right.
No, traditionally the sail numbers are associated with the hull of the boat.
That's 4/30/13. That's his birthday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you
That's
might want to read the class rules one more time. I'm not sure you're supposed to do that.
Uh-oh.
Green fleet is
Green,
a little loose.
Oh, yeah,
Green
yeah.
fleet's a little loose. Okay, all right.
You're right. Green fleet, it's not
Yeah.
as big of a deal. But usually the sail number is the same as the hull number.
Okay.
So that it matches up, and that way what you don't want to do is pick your sail number and then you go to a regatta and someone else already has that sail number.
Oh, right.
Then the race committee's not so happy.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Great.
So catching more sailors at the jibe mark. And maybe our drone guys, maybe we can get like a big aerial view, like from way up high, and we can kind of look at the triangle course.
That would be great. And we're flying.
These
There
drone
we
guys
go.
can do almost anything. Wow, look at that. So you can see from the right-hand side of our screen, there's the windward mark, and you can see how they're sort of tracing a triangle shape down towards the leeward mark. You can see it's basically a 90
degree angle at the top there. It's a right triangle.
A right triangle. There we go. Let's get the Pythagorean theorem going. Do a little trigonometry. We got some math people here.
There we go. That's good.
If only I could remember how.
It's not. If you look closer, it's not a right triangle. I think it's a isosceles.
Isosceles. Yeah.
It would make more sense that way.
Maybe in the chat, some people could do some.
I mean, they can do some measurements for us.
Yeah, exactly. But the triangle is usually used in Green Fleet because it's a little bit of a simpler course. It's easier for the sailors to figure out where they were and where they're going. You know, the trapezoid can be a little confusing.
Right. All right.
So it's important to remember, even though, I mean, it's great for the sailors who are out in front of this race. That's an awesome experience for them. Important to remember that this whole race for the Green Fleet is really about everybody gaining experience, sailing, you know, in a race, maybe for the first time, learning from the coaches, learning from the experience. So, you know, we want to applaud all these sailors, whether the front of the fleet, back of the fleet, middle of the fleet. It's really cool they're out here getting their start in the sport, and hope they're having a fantastic time.
It's about just learning more. It's more than learning about sailing. It's about learning life skills and about yourself and how to make decisions and how to trust your instincts.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that soundbite from one of our sailors earlier today. They really explained the merits of sailing incredibly well. Coming straight from a 12-year-old, it's good to hear.
So here we go, coming in around our. Is this our last? That's the second marker still.
Actually, that's the third mark.
That is the third marker.
Yep.
Okay.
So now those sailors are rounding the leeward mark, and they're going to sail back upwind to the finish line.
Awesome.
So they're getting there. They're more than 2/3 of the way through the race.
All right, here we go. Making our way around, looking good, nicely done. And, woo, okay. So now whose fault would that be on that bumping of the boats?
That's a good question. I'd have to look back at it because there's a few things going on. The windward boat that's closer to the wind needs to keep clear of the leeward boat.
Okay.
So that would be the outside boat having right of way. But since it's during a mark rounding, the inside boat has right of way as they're rounding.
Oh.
But so that would be a tricky one. Technically, it looked like the inside boat took too much room.
Okay.
Which you're only allowed to take enough room as you need to round the mark.
Okay.
So that would be a tricky one.
So here it's happening
experience.
again, really, right?
Yeah, so the inside overlap boats have right of way, and so they just need to be given enough space to round the mark.
Okay.
And it looks like that was all nice and clean. You know, above all else, you're meant to avoid collisions. So that's something for these young sailors to learn, is just really to avoid bumping into their neighbors. Even if you think you have right of way, the racing rules still say that you should avoid a collision. But this drone footage will be a good learning experience for these sailors. Coach Michael and some of the other coaches can pull this up and say, hey, listen, this is what really happened.
That's right. I bet it'll settle a lot of disputes. And someone asked, can they do like drone replay to make a call? And no, we're just here to entertain the parents and the grandparents and let people learn a little bit about what's happening. Maybe one day, maybe someday.
They do that for like the America's Cup and some other big racing series
sure.
where they use the drone footage to actually make the calls in real time.
Yep.
That's pretty advanced. A little bit more than we need for youth sailing.
You never know down the line what might happen.
That's true. We'll all be in a simulator. Now, I think one of the coolest things about sailing is that it's an unplugged activity. You can do it using some, basically ancient technology of boats and sails and rope.
And a compass.
Yeah, and you go out and it's such a fun experience. And thank goodness that you don't have to be plugged into a screen to do it.
As we broadcast on a screen.
That's true.
That's okay.
Unless you're plugged into our screen.
Then it's
in
the
which
right
case,
screen.
Thanks for joining us.
And see you again next year. Okay. Are we relocating?
I think we might be just moving forward slightly to make sure that we're not too close to the finish line.
Okay.
But I think we're doing okay. We've got the first group of sailors starting to get closer to the finish.
And all the coaches have numbers on their boat. That's just so that their sailors can see them a little better?
Yeah, and it keeps it
who's who?
organized for the race committee. The race committee wants to know who's out here, whether it's spectators, coaches, race officials.
Okay. And looks like they're coming in. Looks like we're right beside them here.
Yep, we're coming up to the finish line. Nice job to all these sailors getting around the race course, learning how it's done. See these sailors sailing upwind. They look really good. Great technique from these front contenders. They may be young, but they're certainly capable.
All right, so here we have a USA, what is that, 19866 coming in the U.S. Virgin Islands 111. We got USA 22580, USA 6595, USA 21447. Looks like our top 5 are coming on in. Followed up by Canada. Oh no, that's not CAN, that's Cayman Islands.
Yeah, Cayman Islands.
1027 Cayman Islands. So here we go. And what call are you making here, John?
Ooh, it's gonna be tight. Looks like, ooh, it's gonna be tight. They're neck and neck.
There we go. Oh, snap. Did we have a little
tight finish?
Very tight, but nicely done. Okay.
Great race by those
Great
sailors.
job. Yeah, Coach Michael's going crazy over there. Who was it? Violet Carr from Coral Reef. And Alana Urban from Coconut Grove Sailing Club. All right, let's see if we can flag them over and have a little chat with them.
Yeah, we're just gonna.
Hey, tell them to come here. Yeah, yeah. All right. Great race. This is the finish line here of the Green Fleet. This is race 4 of the day, of day 3. Great job. We're moving. Okay. We're trying to catch some of the sailors to talk to them, but we are being asked to relocate our boat just a smidge. Great job. You feeling good? They're making us move. Once we move, we'd love to talk to you. Once we move, we'd love to talk to you if you can. Oh, we are? Oh, we're good. We're good to go? Okay, they said we're good to go. How are you? Hi. Come on, pop up here. Hi.
Hello.
What's your name?
My name is Alanea Irvine.
And how did you do today?
I did pretty good. There were some races that were a little bit challenging, but overall today I did pretty good.
How'd you do in this race?
I think I did really good. There were some parts where I was worried about my strategy, but in the end, I'm pretty sure I ended up getting first.
First, that's amazing. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel really happy. This is my first first in a race for a regatta, so I'm really proud of myself.
Well, we're really proud of you. How old are you?
I'm 11 years old.
And who do you sail for?
I sail for Coconut Grove Sailing Club.
Okay, what do you say to your coach?
I say thank you, Coach Orlando, so much. You've helped me a lot, and I'm pretty sure I never would have made it this far up if you hadn't been my coach.
Awesome. Congratulations. We're so proud of you, and we love your smile more than anything. Thank you so much. Safely get back in your boat. Okay. Thank you so much, sweetie.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. Okay. Bye-bye. And we got our next friend coming up. And Alrighty. Hi, how are you? What is your name?
Violet Carr.
Violet, and how did you do in this race?
I got second.
And how does that make you feel?
Well, I was close, but.
How have you been doing overall?
Well, good.
Yeah? Well, tell us why you like it out here.
I like it out here because I can really challenge myself to my limits when I sail. Like, I can push myself farther.
And how old are you?
11.
11 years old. And who's your coach?
Michael.
And what do you say to Coach Michael?
Thank you.
And he's with Coral Reef Yacht Club?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Uh-huh. And what did he teach you that you remembered to do today?
To come out with a smile.
And to leave with a smile? Yeah. All right, great smile. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. Good job. Super proud of you. Okay. Good job. Thank you. They just pop right out. They pop right back. All right. They were both great. Hey, I love our two girls here. Having a great time here, coming in 1 and 2. Awesome job,
Those
guys.
young women are doing awesome.
They did a great job.
I love it. Great attitudes, great takeaways.
And come out with a smile.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what Coach Michael says.
Yeah,
That's
it looks like everyone's having a ton of fun, actually. I see a lot of smiling faces. The sun's coming back out. Great day in the water. It is fun to wrap up the event with the youngest kids, the newest kids. This is like the real grassroots, you know.
Kind of reminds you, like, you know, of why you started, and it's just to go have a good time and keep a smile on your face. Oh, Rachel, you taught these kids, right? Come here. Some of them? Okay. So Rachel Ellis, who's with us today, come on up here. You coached for Green Fleet, right?
So I coached the youth sailing summer camp here at Coral Reef Yacht Club, and also did have the privilege of filling in a few times coaching the Green Fleet sailors. So it's so exciting to see them out here doing their thing, and a lot of them are the ones that I coached are now in high school, which is crazy.
All right, so what's it like for you to be out here today? Tell us.
Really, really exciting. I mean, you guys have been talking about it all afternoon, but these kids are just really happy, genuinely happy to be sailing and out here on Biscayne Bay, and as somebody who grew up doing this myself, it's really fun to watch. Okay. We have more sailors coming here, don't we?
Yep, let's grab them if we can.
Alrighty.
All right, pop up here, Alec. Okay. All right, see, we'll hold your boat for you, don't worry. All right, hi. Go ahead, and the camera's right up there. Tell them what your name is.
Hello, my name is Alec Vostovecchio. I sail at Coral Reef.
And how was the race going today?
Just now was my best race in my opinion.
Why is that?
I got over the the finish line pretty quickly. I had a good start, and on my way for the downwind and the, what's it called again? The other one over there?
The downwind and the what, John?
The reach mark?
The reach, yeah.
The reach?
What I did was I made sure that I didn't bow plow or capsize, which was very good. And I'm guessing I got like 20th or 30th place.
That's amazing. And how do you feel?
Very good about this race.
That's good. And do you think you're going to be a sailor for a long time?
Well, definitely.
Definitely? Mm-hmm. Is this your favorite sport?
Definitely, yes.
Definitely your favorite sport. And what do you want to say? You can look up there and say anything to your mom or dad or anybody who's helped you along the way.
I just want to say thank you to my coach, Michael. He's helped me so much by doing so much. I don't know how to say this, but he's like Jesus to me. What he does is he knows everything. He makes me feel so happy on the water, and he really is amazing.
Lifts your spirits.
Yes.
That's what he does. All right. And to your mom and dad, Lori and Raul, say hi. And love you and thank you for bringing me here all the time.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Alec. Great job. We love that you're having so much fun.
Thank you.
And keep your enthusiasm is infectious. Bye, sweetheart. Okay. Okay, sure. Well, keep them coming. Why not? I'm going to talk to every single kid out here. The sun will be going down, but here, John, you pop in here. I know you're good at getting the boat. You are a good boat grabber. Okay. Here we go. Pop on right here. Great job. And the audio, you can look at that camera right up there and tell us your name.
My name is Felicia Bland.
And you are from?
I'm from Coral Reef Yacht Club.
And you are how old?
I'm 11.
And tell us why you wanted to be out here today.
I want to be out here because the wind's amazing and I like to sail.
And why do you like to sail?
I like to sail because you get to use your knowledge and you get to make quick decisions on the spot.
And how did you do so far this regatta?
I think I've done so well, but there's always room for improvement.
Okay. And what's your number one rule while you're sailing?
Number one rule is to always be honest. Like if you hit someone, you have to do your spins. And also to always look for the wind shifts.
All good things. Anything else you want to say to anybody, your mom or dad, or anyone who helped you and supported you?
Thank you so much to my two coaches, Coach Roger and Coach Michael, for helping me. Without them, I wouldn't be here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and go have another great last race of the day and have a lot of fun.
Thank you.
And thank you for being honest. Awesome. I love it. The number one rule of sailing, John, be honest. What do you think?
What was it?
Be honest.
Oh, that was be honest?
Yeah, like if you hit a boat, you do your penalty, you hit the marker.
Fantastic. That's sportsmanship right there.
That is.
I love it.
I love it. It's like we learn more from the younger age groups than anyone sometimes, right?
Exactly. Yeah, grown-ups are kind of, but these kids have it figured out.
We love small children and animals. All right, well, they are great, and they're having a ton of fun out here. This really is fun. They're having the best time ever. I'd love to show, so they right now what they're doing is they jump on their coaches' boats, and they have a little powwow, and they kind of regroup for the next race. And I mean, they look like they're having the time of their lives.
Yeah, this is like being on the schoolyard right now.
Yeah.
It's,
so
lively.
Rachel was talking to us a little bit before. She was a coach at Coral Reef. She coached the young kids. She coached my nieces actually. We've put together. So how does it feel to be back out here? You moved away a little bit ago. You did this a few years back. What does this bring back for you?
A lot of really great, pivotal, foundational memories of my childhood. I've been nostalgic all day out here. It's just amazing seeing all of the sailors. All of them have like huge smiles on their faces, competitive, and everything that we've talked about, just the learning experiences out here. I remember just that feeling coming off the water after a long day of sailing and just feeling, you just accomplished so much. We have more sailors. We want to hear from them more.
We do have a boat with no sailors.
Not sure how that happened. There we go.
A boat with 2 sailors, so I think they're figuring that out.
Yes, always having a blast. I feel like those times in between races, those were like the most memorable too.
Yeah, it's true.
So much fun.
As long as the smiles stay on the faces.
Exactly. I mean, I feel like we've just seen a sea of smiles and just really great attitudes.
Yeah.
A lot of sportsmanship out here. It's really been incredible to see.
Yeah. definitely. And so what are you doing now that you've sort of graduated into adulthood? What are you doing for your job, and like what do you do for sailing?
Yeah, so currently I'm working at Georgetown University at their business school in the communications department.
Awesome.
So have moved away from the sailing world a bit, but my dad remains a big sailor today, so we actually went out sailing yesterday on his Shannon sailboat. So we still do plenty of family sailing. I do hope to one day get back into the sport a bit, but
Awesome.
Definitely just really great memories out here.
Yeah, well, lifelong sailing.
Absolutely.
You can blend it in with your career. You can do so many things with it, and that's awesome to hear.
For sure. We heard it earlier, lifelong sport. I think one of the sailors said it,
That's awesome.
and it certainly can be.
Yep.
Looks like we got another one.
Okay. This is a special guest. She's jumping up on her own boat. This is Cece. Face the camera that's up there, that GoPro, Cece. Cece, right, face that camera. Okay, and sit here. You can sit here. And tell us, this is actually our captain of our boat today, Tim. This is his daughter. You okay? Your dad's got the boat. Tell us how it's been out here.
It's been good.
Well, what's been the best part?
When I got a bullet.
Oh, you got a bullet. When was that?
The second race.
And how did that feel?
That felt really good.
How were you able to pull that off?
Well, I had a good start. I was the first to every mark, and then I just got first.
Yeah. And this camera? Okay, I thought you were on that one. Look here. Sit back. So you got a bullet on the second race?
Mm-hmm.
And that felt pretty good. How are you doing overall?
I think I'm doing okay.
You're doing okay, but you're enjoying it?
Mm-hmm.
Is your sister out here?
No, she's in red, white, and blue.
Okay, all right. So we saw her over there. And what do you want people to know about sailing and why you do this? You love it, you enjoy it, it's free, it gets you a break out of the house. What do you think? Your dad's the best guy in the world. He likes to see a smile on your face. All of the above.
All of the above, Cece, right? Yeah.
All of the above. Okay, awesome. Cece Kaloya, thank you so much. Hold on, let's pull this in. There you go. Way to go, Cece. Thank you. Great job. Good job. She's so cute. All right, woo! One more. Let's do it. Isla. Hi, Isla. Come right here. Here we go. You can sit right here. It's this camera right here. And tell me, you're Isla O'Quinn?
Yes.
And how old are you?
I'm 11.
And tell me how you did in this race.
In between. I did on the better side.
You did on the better side? Okay. And how about the other races of the day? How were those?
Those were good.
Okay. And how have you enjoyed yourself?
Very much.
Why?
Just because just being out here is like really fun. I enjoy it. Yeah.
What about the other sailors? Are they your buddies?
Yeah.
Yeah? Have you been doing this a long time?
Yes.
Yeah? What does that horn mean?
That we're about to like get the sequence going.
Okay. All right. So should we let you get ready? Maybe? Do you want to say anything to anyone before you go? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Isla. You did a great job. Good job. Your coach is, Coach Michael's clapping his hands and shouting a lot of orders. So we're going to get the sailors back in place where they need to go. That was a lot of fun talking to them. They were all excellent. They were outstanding. And we're going to do a 5th race coming up. And it's going to be a shortened race, though. So a 5th quick race. And maybe grab a few of them. And we are probably running out of battery power also. So that was fun, right?
Nice kids.
Yeah,
nice
adorable.
kids. I couldn't hear everything they said, but any highlights?
I think, let's see, the highlights about Michael being like walking on water. I mean, that was pretty much a good
Coach,
highlight,
that's good.
right? And I think the best for me was that the number one rule of sailing is honesty.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, so that's great. We talk about taking these life lessons with you on the water, off the water, and that's definitely one of them.
Yeah,
so
that's
it's great to
to
see
hear.
that.
Yep, definitely.
So this has been a great day and a perfect ending to the day, I'd say.
Yeah.
So we're gonna line up. What was that last horn meant?
I think they're just everyone. Hey, get your act together.
Okay. Right. Oh well, they're headed over to the start
they're
line.
Heading to the start line. Yep, they're gonna do
So it
this
must mean
last
something.
Short race.
Now,
I
what
think
does
the
that mean
sailors
for
are-
a short race, you think? Just up and back, or?
I think they're probably just going to shorten the length of the legs, but I actually
Okay.
don't know that for sure.
How hard is it to move the markers?
Not that hard. It's actually not very deep here in Biscayne Bay.
Okay.
So the anchor line is only maybe 10 or 20 feet.
Oh.
So compared to some places where you have 100 foot deep water,
wow.
It's actually really easy to move the marks here.
Okay, all right. Well, maybe they moved the marks while we were talking to all those sailors. They were great. They're so agile. They just pop right up here and pop back down, and they were terrific. Great job. Oh.
Well, it's been an exciting day. It's fun to see all these kids out here having fun.
Having a great time.
Yep, I want to plug U.S. Sailing one more time for
Do
all
it.
you kids and parents out there and people. If you love sailing or if you know someone who loves sailing, make sure they're a member of U.S. Sailing. It helps out our organization tremendously, and it also makes sure that those people who are U.S. Sailing members get access to all the up-to-date information. They
Right.
get our newsletters, they get access to the trainings and the resources.
Well, and you want to be in the know, right? So if you want to know about sailing, that's the number one place to stop.
Absolutely. Yeah, and myself and a whole bunch of volunteers and other people have been putting a lot of work into our youth pathways. So if you want to attend webinars on the pathways, we're holding those pretty much once a month.
Amazing.
But you got to be in the know. You got to be a U.S. Sailing member so you get that information in your email inbox. If you're out there and we don't know who you are, we can't get the
find
information
you.
to you.
How many members do you have?
45,000.
Oh, 45,000.
Yeah, yeah. And
great.
over 1,500, sailing clubs and organizations. So it's a big community, but there's a lot more sailors out there that we want to get involved, and especially when it comes to youth sailing, my specialty and passion. We want these young sailors to have access to the right opportunities. And if they don't know who we are and we don't know who they are, it's not good, right? So
And do you
sign them up.
You post all the regattas on there too, and how you can participate in everything. And
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Exactly.
So do all the regattas register with you?
No, not usually. So, like, for example, the Opti class, most of those regattas are actually run by the Opti Class Association.
Okay.
And the Opti Class Association is a member of U.S. Sailing.
Okay.
So, we're affiliated with the events, but we aren't actually organizing or running them.
I got it.
Same with the Club 420 or the ILCA. So it's very important to be plugged in with your class associations too. You want to join your class association the same way you should join U.S. Sailing. The fees are typically, nothing crazy,
Right,
30
right,
bucks,
right.
something like that. So it's worth the money, and that way you just make sure you get access, you get included in the information. But yeah, and also, if you have a specific question and if I can help you out, email youth@ussailing.org. That's the go-to email address. We'll answer your questions. If I can't answer it, we'll find
Great.
someone who does.
Do you open that email?
I do.
So, okay. I
Literally.
want all 45,000 people to write you. Let's see how many emails you have when you get back
Bring it
to Rhode
on.
Island.
Youth@ussailing.org. It's one of my
Okay.
favorite parts of the day, honestly. It's just helping with a simple question.
Yeah,
right?
well,
If
you
we can help
certainly
point
have a
people
lot
in
of
the right
answers.
direction.
You know a lot, John.
It's been a lifetime.
Yeah, obviously.
Or maybe, hopefully, just part of a lifetime.
I don't know
actually.
how you
I hope
interview-
I am only middle-aged at this point.
You're not even middle-aged,
Yeah, I
John.
love this
Don't
sport.
worry.
I fell in love with it at like age 10 and never looked back. So.
Well, you
It's great to
did.
be here.
Well, the sport is lucky, and you are lucky. This is great. Okay, so it looks like they're back on the line. So we're getting all set up here, and our last little race of the day. We're gonna do our race number 5 because why not? Because the weather's beautiful, and we're gonna do a shortened race.
And I
I
bet you a
can't
lot
tell-
of these sailors in Greenfleet here, a lot of them may have an older sibling sailing in one of the other
yeah,
fleets.
yeah.
You come as a family, and the newer sailors can do the Greenfleet while someone else is racing their ILCA or their 420. So it seems like there's a lot of local kids in this Greenfleet,
Yep.
and then probably a lot of siblings and stuff.
Family that sails together stays together.
Stays together.
That's
That's
right.
right.
So I can't tell if they moved the markers. Can you tell? There's
I
a yellow
think they
marker
did.
there.
I think they
you think they
shortened it
moved
up
them
a
in?
bit.
Okay.
But
So we're
the fleet did a really good job getting around the course in that last one, so I don't think they need to make it too much shorter.
I think it's more just of a time thing.
One more race, yeah.
Okay. Okay, that was the
1 minute.
1 minute. Now, why is he holding the green flag up?
Well, he's going to take that green flag down at go.
Okay.
So probably just getting ready to take it down.
Oh, okay. All right.
certainly see some clumping happening yet again.
I do see the
For all
clump.
you
Yeah, there
Green
we
Fleet
go.
sailors at home, boat goes a lot faster when it is spaced out and has space around it. So
Okay.
avoid those clumps.
Why does that clumping happen?
I think it's psychological. I think the sailors get near each other and they just can't help
Tend to
but
bunch up?
bunch up and stick with each other. I think it's a mental thing mostly.
Yeah.
All right, coming up for the last start of the last race of the day. And they're off. We do see the X flag go up. That means there's an individual recall, so at least one boat was over early. One boat was over early, but not to worry. It's all for learning.
It's all right.
So that boat that was over early, if they realize their mistake, they can sail back under the starting line and restart the race and then still get their score.
Is that, you can do that just in Green Fleet or in any of the?
In any fleet, as long as it's not that black flag.
Okay, oh,
Right.
gotcha, right, because the black flag wasn't up.
These are the little details.
Now, what's the white flag with the blue cross on it?
That's called the X flag, and that's the individual recall
Oh, that's
flag.
the individual
So
recall.
as a sailor, when you see that flag go up right after the start, you want to look around and think, gosh, was I over early?
Right,
And
who
just
was
make
it?
Sure that it
Who
wasn't
was
you.
it? Right. Yeah.
But these sailors are sailing great. I mean, for a Green Fleet, this is a really high level, to be honest.
Yeah?
Really,
Well, now, what
absolutely.
makes you say that?
Well, that's just they're all sailing fast, upwind. You know, it looks like a well-organized, race.
Right.
So we can see a couple of boats tacked off early from
Yep.
the pin end and had a pretty good start there. So there looks like there are a few boats punching out on this side and then the bigger clump further out on the left. Cool to see the Brazil sail number.
Yep, here we go, Brazil and USA. Now, they're in the lead, right, because they kind of broke
looks
off?
Like it. Yeah, we
looks
won't
like
know
it
for
from-
sure until they get to the windward mark, but they look like they've kind of launched out to the right side of the course here.
Great job.
And you can see they're definitely smaller kids, physically. They're a little smaller. Even though it's only maybe 10 knots of wind now, they're still hiking out.
So talk to me a little bit about the weight advantage here, if it's to be lighter versus to be heavier.
Right. Well, when you're a lighter weight sailor, when the wind blows hard, it'll kind of push you over a little bit. And so you need a little bit more leverage as a lighter weight sailor. You have to hike harder to
Right.
keep the boat flat.
Okay.
If you're a little bit heavier or a little taller, it's easier to keep the boat flat. But your boat is not quite as lightweight, so in light wind, it won't glide along quite as fast. So really, there's a huge weight range that you can, be competitive in. Probably in the Opti, it's anywhere from maybe 60 to 120 pounds or something like that. So it's a huge range because these are kids. They're all growing. They're having growth spurts. So you want to accommodate as many body types as possible. But finding the next boat, after you grow and you age out of the Opti, finding that next boat often can come down a little bit to, what is your physicality? Are you a really tall person? Are you a really athletic person? Are you a really, smart person and a thinker? Because you can choose your next boat based on kind of your preferences. And that way, whether you're sailing with two people in a double-handed boat or one person in like a single-handed boat, you're going to choose that based on like your own preferences. We were discussing this earlier of the fun of sailing with two people in the boat versus the independence and sort of excitement of sailing with one person, sailing alone.
Right.
Just has a different appeal to different kids. But that's the type of thing I like to help with. So email youth@ussailing.org and tell me about your kid or tell me about yourself, and I'm happy to help give some advice about what next steps might be out there.
What
for
might
you.
be the right fit for you, literally.
Yeah,
the
because
right
it's not like other sports where there's just a clear next progression.
Right.
Right. There's a lot of different boats to try, a lot of different types of sailing. So it's a little bit more of a nuanced conversation that we can help with.
And everybody's different.
Absolutely. Every kid's different. What they like at age 10 might not be what they like at age 13 or 15. So you gotta adjust.
So does it look like everyone else is wrapped up for the day? The 420s are in?
It does. I see the Ilka's actually sailing in now behind us, so they must have wrapped up not too long ago. The 420s already went in, and Opti Red, White, Blue already went in. So the Green Fleeters are holding it down at the end of the day.
Holding the fort down. So I see all the coaches just kind of move right alongside the sailors here.
Yeah,
right?
they want to watch the race, and that way they can provide some advice afterwards. You know, in the Green Fleet, they are technically allowed to also give advice during the race, but honestly, it doesn't look like these sailors really need it. I think they're all sailing pretty effectively as is. And the wind is picked up just a teeny bit. We have some more clouds coming through and a little bit of rain squall off out to the ocean side. So a little windier here. Keep it exciting. Maybe back up to 12 knots or so.
This is a great last sail of the day for them, right?
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So how does this compare to working on like the 6 o'clock news? More fun, less fun?
There's no script. And there's no one talking in my ear.
You are the script.
That's it. We are the scripts. It's a lot more free, I will say that. And it's all positive, you know, so it's happy. It's great to be out here. I love it.
That's true.
Yeah, I haven't anchored a newscast in a few years, but I still actually host specials on Channel 4. So
cool.
I do their nonprofit division, Neighbors for Neighbors.
Oh, neat.
So I do all the good news. So,
Perfect.
you know, after you work in real news for so long, you say, hey, I'm just going to switch to the fun stuff. Let's do all the fun stuff.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah, so this is fun. But yeah, I worked at Channel 4 for a really long time, and I still host their specials over there for them. Yeah.
That's awesome. But now you're doing more of sort of like a consultancy type business.
My company is a communications company, a media company. We're doing this whole production today, and I'm having the best time ever. And I train people on speaking and how to speak on the camera or to an audience, and it's great. And I get to be out here with you, which is the most important part.
Pretty fun.
And we get to interview these kids, which is really my favorite part.
Well, it's fun to work with true communications pros here. You guys are a well-oiled machine.
Hey, listen, you're to have a sailing pro by my side. I mean, I can come up with questions, but definitely not the answers. I'd be Googling all day if you weren't here, John. So this is great. We hope you come down every year.
Great drone shot there. You can see the Green Fleet working their way upwind. From the wind is coming from the right to left on our screen, so they're working their way up to the right side of the screen. You'll see the yellow buoy up there in not too long. That's the windward mark. So they're all sort of zigzagging, finding their own path upwind. You can see that they spread out a little bit more quickly than the other fleets that we've been looking at, and that's simply just they're all a little new.
Right.
So they're figuring things out, but
what do you think they're thinking? Oh, let me scoot over here and I'm going to get around that guy, or how does that work?
I think it's a little bit more that they get into a tight position and they have trouble maintaining it. So they kind of have to, spread out a bit. And also, when something happens, they're probably a little not quite as quick to recover. So if they make a mistake, they kind of fall back. It takes them a few minutes to regroup.
So like when we were doing red, white, and blue, and when we were doing the other races, we kind of consistently saw the same people at the front. In Green Fleet, I would imagine it switches up quite a bit.
I would imagine that too.
Yeah.
I think people have their good moments and then they make a mistake, and that's just meant to be a really good learning environment.
Yeah.
You can see the first couple sailors getting up to the windward mark here.
Looking really nice.
Nice job, Green Fleeters. Rounding the windward mark and now heading over on the reach leg of the triangle course. There's the Brazil sail number. Cayman Islands.
And one just had 971. There was no country.
Oh.
You're representing the world. And making their way around that marker there.
Yeah, I think if there's one lesson learned today, it's that windward mark rounding, leave yourself an extra, 10 or 15 feet and round it a little bit wide, but avoid the pile up.
Yep.
And
that's what I learned. Right, go a little wider than you think.
Yeah, give yourself a little wiggle room. You can't always do that if there's another boat in the way or something.
Right.
But
this is great. This is a great shot to see.
So you can see from above those airbags that we were talking about earlier. Two
Yep.
airbags in the front and one in the back. Yeah, and I wonder, back in the 1940s, the original creators of the Optimist, making it out of 2 sheets of plywood, would they have pictured that we would have drones in the air covering 11-year-olds racing in Greenfleet?
With hundreds of other kids.
They would have been really happy, actually.
I think they would have been extremely happy.
It was designed to be an affordable sailing race trainer for kids, and it's really accomplished
And all
that
these years
goal.
later.
150,000 boats, I think, in the world.
Wow. Who would have thought to make a, like a square boat like that, from that long ago?
Plywood.
Plywood. That was it.
But it's actually a great hull design in a lot of ways because it's quite stable.
Okay.
So it gives the kids like a really solid platform. There's lots of other fun boats that are, equally cool, but they're designed to be a little bit more unstable, right? So this is just a nice, easy platform to start out in.
Kind of build your confidence and learn the rules without worrying about a lot of other things.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, at the top end of the fleet, the sailors take it to a really high level. We saw those red, white, and blue sailors this morning. We're just fully polished and really racing well. It'll be great to see them progress to their next boats and move on in their sailing careers, and lots of good things to come from all these sailors.
Someone asked, with so many boats, what does the parking lot look like? Let me tell you, if you didn't get here early, you didn't get a spot. It's very strategic. They tell as many people, a lot of people stay nearby to Coral Reef Yacht Club, and they encourage you to walk. And then you are not guaranteed a spot, actually. You're guaranteed to not have a spot. So you kind of come up with other places and other plans. So they have a whole parking situation set up. Because there is definitely not enough parking for all these boats.
I will say Coral Reef Yacht Club really opens up the door.
Oh yeah, it's great.
All these, thousands of people for this event when you include all the parents and everything, and lets everyone use the facility as though it's their own.
They're very open and very welcoming. Always has been. But that's kind of what they were founded on. The casual, like real, but competitive boating location, and that's kind of the foundation of it.
Right.
All right, we are almost everyone looks like they're around that first marker, and they're going up to the next one.
Yeah, we can see.
And then wrapping it up.
The opening ceremony.
I know, we're doing the opening ceremonies a few days late, but you know what? We just make up our rules as we go.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially if it rains and we need to change
if it's
it.
a party, I think it will be okay, right?
We're having a Junkanoo band. You know what a Junkanoo band is?
I do not.
Oh, yeah, like a Caribbean band. And
awesome.
It's so fun. And they play these crazy instruments, and it's incredibly lively. Like, if you're a little tired, this will wake you right up.
Perfect.
Yes.
Wow, look at that great shot. Look at these Greenfleeters go. Breeze is picked up, chops picked up a little bit, probably about 12, maybe 14 knots now. They're doing great.
They look great.
Now they're going to jibe around the jibe mark and keep heading around the triangle course.
All right. Sarah's saying, go Allison. Go 23, 15, 91. I cannot find my glasses, so I'm not sure if there's 23159. There we go. 23159.
Good job, Allison.
Go Allison.
next group of green fleeters coming around the jibe mark. There's a little bit of a gap there, and then we've got a real pack of boats, a peloton coming around next.
Five races in a day. What do you think, John?
I think it's great.
Yeah?
You know, as long as the races are a little shorter, which I think these races are.
Okay.
I'm sure these sailors are going to be tired, but, you know, this is a big fun event. It's only, you know, mid-afternoon, so great that they got another race in. They look like they're still sailing great. A lot of my youth sailing memories do include those times where you're out there and you're like, I just got to keep going.
Right.
You know, and you're on a boat. There's really nowhere else to go. Just got to keep racing.
Do another one.
Yeah, and that perseverance and having a little bit of discipline to just sort of say, hey, listen, I'm tired, but I'm going to stay focused.
And you're so proud of yourself at the end.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Great shot right there. Looks like the ending shot of a movie. Like sailing off into the sunset. All right. Or the beginning.
Yeah, so this is our last day of live streaming.
Last day of live streaming.
It's been great, though. We've covered every single fleet in the event.
We have.
We've seen tons of good action.
We did about 5 hours of live streaming yesterday. We're going on we're almost 5 hours today.
We love it.
We do love it. It's been super fun. It's been great to see all of these kids out here so excited, and as you know, Chris Block said, you know, you got to up your game every year. What does next year hold? Just a little bit at a time. I mean, it's hard to say. Where do you go from here? It's all, you know, it's so well-rounded.
It's a good formula.
Yeah, it really is.
But I think this
Woo!
live coverage is a nice addition.
It's
I
so
think
fun.
It seems to be appreciated, and I was happy to get the invite to do it.
Good. Well,
Thanks.
I
Gives me
was
something
happy.
to contribute.
Well, you have a lot of knowledge to contribute. And it's way better to have you here live than on Zoom.
There's so many other, yes, exactly.
Right.
So many other regattas here in Biscayne Bay. I feel like there's the opportunity to do a lot of live coverage.
Oh, yeah. Oh, without a
If you
doubt.
all want to, yeah.
We'll probably just make it a full-time job. Call me.
Yeah, exactly.
Call us.
Yeah, well, there might be regattas out there that want to do something similar, so it's cool to see how it's done, and then I'm sure if they have questions, they could send you a note or something, and you could tell them some of the secrets of the trade.
Secrets, yeah, sure.
You know, we had the questions of how many people are operating the drones, and
That's
how's
right.
it going, and it's a pretty small crew.
Yeah. You know, so we have 2 drone operators, and we have our board operator, our switcher, and that's the person who's popping up this shot versus this shot versus this shot. And then when we need, okay, we're going to relocate places, then he pops up a video that plays that we pre-recorded. So it's just about really kind of planning ahead a little bit and having a little bit of a game plan, and then going out and having a lot of fun.
Yeah, and they don't get any breaks.
Wait a minute, I did hand them a sandwich at one point.
Okay, that's good. Gotta feed the talent.
Yeah. But it's great.
It's cool to have continuous coverage like this. This is what it's like on the water for a full race day.
Right, you get to really feel it. Maybe next year we'll put some GoPros in their boats.
That's good.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Pick it up. How are they doing? They're coming around.
Yeah,
and they're coming up. We
Lead
got
little
some.
group is
All
coming up
right.
to the finish line in not too long.
So we got a few more minutes, maybe maybe
Yeah,
2
I would
3
say,
minutes,
yeah,
and then
about a
they're going
minute.
to cross the finish line. I see one of our drones real close down there. A few of them. And we're wrapping it up. Boy, we got some extra juice out of these batteries today, I think.
20 batteries.
Yeah. All right. Let's see if we have some folk. There's Coach Michael with the big smile on his face, zipping back around. And wait, she did do very well last time. Violet Carr. Was she first or second last time? She was first, and it looks like she's going to be first again. So I said, you probably see different people win every race, but I think she won 2 in a row.
Good for her.
Go, Violet, go. All right. Well, she's going to be very happy. And then let's see, who do we have coming in here? 42.71 Brazil. And then we have 10.27 Cayman Islands. Nice job. Good job, everybody. All right, and it looks like
Close finishes there. Woo.
Great finishes. Looks like the coaches are going right to the finish line. This is their last race, so the coaches are pulling right up so they can have a chat with their sailors. And here's Brazil, 42.71, USA 8. Here comes 9.71. And we got USA 21.447, Cayman Islands 10.27, all coming right across the finish line. We got USA 23.088, USA 21.447.
It'll be fun for these sailors to look back and watch some of the footage from today.
Oh, I think they'll have a great time. Looking for themselves, seeing how they did. All right, and we got USA 2079 crossing right now. USA 2337, 20958. Virgin Islands 111.
All right, hopefully we can get one more sailor interview here before we wrap
One of
up
our
for the
youngest
day.
sailors. So, is this Savannah? Savannah. We're trying to get one of our youngest sailors over here. Over here.
Come to the back of the boat.
Okay, she's looping back around.
She was going to go see her dad first.
Oh.
We want her. Loop around and come this way.
All right, loop around.
All right, hop on board, Savannah.
Come up here. Good job. Can you pop up here? Nice job. What is your name?
Savannah.
Savannah what?
Famed.
And what is your age?
8.
You're 8 years old. Is this your first regatta?
No, like my 5th.
Your 5th regatta and you're 8 years old. When was your first one?
Probably when I was like 7.
Wow. And why do you do all these regattas?
Well, I like practicing for when there's a big regatta like Worlds, and I want to practice so I can get better.
And why do you want to be such a good sailor?
Well, my mom and my sister was, so I kind of want to prove them wrong that I can do it.
You want to prove to them that you can do it. And how was today? Did you prove it to them?
Sort of. Well, I got 3 good races, so that's good enough for me.
Oh, that 3 good races does sound good. And how were you able to do that?
Trimming my sail, telltales, and never look behind myself.
Okay, that's good. Trim your sails, never look behind yourself. Who's your coach?
Michael.
Coach Michael, you're with Coral Reef Yacht Club?
Yes.
Yeah, and what do you say to Coach Michael?
Thank you, Coach Michael, for all you do for us.
And thank you for being here today. You're a great racer. We're super proud of you. 5 races. Put it there. Woo! Okay. We'll see you, Savannah. Thank you, Savannah, 8 years old, and her 5th regatta. Pretty good job. Amazing. Good job, Savannah. That's great. Thank you.
That was fun to see.
That was great.
Very
So she is
cute.
great. Good way to wrap it up with one of our youngest sailors.
Adorable.
All right. Here it is. We are saying good afternoon to everybody, and thank you so much for joining us, our 2 days of coverage. John Pierce, you did an outstanding job. You're a wealth of knowledge, and U.S. Sailing is lucky to have you.
Thank you, Cynthia. This is a lot of fun.
All right, I'm Cynthia Demas. For our whole crew out here and our outstanding drone flyers, our board operator, our captain, Rachel, helping us out today, Coral Reef Yacht Club, the Tucci, Orange Bowl, International, Youth Regatta. 22 has been a great year. We'll see you next year, everyone.